Welcome everyone to this mega tutorial. My name is Rudy Rencampbell. I've been doing this tutorial already 1.5 years ago when Planet Coaster 2 launched, and it's time to update this because the game has been improved dramatically. A lot of things have been added, so it's time to do a full-on tutorial again. You will be able to do exactly this at the end of this tutorial, and trust me when I say you learn every single bit that is needed. It is a super long tutorial, but believe me, as all the previous tutorials I've done show from the views and the comments, it is worth it. I will be going through every single thing slowly, and I'm gonna explain everything. We are talking about hotkeys, the stuff, how you do this, and we are going to not cut through all these things and make this mega quick. This is surely not for the TikTok generation. This is for those who really want to learn about the game, who really want to master it and want to overcome the frustration of the green canvas at the beginning and making you feel completely lost and overwhelmed by the game. I promise after this tutorial you will be enjoying the game way more and you'll be able to create a lot of cool things. As there is a lot to cover, I'd say grab yourself a snack, something to drink, lean back and enjoy. We gotta start this one, so let's dive into it. Let's kick off this 2026 tutorial series with the very basics. I've done this last time around as well, and it was very important for you guys, so we do that again. If you guys are new to Planet Coaster, then this may be the perfect tutorial for you. If you've already played and you're familiar with the menu and stuff, just skip forward to the next one or click on the next video, depending on if you're watching that in one go or as an individual video. We're going to look at the menus, at the controls and whatnot, and fast forward, this time around I do have a controller right next to me, so this is also viable for console, as you can see looking around here, and you'll see how all the buttons change down below. I'm not going to name all the buttons every single time, but by moving my mouse or moving the controller, you can see the differences open up by the screen. You just, stop the screen and see which button is the one you're looking for. But hey, let's just start with the overall thing you're looking at. So we are just in here. You can move your camera around, you can just, as you can imagine with a game. A brand new thing that we haven't had in the first tutorial last year is edge scrolling. Edge scrolling is a thing right now, so it is there. You can enable this in the menu. It is on per default by now, very much familiar as you know it. If you go for borderless, you don't have it on the sides, but I actually have it on the sides, but it's a bit of a hard one to do. Holding down the right mouse key will let you swoop around like this, and if you press the T key on your, basically on your computer, then it will allow you to change the camera mode. So we are going to head over here. There is a tree in the middle, this one. We're going to click this, the oak tree large, and I'm going to explain the different camera modes with this oak tree. So I'm going to let me click on that one, and now as you can see I'm panning around by holding down the middle mouse button, and we're panning around this tree. Now if I do click on T again, as you can see the little camera icon pops up over here, and I'm going to pan around. You can see now I'm turning around myself. This is basically the biggest difference between the two camera mode. The one is letting you turn around or spin around a focus point in the middle, a pivot point basically, and in the other mode you are the pivot point yourself. I much prefer the one where I'm the pivot point myself, but if you're more on console, you may actually be more familiar with the one turning around, because that is typically what you would have it on console like, This is how that works, but it doesn't matter which one you have. It allows you to basically see everything in this game. You can scroll all the way in or all the way out, depending on what you need to see. This is very helpful. Now, obviously, we do have a couple of buttons we need to talk about as well. We start with the top left because they are pretty simple. You've got the park management, which you can also access with the number 4, or on console, it's some of the shoulder buttons. If you click on that, you're greeted with that huge menu, which you can completely ignore for now, because we are going to talk about that when we go for the management aspect of the game. Then we do have some notifications, which is doing exactly what you expect them to do. As soon as you get into managing your park, this will be the place where you've got all your notifications. You can sort them with the different tabs and categories if that's helpful, or you have them all in one place. But you can also change the settings, which things you want to see and which not. Trust me, when you play some stuff later on, challenge mode or the actual game, then you will need this setting, because it's gonna get annoying when you get notifications for everything. And if, let's say, you've got something where you know that eventually you'll get one notification about, I don't know, a shop being out of a vendor all the time, but you don't have the money to employ a new vendor yet, then you may not want this message all the time. So that's that, very easy. And on top there's heat maps. And again, we are not going to talk too much about heat maps, just so you know they're up here. So if you have the console, you can see you can pin the view by pressing up here, or you can just de-release it with the X and other button, like the up button there, and bring it back down. Now, going through this menu, you can see there are various things in here, starting from the guest experience, the guest tolerances, the staff options, power, profit, environmental score, scenery score, conditions. You can pin it if you need this, and you can then also click through the various topics down here. Again, don't you mind thinking too much about this, just so you know the heat maps are on top of here, but you can also hit Control and H on the computer and you bring up the menu, or if you're on controller, let me just see, there you have that again, it's X plus the pin buttons up. So that is how you open these things. On the bottom of the screen is a lot going on. Before we go into the central elements, we have actually a couple of other indicators. Bottom left is basically the name of your park. Then you got your, money indicator. I have unlimited for the sake of the tutorial, but so you know, everything else is actually established. Then we've got an indicator of how many guests we have, how high the prestige is. I'm wondering why that is 0.2, maybe because of all the trees in here, I don't know. In the central bottom part, we've got the weather indicator, the day indicator, because as you know, Planet Coaster 2 is a full day based system. We'll get to that in a minute. And we have the time of day, which is actually 8:29 right now. So it's very early on in the morning before we start doing stuff. Then we also do have the indicator for redo and undo, two of the most important buttons in the entirety of the game. We'll come to those when we do some building tutorials and stuff. For now, this is not really important, just so you know what they do. You can delete a tree, for example, and if you're not happy with this, you can always undo this, which seems very straightforward, but as not many games have it, you will start to learn how to love this tool so much, because in other games, when you click things and misclick things and you place items, just like in The Sims, for example, and then you need to delete them, this is super annoying, which is why there are mods for bringing things like that in. So as we've done this, the next button is basically pause the time. You can do this by pressing P, you get that little indication button pop up, or press again and the game runs. Now next to that one, you've got a speed indicator. You can change the speed with O, or on console that is, wait, hold on, wait, can I just open the console? I'm not allowed to move my mouse, but it changes the indication a little bit. So it's X plus the button to the right hand side, or the pointing button to the right hand side. Not going to do this always, but you will have an idea to that. So speeding up helps a lot, obviously, in challenge mode, or if you want to have a coaster in a certain position, that is that. Then we have the camera modes. We already talked about those earlier with the button T, but you can obviously access this down here as well. There's also a first person camera mode. If I want to try this, you can see this red icon popping up. This is because we are at the moment not having any type of pathway. So I'm going to go all the way down here, and we're going to click on that again. You can see now I should be able, okay, I can't put this outside of the park. Okay, just for the sake of the showcase, I'm just going to build one simple slice of path over here. We'll get to the path tutorial, and now I can throw you down. You can see the camera indicator becomes white, and we jump in down, and we are in a first-person view where we can actually use our, WASD buttons to basically move around and use the mouse. You can even zoom in to get a cool kind of crop effect with your mouse wheel. Same goes on console. Apparently, you can also move around on console like that. Very straightforward. Now, as you can tell, this is obviously something I didn't want to do. So let's get rid of the wonderful path. And you've seen now I have used the hotkeys for the redo undo. But we are not done yet with the bottom part of the menu, because there is also the set lighting option where we can fix the sun to a specific time. Even though it's 8:41 in the day, let's say you don't like this lighting, or you want to test your lighting at nighttime and you don't want to change the day, now you can go in here and change the time of day for the sun. As you can see to the bottom of your screen down here, the time does not change. You can click through here and change the position of the sun however you like, but it doesn't affect the actual gameplay mechanism, which is something you can only do in challenge mode or in sandbox mode. In the scenario, obviously, you cannot access this as far as I know, or maybe they've changed this to give you better access of this. However, this is a functionality I use most of the times because I like to play at midday, mostly because the shadows do not annoy me while building. Now, then there is a weather and seasons button, and this is about the biggest change to my first tutorial, or one of the biggest. There is a lot of changes to the first big tutorial, but this one is major. So as you can see, I said earlier, the game is full day based, and here you can have a report about the full day we are expecting. So up until 10 AM, it's fully sunny, super nice. Then the temperature drops a little bit, it's gonna get super cloudy. Then we have sun again, blah, 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 blah. And this is basically a mixed day, which is rather realistic, but it also tells us that tomorrow will be cloudy, and the day after tomorrow is going to be a spring thunderstorm approaching to us. Now, if you want to see how weather works, that was in the past not possible. You needed to wait for that, which is why many people did not do any kind of showcases of weather early on, because it took in-game about 2 or 3 real-time hours until you were actually at the weather, which is sick because that day actually lasts for a while. Now, you can do the override weather now in challenge mode and in... I don't even know if that's in challenge mode, but at least in sandbox mode, you can override the weather. And as you can see over here, boom, there we are, right into thunderstorm mode. As you can see, very overcast. This is basically how it looks. There's lightning going on. You know, this is our thunderstorm. Everything has changed dramatically. We can obviously change and cycle through all the weather. We got some snow. If we speed up the game, you'll see that the snow eventually will settle down, and we've got a winter wonderland at hand. We can also change then back to any kind of other weather you might be having in here. Windy, for example, is something that is, well, just a visual thing with the trees, but it will also make the snow disappear, which is a bit of a sad thing. I thought that would be with only 4 degrees stay for longer, but it doesn't. We got some heavy rain, light rain, cloudy, clear, sunny, and sunny is basically the difference between clear and sunny is that sunny most often is used for hot summer days. If you're in a tropical biome, for example, this with that little red indicator will make your people have sunburns, and this is an indication for the management aspect of the game that you do know, okay, when you have very sunny weather, you must give people shelter or actually access to sunscreen. Again, this will be discussed about in the management part of this tutorial. However, this was mostly about it. Then we have got the settings screen over here, which you can also access with escape or the start button on your console, or the select button. And you can also change a whole bunch of things over here, which we're not going to go through all of those because, you know, I trust in you guys that you are able to access all these things. The only thing I want to tell you is we have the normal settings, which is the global game settings, which helps to, you know, change a couple of things for your controls, for your visual preferences, for your preferences in terms of how good your PC is, and so on and so forth. But there's also a sandbox setting menu, which allows you to change all the settings for your sandbox parks, which is we are in. But as you can tell over here, just as to prove my point, everything is activated besides the research tree and the player cache. The research tree is deactivated because I don't want to bother researching all the time in terms of showcasing something for you in the tutorial. So that's that. Now, there's one last thing I want to quickly show you. There is also the Frontier Workshop in here that you can access, but we don't need it as of now, just so you know it is here. This is where you can access community player builds and community creations that you can drop into your park. But we'll talk about that in a other part of this tutorial. Now, everything is done besides the main things in here. And we're going to go through these rather quickly because they are straightforward. The first one, we're going to start from the right-hand side, a bit uncommon, but let me tell you, it is the most easy way to do so. So we've got the multi-select that you can also access with the I key on your screen, or on your keyboard, and this one brings up this menu where you can select multiple things. So if I'm going to drag this, and this is by the way what you can do, you just can drag over it easily, hold down and drag, and you're going to select all these pieces. Now, as we do have all the filters here on the right hand side, this is pretty handy because it allows you to deselect certain things. So if I deselect all these filters and say apply, you can see our selection goes away. Now, if I, for example, hit path and pools and let's say scenery props, I'm going to say apply to filter, and we're going to select this, you'll see nothing is going to be selected because apparently we do not have either of these things in here. Now, if I do actually bring in nature again and apply the filter to selection, there you can see this is selected. If I deselect now Nature again and apply the selection, and do that again, you can see nothing is selected. So that is pretty much straightforward as it goes. You can always do this and just do it like that. So very handy, and in case you have already selected a certain thing and you want to select more, you can hold down Shift and it's going to give you access to additional stuff, but you can also hold down Control and you can get rid of certain things. So you're going to have a very precise kind of way of selecting things. That's pretty easy. Then we do have a demolish tool, which is working exactly the same way as the multi-select tool, only that it does, well, as you kind of guess, it deletes stuff, you know. It's a bulldozer tool, very simple. You can yet again use obviously the redo undo button if certain things don't fit your style, and I just switched the song because that was pretty annoying. All right, let's continue with the next one, which is the terraforming. This brings up all the different tools to change this kind of shape of your area, and you can always change things. You can make a little mountain and stuff like that. We're going to talk about that very soon. We are going to make a dedicated landscaping tutorial very, very soon. I think it's actually the second part of it even. So yeah, this is definitely something very important. You can also paint stuff and you can blah, blah, blah. You can also lie down the lake. Again, it's the basic. We don't start with this. We have a scenery brush, which does exactly what you can expect. It does allow you to paint scenery. A very much underrated and underused feature if you ask me, but we'll get to that when it's due. And we do have the path feature, which is potentially the biggest improvement in Planet Coaster over Planet Zoo and Planet Coaster 1. A beautiful tool. Well, if we continue going, there is the scenery menu, and all the menus will be completely set up the same way now, so I only need to explain that once, and then we can quickly go to the end of the first part here, because that is already everything you need to know. So how is this thing built up? On the left hand side, you'll always have your little pockets of what is available in that menu. Scenery is obviously available for scenery items, and you can then filter down in certain sub menus, if you will, where you can then go and have certain items. As you can see over here in the landscaping or in the nature part, you can kind of filter down all the way to the rocks, or if you go to the props, you can filter down to art shapes, and you can even then go down to edgy ones if you want to. And the same goes for lanterns. You can go for standing lanterns or hanging lanterns or wall lanterns. Lets you filter down the category you want to go in. You can always easily close that down. Like on the right hand side, you always have a search bar where you can search for everything. And if I say barrel, for example, and you go to everything, it's going to bring up everything that has barrel in its name or is describing the piece of a barrel, which is going to help you tremendously in finding things. By the way, you can also use this with Control A to multi-select every letter you typed and then delete it. I do say this because it's the first Frontier game in which it actually works. In all the other games, you then needed to use backspace to basically delete all them at once. This time around, you don't need to. You can just select everything and delete it again, which is not true for console. I'm sorry for that, but if you play with keyboard on console, that is obviously working. You can then filter down by type as well. This is mostly helpful for challenge mode or for scenario mode. You can also go for price high and low, helping you, and also type and theme, which is helping you as well to guide certain things in a way how they sort these things. You can also go by name, which if you like to think of it as a alphabetical order, this is what it normally is like, but you can also go for type. So that's that. And then you have access to the blueprint. If you click on blueprint, the menu will switch over to the blueprint mode, which allows you to drop down blueprints if you need them. And if you're missing, you can access the Frontier Workshop right away. This is how the menu works. And then you have certain menus. This one is for scenery. This is a staff menu where you can just basically get a staff member and drop them down. Then you do have facilities where you can create custom facilities as well, which we'll get to when it's managed facility time. You've got pools, which basically have another button, which is create a custom pool. This is going to bring up a menu which is fairly similar to the path menu, which allows you to build pools. Again, we do this separately. This is a mega tutorial, so there's no need to hesitate or to actually to stress now, because we will do this actually dedicated. Now, after that, there is Flumes. Basically works the same as pools, and then you can create a custom one if you will. You select the flume and you build this. You've got track rides, which is working the exact same way. Either you go to a blueprint mode, giving you access to a full build, or create a custom. Then you get all the rides which you can place down. Hovering over a piece will give you all the information about the piece. If you need to hit a certain you know, value or feature, you can click on these things and have a look if that will help you reach your goals. And then you've got Flatrides and you've got coasters. All these menus, again, do exactly the same, and they're pretty much straightforward. You can also change the size of your menu by dragging up and down these things. And well, that is most likely everything you need to know. There's also a filter setting over here, which I'm not going to go deep into now, because you will eventually learn about all the filters during the entirety of the tutorial. And as I've promised in the introduction of the mega tutorial, this is going to be a tutorial which is taking you by the hand and guiding you through the entirety of it without trying to stress through certain things. And we are going to do this building upon what we've learned previously. That said, you've now learned where everything is. Not more than that, but it's very important. So you understand all the menu. And I know some people will be saying, hey, you're 20 minutes talking about the basics of the game. But trust me, there are so many people who already love this, so I just included that. But you're right, this is about enough for now. So we are going to head over to the next part of the tutorial, or in case you guys watch this as an individual video, you got to click on the next video, I guess. So let's move on. And thank you for the first part. Alright, the basics are done. This part is just for the mega tutorial. It's not going to be an individual one, but I like to include this in the mega tutorial because this is a step I highly recommend doing. Every single one of you should be doing this. This step, as you've seen obviously, is called planning. Way too little people do this, including me in the past. I've really avoided that step way too often, which is not a good idea. So I'm going to pause the game real quick. What I do is I plan out what I want to do. You have a big advantage because you've seen already the tutorial of the mega tutorial, the thumbnail of the mega tutorial, so you know what we are doing. I have a certain idea in mind, which is something I'm going to share with you right now. And I had the idea to make a flying diorama as the central element. But we have a challenge, and the challenge is that in this game, unfortunately, we do not have the stamps, the terrain stamps that we have in Planet Zoo, for example. So what I'm doing instead, and we will do a dedicated build around here with the terrain tools in a bit, because as I said, it's not going to be a dedicated planning area. But I'm just going to get rid of certain things here in the middle, just going to delete all of this stuff, and then I have some space. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to lay out where this should go, and what I like to do is I like to use the paint tool. And you can either go with the big one, but what I always like to do is to have a certain idea, at least, how big certain things are going. I start with like about a, you know, somewhat of a nice little pathway. This is a good pathway. So just for me, as an indication where the park goes, and so I know how much of a size this will be covering. So let's say we're going to bring this here in the center. So I'm just going to paint this here. This could be my main kind of road. Then it just goes over here into where we could put like a pool area of some sort. I'm going to paint this on the ground because I want to do the terraforming obviously in the next step. So we are just going to do this, and maybe we're going to have like a lake in the middle on which we are going to build then a coaster of some sort, or we are going to have like a pool included in that. I don't know yet, but you know, it could be going like this. And then we have some certain side arms that just allow us to plop some Flatrides in, or maybe a restaurant of some sort, or you know, it's just like there is a way of doing this. So I guess this is about what I like to have, you know, and then we could fit certain things in. And just as an indication, I guess the idea with a little lake and the coaster in the middle is kind of nice. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to paint in, this is a somewhat nice kind of area for a pool, you know, just gonna put a P in here so that well, it's a wonderful P, whatever. This is it's a wonderful P. Just don't rip that out of context, don't you mind, okay? So this is one is going to be pools, and then I just have some slides actually attached to this. So I'm just going to name that S for slides, you know, that I don't know that they go in here, and I may just actually paint a little bit of it so I don't forget what I meant by that. And obviously you guys can always do it exactly the way you want it to. That is apparently very important. You don't need to follow what other people do always the same way, you know. Then I'm just going to paint in where the entrance is going to sit. Again, this will most likely be our building tutorial. Not more than that. The rest will be nature apparently, because, you know, building takes very long and I don't want to make this already going to be insanely long tutorial, even much longer than this. Speaking of, we're going to have a certain restaurant area just kind of over here, and a souvenir shop as well. All these kind of stuff added. Oh my god, I forgot that we've got so much more stuff in this tutorial upcoming, but hey, so this is gonna be a reasonable area for this. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to have a just kind of restaurant over here. Let me just go all the way down and see that I can change the size to somewhat 3 meter. Just gonna paint in R for restaurant, and I'm going to use, oh my god, that's thin, but it doesn't matter. And we're gonna have a souvenir shop here as well. We can use a couple of tricks to make this actually become a real building, I assume. And so we have that, you know, this is what goes in here. And we do also obviously need a couple of things like energy and so on. So I'm wondering where to put all these things. Maybe I could put these on the central island over here with an access road. I think that's actually not a bad idea. You know what? Actually, let's try to do that, because this will be fun to bring over the pathway, but then also to just have them out of reach for the guest, and we can obviously just make use of the staff road. And that will be looking kind of fire with the coaster as well. That's a good idea. It just apparently was an idea just turning into my head right now, but this is going to be, and it should also be in the reach of the pools, so that should also be good. So let's zoom down here and say facilities, like an F for facilities. So well, that's pretty nice. So this is that, and then we obviously need to do some Flatrides up here, so we could turn this area into Flatrides and track rides. We can't really see the difference over here, so let's do this and also make that a bit bigger, make things easier. So that is gonna be the FT, oh my god, like FR should be the one. Oh my god, it doesn't matter. I somehow know what that means. And then we can also have like a tracked ride that goes in here. So that is going to be the tracked ride, some thought, and this is gonna be nature in a way, you know. Nature is going to be it. So then we have planned our little tutorial park out, and again, as I said, this was about 6 minutes of planning right now, but I always feel like this is super important. Things may change over time. It's not granted that you are going to do exactly this, but I always find this super important because it just helps you to follow a certain road. But it definitely helps to get the idea of where certain things need to sit and blah blah blah. So that is always a good idea. But yeah, as I said, I kept it relatively short, so let's move on to the next proper part of this wonderful build, which is gonna be the terraforming. And I know the planning was kind of weird now because I need to terraform and then the planning is gone, but I'm just gonna take a screenshot of that and then we are good to go. So see you in the next bit over here. And that next part is the terraforming or landscaping, however you want to call that. So, for those of you who tuned in as an individual video, you see some weird stuff on screen as a quick explanation, and for everyone else, it's just a couple seconds ago. But this is me pre-planning a little bit what I want to do. In case you need to do certain things like that, this is how I do this. I use the Terra Paint, which is something we're going to talk about in a second, to lay out where I want to have certain things go. These are kind of cryptic things, so if you're interested, just watch the first couple minutes of my mega tutorial instead of this individual video. You will be knowing what exactly I meant. But we are, opposed to what you're seeing on screen, we are changing this. We are basically changing this because what I want to do, what I had in mind for this tutorial is a floating island in the middle of this area. What I actually will do, I will have the floating island sit a little bit further to the back. I think this will look nice. But what we got to do is we first of all need to get into the air. So we are going to use the pull tool, which is very helpful for that. And I'm going to have the hardness and intensity and also size maxed out. So that is the easiest way to do this for the size of the project I want to go for. And then you just keep clicking or holding down the left mouse button. This will be putting down kind of soil, if you will. Yeah, okay, basically voxel editing the soil. And I think this is a good height. Don't you mind what this is looking like? We're going to get rid of this in a second. And now the next tool we are going to use quite a lot. Everything set to the max, but now you have the option to make it even bigger to 60 meter is the flatten to foundation. This is the very moment where I'm going to explain all the tools to you before we move on. Now, as you have already seen, very naturally, we use the pull tool, which does surprisingly exactly what you can expect. It did pull the terrain. Well, next to it, there is the push tool, and even more so surprising, it does what it says. It pulls things down. Now, the fun bit is, and you can also use redo undo on terrain, by the way, over here, just you've seen on screen. You can also hold down control, and then the tool will do the opposite of what it's saying. So as you've seen, we are now in the push menu, which is actually going to push certain things down. But if I hold control, it's actually pulling things up, as you can see over here. And the same goes for the pull tool. If you hold down control, you're gonna push things down. This is very helpful because then you always need to just select every single one of these. Now, something I haven't said in the basics, because we are going to get to some controls, you also have a contextual or radial menu, which originally comes from the console, which you can access basically on console. I'm just going to activate my controller real quick again. So we have all the indicators on the screen as well for the console controller. Is actually a radial menu, which you can bring up by holding down the Y key, or on PlayStation that must be the triangle, and then you've got all the tools available to you right in the fingertip, and you can change those tools quickly between each other, which is very helpful. On computer, it's holding down the Alt key, bringing up the very same menu. However, you want to know what you do with these things, and I said we are going to use the Flatten to Foundation tool. This tool allows you to flatten, well, as you can guess, to exactly the foundation. It's going to be always a perfectly grounded thing. As you can see, I'm going to pull this over, and it basically creates a plateau of some sort, which, by the way, is exactly what we are going to use. If I haven't said that earlier, but you see down here, you can change the settings of the brush you are just using. So you have intensity, you've got size, and you've got hardness. Let me just quickly show you what exactly these three are, but I'm going to show you to this with the setting of the terrain paint. The terrain paint is relatively quickly explained. You have in every single biome, you do have 13 different, actually it's 12 because that one is just the auto paint, 12 different types of terrain paint, which is great because that's double the amount we had in the first game. So we, for example, have mud over here. And now if we can go down, you see two circles. The inner circle is basically the intensity or the size, may I say, and the outer circle is the hardness. Now if I do lower down the hardness, you can see what happens with my brush. The inner circle becomes way, way, way smaller, and the outer one stays in its position. The outer one, as I said, is actually indicating the overall size of your brush. The inner one is the hardness, which means the focus of your pressing. Now, as you can see over here, it just starts to create to the outside. I'm just going to hold down. You can see it fills slowly in. Now, what happens if I reduce the intensity, and we have set that to this hardness? Let me just now push this with the dirt. You can see it takes a little longer. It's ever so slightly, but you can see this by pressing. It just originates even more so from the center. Now, if I change the hardness all the way up to 100%, you'll see that I do actually paint this everywhere. So I'm going to do the hardness all the way down to 10% only. And we actually increase the intensity again on this one. You can see the effect even so much stronger. Normally, the whole thing should be covered. But as we are intensity-wise high, but the hardness isn't, you can see it originates more from the center. This is a very helpful tool if you want to, for example, blend in certain things. You can do a very low hardness of 3% and also just go down with the intensity, and then we just do a little bit of a smaller brush over here. This is going to help you a lot tremendously by blending in things together. So if you want to use, for example, a bit of gravel, and you want to blend the gravel in with the compact dirt here on the other side, you can do this very nicely by just using the hardness feature. And then just to make the effect even more obvious, we're going to use soil and blend this back in as well. And now you can see this middle ground over here has a very nice overlap of all the textures. Just going to use some more textures to show you the effect even so much better. And this helps you, by the way, to create way better terrain. You can see now how much more individual you can get. You can actually almost like create certain terrain stamps, if you will, or terrain alterations with having some gravel in here with some greenery in between, which usually you couldn't do. But because of the hardness feature, which is brand new to the game, by the way, it's not been in any Planet game, this is a way better option to use that tool. Okay, but we stopped with the different terrain kind of tools because I wanted to first of all explain that to you. Now you see all these things on top. That's also kind of looking cool. It almost looks like a ball, like a sphere. But the whole thing looks kind of whatever. We're going to get rid of this view in a bit. But we're going to also change that song. Why is it still existing in this playlist? Never mind. So we are going to use the next tool, which is flatten to surface. You might wait, we have done flatten to surface. No, we have done flatten to foundation, which is different. Foundation is always perfectly horizontal, perfectly flat. However, flatten to surface will allow you, and now if I go here to the side, you can see how the indicator starts to tilt. And this is exactly what it does. Clicking down is going to kind of create a foundation to the side, or actually, as it says, a surface on exactly the angle of attack. So if I hold it down over here, you can see it creates this type of thing. Yeah, I don't make things better over here, so let's let's get rid of these things. It's a very factual kind of thing to showcase this. There's another tool, which is the chisel tool, and now this is a bit more, if you are familiar with sculpting, clay sculpting, for example, you will know exactly how a chisel works. And, kind of this is the same way here in the game. You can basically use it as a tool to chop down edges, or kind of create these kind of, chiseled edges. Basically that's what it is with this tool. Be very careful with it. Make sure that you use it in a very nice way, because you can very much do some cool stuff with it, but sometimes it's a little bit finicky of a tool. But it does what it does, and I like to use this a lot for making natural kind of things, which I will showcase in a bit. But we are going to, just prepare the whole build for you guys in a bit. There are two more tools that are very important. The smooth tool is something I highly recommend using quite a lot once you're done with your main theme. It does, again, what it does. It smoothes things out. The harder and bigger you go, the more it averages out everything. Maybe this is the better word even. It's almost like more of an average tool, which explains it way better if we use the opposite tool of it. It's a roughen tool. Now, if you use the roughen tool over here, it just creates rough terrain for you. This is a randomized kind of brush to create a rough environment for you. If you're too lazy to do it yourself, or you don't mind doing this with a tool like that, it's gonna help you to create more interesting looking terrain at a fingertip. A very good tool. I highly recommend using this more often than you think you should, because it always gives your parks more interesting things to look at. But if you don't like this too much, if it's too harsh for you, you can smooth it out a lot, as you can see over here. Using that tool will make it more smooth. If we go down, you can see the effect happening even so much more. And there's also an expert tip over here I'm going to showcase with our build in a second. Now, if you want to get rid of all of that and you don't like this, and for example, the redo undo takes too long, because this is a very important tip over here. The redo undo is very problematic when it comes to terrain paint, because it's not like that. Let's say I'm going to paint this up over here, and now I stop clicking, that this entirety was one action. No, if I do undo once, you can see it just goes in steps. So you don't really know what exactly is one step. And the game has a limit of about 60 steps of redo undo. So meaning terraforming most likely is using those 60 steps very quickly, so you can't even undo everything you've done. This is where the flatten to foundation tool in its maxed out settings comes into play, and then you use the auto paint, because that will always give you back the original kind of shape, and you can see you very easily make this happen very quickly. Now there is a scenery lock over here. This scenery lock is not important right now because you don't have any scenery, but I'm going to show you real quick by putting down a blueprint. Oops, let's just put that down to the ground. There we have that, and oops, wrong button. There we have this one, and let's say you want to raise terrain around this thing. kind of encave this or anything, but you don't want to have this happening. It's going to be sunken now into the terrain and no one can see it. Let's say you want to make sure that this thing stays visible. You can hit the scenery lock, and in case of the scenery lock, you will see, well, actually, it should now. Oh, wait. I'm not sure if that's a bug, to be honest, because normally this should now... Hold on, if it doesn't. No, it doesn't. So normally it should avoid this thing right now. I'm wondering why it doesn't, but normally it should now spare out this part. I'm very confused to why it doesn't do this. This may actually be a little bug I just discovered, because normally it should do this. Well, it doesn't. In theory, this is exactly what this tools. When modifying terrain, lock terrain around scenery items from being affected. As you can see. Well, apparently that doesn't work, or the game doesn't see the building as a scenery item. That's sad, but maybe it works for you. Maybe that's just a bug for me. Well, I'm sorry if that bothered you, but at least we found it out. Now, we have discussed all the different variants of the terrain tool. We also have the painting, and we also have the water tool, the water, okay? For the British people, that's the water tool. We are going to get to this one in a bit, but there's another expert tip that maybe not everyone is going to tell you. If you want to quickly edit a huge amount of terrain, there is a certain delay if you do this. So let's say I'm gonna build this plateau, and you can see my mouse could be quicker, and I'm always going to drag over here, and then it just gets annoying, and I have to be very precise and slow, and that just takes a while. You can speed this process up dramatically if you go to settings, and then you go to your visual settings over here. You've got quite a lot of different visual settings, and you do disable the VSync and apply the changes, and now you will be seeing, double clicking by the way on terrain will bring you to the terrain menu right away. But now you can see this is way faster, you don't need to wait that long, and even more, it still does have a little bit of a delay, but even more apparent it becomes if I want to get rid of this thing over here. Just like whoop, there you can see this. Look at how quickly I was able to get rid of that. I guess this is because the terrain has a lot of smoothing going on and the virtual synchronization if that happens, and so if you disable that, the game has less of a friction to create the frames that are necessary to just showcase the change in terrain. That is my very uneducated guess here, but the thing is, it works. You know, whenever I do bigger terrain projects, I always deactivate VSync because it, for me personally, always creates this little lag that I really dislike. It's just not something I highly recommend having anyway. So yeah, so this is what we're doing over here. We're building this little thing. I think it's almost like big enough, but we can just keep on doing this and having this floaty island here in a bit. You know, it doesn't also need to be perfectly round. It should be a rough little floating island. You know, that's what we have in over here. And as promised, we're going to have a little looky into the lake. So I'm just going to sink this down in the middle, and then I'm going to form like a bit of a lake shape here in the middle, just like so. That should be it, maybe even a bit more. Here you can see how dramatically fast that is, by the way. And what you then want to do, and this is like building lakes, my friends, is so simple. You know, you double click again on landscaping, you go to the menu where the water is, and then it's that simple. You choose if you want to have clear water, rough water, or natural water. And we're gonna go for natural water. And then you go to a certain point of reference where you can see this indicator is always 1 meter step. There's always an indicator. So once we start down here, this is 1 meter of water height, 2 meters, 3 meters, and 4 meters isn't working, because if the indication is always red, that means somewhere around here the height is not separated. So that means maybe over here, yeah, there you can see. Over here, I don't have a point of attachment because that means this is too low. So what we do eventually is we are going to click this in here. So look at that. We have a lake. That is as simple as it goes. Super easy. It's really not hard to do at all, but what we want to do is we want to make it look a little nicer, don't we? So now, as you know the tools, I'm just going to build a little bit. So what I'm going to do, I use the push tool to push it a little bit down here in the center to kind of create a bit more of a natural looking deepness or step in the middle to make it more deep. We're gonna have to be a bit careful because apparently we do not have eternal, soil available to go down, but there is eventually something. And just to make the lake side a bit more nicer, there is a little trick I always like to use, is just put the water in, then you go to scenery items. We will do some more dedicated scenery stuff in a bit, don't you worry, but I always like to go to the art shapes, and I'm going to use the flat rectangle over here. And then it's very important that you bring that one up and scale it to the biggest as you can go. And then what I like to do is I'm going to try to find exactly the point. As you can see, this is the point where the water level actually sits. Just make sure that you have exactly this point. This indication is very important. And then what I'm always going to do is I'm just going to create basically a flat group of that, just creating a group is very simple. Multi-select pieces, you've learned how to multi-select, and now what I'm doing is I'm just going to create like a huge kind of area with these things. You could also use the billboard screens, by the way. They are bigger per default, so maybe they're easier, but you just easy peasy work you guys through here. And even though that it technically isn't part of the tutorial here, I like to still give you that idea, because this is your new best friend when it comes to making your lake line, your shoreline, or whatever nicer. So what you're going to do is, don't click on the items, click on the terrain, and then you get rid of the water. Now it's gone. As you can see, I could put it in again, and it's exactly the same level. However, now without the water in, I am able to edit the terrain again, which you cannot do. Once the water is in, the terrain edit is basically not working. So what you can do now is you can obviously change a bit of the side of the lake. So you can see over here you would have a little bit of an overhang, and maybe I want to have the same over here too to make it a bit more interesting looking. And then maybe to the front, we may want to have like a very, very subtle beach area. So what we're going to do is we're going to go just ever so slightly. Yeah, that's nice. It's still high enough to create that area, but now you can paint that in just as you wish. So that is kind of cool. You could create that little beach. I did say in my planning that the pool should go to this side. So maybe we're going to make the beach go all the way here and make that a little bigger. So that could be a nice little beach area for like a implied beach with pools. And then over here, this is going to be where our path maybe goes. So let's just raise that up again and make like a straight area to look at the area with the coaster. So that could be looking nice. And then just to make things more nice, we can smooth areas out over here to make the shape a bit nicer. And the same goes here in the back. If you want to make sure that the shape looks nice, you can do it that way. And now you can basically, again, push that away or whatever. And now this is how your lake will look. And then again, not double click on that, double click on the terrain and then search again for the corner. There you've got the lake sitting exactly how you wanted it. And now let's see where our pinkish thingy is. We're gonna get rid of it. We don't need this. And now, as I said earlier, we can use now the terrain paint. We're gonna use the compact dirt, as this looks almost like a beach, and I'm paint this as a beach over here. Very nice and subtle. And we could make this beach also look nicer now again, because one thing I forgot is that this beach obviously is now not looking too nice, because you can see there's not smoothed out. It should be a way more shallow way of going in. So what we always can do is basically, that's way too hard, and hardness as well. We can use the push tool, or what is way more easy is using the smooth tool. That is also helping you quite a bit, but then you want to go all the way up with the intensity, hardness. Don't use outer paint, use selected. We want to make a compact area. So this is what we're going to do. Smooth it all out. And then if you don't feel like this, you can always use the flatten to foundation again and go ever so much slighter below that one. Create the first layer, create the second layer, create another layer, if you will. That's nice. And now you can use the smooth tool even so much better. And then you get this kind of shallow incline, decline, whatever. And if you want to fancy doing even more nice stuff, you could use the, not chisel, but the flatten to surface. And then you make sure to just have a very, as you can see, a very subtle decline. And that is another way of doing a very subtle decline into this area. And again, use the smooth tool to round it all up, literally. And then once that's done, you could use our technique that we applied earlier to, merge in some more gravel-y things in here. Just get rid of the intensity a little, like that. That makes things maybe look a bit darker in the water. Could also go in with some soil to make it look darker without getting too much of the gravel texture away, and then up here you can make your beach again look nicer. But what's also kind of cool is if we get back the water in, that's the wrong water. That's the right water. You can edit the terrain also later on. This is something you don't need to wait for. So you can always go and change the terrain also below water. As you can see, that just works just like a charm. You don't need to just always get rid of the water again. So that's how it looks, you know, our little lake with a little beach area over here. And I guess that is more than enough to explain all the landscaping to you. As I said, there's a lot you can still do. There's maybe this area is a good little test over here. We want to get rid of this, you know, we want to get rid of this area. Now, as you can see, the problem is, obviously, I cannot get rid of it. But what I can do is I can just try to get rid of it by creating another plateau. And then I'm going to just try to get the plateau away with straighten things out down here. That just worked way better than I thought it was. And I'm also going to just paint the normal ground with grass again, so I do have a bit of that. So this is our floating island, and you could now go in and just, you know, use selected auto paint is better maybe for this case, and then we could just click a couple things in here. I also thought about making the middle a little bit deeper, because that might look better, you know, just like so. But I don't want to overdo this. You know, we have our floating island right now. This is exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to keep this here for reference for me personally, but I will change this eventually. This lake was meant to be bigger. It doesn't matter. We're going to have this. And maybe, as this is a nice little floating area, but maybe we are going to have like a little hill here in the back. I think this could look really cool to have like a little more hilly area here. Just makes the whole thing look a bit more interesting. And as we said, there is nature on this side anyways. We could also use a bit more hilly stuff over here to just make things not as simple as boring, you know. That is kind of cool. It's starting to look more and more like a diorama, which I'm a big fan of, as you know, or should know by now. So that is that, and I hope you enjoyed this so far, because the next step is going to lay down already the path, and we're getting there, you know. From now on, we get some traction as the first hour has already passed. But again, it's going to be a mega tutorial. You know how it goes, and this is super important to get you in. But I guess for the terraforming, that was it. The terraforming is very important in this game to make things look more interesting. And it's a very powerful tool, voxel based tool. It's super powerful. You can basically do whatever you want. So yeah, just explore yourself, use the tools. Just imagine doing clay work, and that's how you do that. Hopefully that was enjoyable. Let's move on with the next part very much now. Next up in our tutorial series is going to be pathing. And this is potentially the biggest change to the first Planet games, but also the biggest change to the first tutorial I did in 2024. Now, the reason for that is because Frontier has patched the pathing quite dramatically. I would argue that this is the best pathing tool in any game available by now, and I'm going to show you why. So let's begin with the basics. If you click on pathing, there is a quite overwhelming menu on the top right side, but don't let yourself be fooled by that. It is giving you a lot of good hints by now how to access this. So you do see on the left-hand side of the window, there you've got three little icons, and the three little icons indicate which type of path you're on, even if it's the guest path. We do have three different types: the guest path, the queue path, and the staff path. The queue path is obviously to connect to rides, the staff path is for staff only, and the guest path is basically for everyone. Now, what is kind of cool about this is that you can then also see which mode you are in. We've got different modes at hand. We'll get to that in a second. And you can see which type of texture you're just using right now. Texture will be in here. So if I change this one, you can see this indicator changes, which is very helpful so you understand in which area you are in. Now, basically, laying down path can be done in various different ways. But before we start, there is a very important change they have done. We have different styles, but the one thing I want to point out the first is the terrain style, because that one is changing dramatically how you access the ground or even not. Now, this one is set to automatic, which is the default mode, and it lets you build a path like this. Or if you go somewhat higher over here, you can see it also, I'm just going to show you real quick, it aligns a little bit to the incline. As you can see, it conforms to that. So if you do choose this one, it's very simple, but there's also obviously a different mode that is called the suspended mode. This one is always going to make the path be suspended. Even though you go to the ground, it's gonna delete a bit of terrain down below. So that is also helpful if you want to build something, let's say over here. This time around, it doesn't let me. If you want to build like somewhat over, I gotta do it this way. Let's see if I can go higher. Need to just raise that a little so that I can see that if you want to go over the water, for example, that is the way to go. Now, there's also the mode ground, which, as you can guess, is always on the ground, no matter what you do. And you can raise that a little, it's going to flatten the ground, which, by the way, is helpful for terrain sculpting as well if you want to, because if we were to delete now the path on top of it, you can see the terrain is basically staying. So if you want to have a nice incline with the terrain only, you can use the path tool and the ground feature to basically just shape the terrain. But that is also very helpful if, for example, you want to make a nicer incline over here. You can then just use the terrain. And by the way, the line style, you can change it by pressing the F key also. Oh, wait, hold on. Is it the... is it C or F? Wait, hold on. It should be F, right? No, why is it not changing it anymore? I thought it was F. Okay, it is actually F, but if we go to curve, you can build a curve like that, as you can see. And now, as we are on ground mode, it's gonna create this lovely incline here to the top of the mountain, which obviously is a lot nicer than if you were to just chop it up the hill over here. So that is what ground does. If we go further, there is conforming, and conforming is basically allowing you, most of the times, let me just see that we can do this. There we have it. It conforms basically to the available terrain. As you can see over here, it just completely follows the terrain, which makes your pathways a lot more natural, which is pretty damn cool as well. But that's not even all. We do also have a connection type over here, which is the square connection type. I'm going to show you real quick what that means. So if we have a path like that and we want to connect to this one, there is basically the square connection. However, if you go to angle, you can see this connects in an angle. Now, just to show you the difference, now I'm going to do square. As you can see, it just makes that lip go over here. You can even better see that if I enlarge that one. Here you can see the clear difference. Now, this one attaches in an angle and makes that kind of perfect segue into the corner. And that one is always creating like a 90-degree attachment point to both sides, basically. It's really hard to tell. Over here, it kind of did the same, but it's too narrow. Over here, you can see this one is much cleaner. That's definitely what this feature does. And last but not least, the corner style, pointed or curved, basically, or round. It does mean, as you can see over here, that little curve over here is now round. And if we go to pointed, you can see that is edgy, which is one of the big change they did to make our queue path, which was a very problematic thing in the past. But now you can make fully perfectly aligned queues that have rectangular edges, and if you do put them back into round, this is what we are used to having before. And then there was this really hard kind of editing technique required, which is not really required anymore. In general, I must say, ever since all these updates, the editing is much less required. I'll still going to show you how that goes, but that is for the basics what you can do. But there are various ways to actually lay down path, and it's just to show you how I do this and what is going to happen. I'm going to put all of these things, actually we're going to do this to round, we're going to keep this to angle, and we're going to align straight over here. We're going to start with the line mode, and we make the width actually at 11 meters. I want to have like that huge kind of, main central road over here. See, that's the, we're going to do inclines and stuff as well, so don't you worry, but I'm going to explain now things step by step so you understand. So this is the easiest way to build your path. This is basically just the way to do and use the line mode, which is exactly doing as you can see, and you can do it roundish as you can see here, or you do it in an angle. It's just very simple how you do that, very much straightforward, very easy to connect and so on. But there are various ways of doing it. You can also use use a stamp builder. The stamp builder is pretty cool. We also get a circle, and you can enlarge the stamp itself, and we could now make a roundish stamp to this. This could be a little bit our plaza from which we are going here. That's pretty nice indeed. And last but not least, we do have a draw tool. The draw tool is also pretty cool, because with this one, you can draw into certain areas. And as I said earlier, I wanted to use this one over here to be a bit of a viewing gallery. And you know what? We can actually just use this and draw around here. Hopefully this game is gonna let me. I doubt it will, because it might actually be... Oh, no, it does. Look at that. It actually does do this. Oh, we had the wrong... I'm sorry. We had to go to the conforming. That's what I was going to do. So there is this, and we're going to just ever so slightly try to create like a nice little area here, make that roundish, go all the way down here and keep that straight. And now we can't do this because it is too steep over here in certain edges. So if you go to conforming, sometimes it's a bit finicky to find the perfect balance between all these things. I'm just going to try that again. Okay, so that doesn't do me. I'm just going to show you a bit lower over here. That should do the trick. So there you go. It still does intersecting terrain. Okay, so it seems like I have done too much. Okay, you can see even the indicators over here telling me that it doesn't work. So actually what I should do then is automatic again, and we can then draw still into... Here you can see it will actually change the terrain, but I'm fine with this for the moment being. Just going to show you how that works. So here we go, and now it should let me... It still does say intersecting terrain. When... Oh, this is where... Oh, okay. Oh, sorry. That is my mistake. I should not go into that little corner over here. So, I mean, I started with the most complicated area anyways, but you'll see that this is super straightforward once you do not go into these areas. There you have it. Now it's conforming nicely, and you have this little area over here. But what is if you wanted to do a little bit of a higher one over here? I'm going to show you real quick. So, this is not working, but I would love to have this entire plateau over here up there. Well, this is simple. You can use the multi-select tool, and you can click these things, as you can see over here. You can select the individual pieces you had. And I want to grab exactly those two, and I want to bring them up. So what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to press X on my keyboard, which is going to bring up the advanced move tool. And then you can actually move your path just like scenery items, which we're going to talk about in the building. But this is the advanced move tool, and now we can place it basically anywhere, as you can see over here. Now I place this a little bit on top, which is kind of cool. And now the only thing we need to do is we need to basically connect this to the path down here, which we are going to use the line builder for. And then we can just ever so much go up here and connect this. So there you can see the indicator working. Boom, we've got a staircase. And now if we want to have the staircase go all the way to the edges, we can also do this by double tapping on here. And there is a edit tool, which we haven't talked about yet, but the edit tool basically lets you edit your path afterwards. So let's say, for example, this little edge, we want to drag that out. We can do this. Look like that. We can just easily do this, and then also drag another piece over here and drag another piece over here. This is basically node editing, if you will. You drag all these nodes and then you drag them into the positions you want to. But you can also choose entire pieces like that, and then we can just move it all the way out. There you can see, by the way, there it just already kind of gives you the idea with that little overlay where it's gonna snap. And this is where I exactly want it. Boom. There we have the staircase completely flat, and then we do the same over here and see, yeah, there it lets us do it. Boom, and we have done it. What's kind of cool is you can also then check if this is one entire piece or not. So you can see these are two individual pieces. So what you could do now is, and you unfortunately you cannot go with the edit in the middle, which is not going to work, but you could, and this is also pretty nice, you could try to make like an opening in the middle to style that later on. Therefore, you could either delete the whole path, or we have a stamp delete tool by now, and we make the stamp smaller, and we're going to drag this all the way in the middle here, just like. Also, pressing X will always give you this tool. And then if you place this exactly over where you want to create a hole in the path, just click. Well, actually, why does it not let me delete this? Okay, let me just go up again. And this is very interesting. Okay, so it seems like it doesn't want to let me do this because of the terrain. I haven't seen that before. Okay, well, I'm going to show you the deleting somewhere else over here. So if you go to the stamp delete tool, and you can basically chop things up like this, like almost like someone biting into it. I'm really confused that this is because of the terrain. Okay, well, never mind then. We could still use the normal delete tool like so, and then you would create another connection. I want to quickly show this to you. We're going to decrease the width, and then we're just going to do this again. until it works. There we have it. Now you've got the opening in the middle, and you can then choose the size by using the edit tool again and move this further. There you have it, and now this is nice. So, but what about if you want to make this a bit more round? If you want to make these connections a bit more subtle, you know, that this goes a bit nicer over here. Or if we want to create some bridges, which we're going to do in a bit, because I want to have a small little bridge, which I'm going to show you. But this is the basics, and now what we can do is we can round things up, because there's one more tool I haven't shown you, and this is the rounding tool. The rounding tool does what it says. It just basically rounds corners, as you can see. Now, what you need to do is you need to consider this as an averaging tool, not a round tool. So what happens is I'm going to show you exactly at this corner over here. Now, if we were to edit this, you can see this is a node, this is a node, and this is a node. These little points indicate 3 different nodes. If I were to smooth out this edge, what it does, the game basically then does average, and let me just also decrease it a little bit. There you go. It averages the path between these 3 nodes, because if we were to click on edit, you will see that the old node still remains in its original position. This is still the same kind of position, but it just creates this almost like Bezier curve in between. So if I were to edit this one out, you can see I'm basically also driving the curve with it, because I still kind of keep the control of my basic node I have over here. The same goes for the edge node over here. If I drag that one out, I can again make this whole curve a little bit longer. So it doesn't create no new nodes, which is important to understand, because when you were to kind of smooth out this part over here now, like these ones, it's not going to smooth from that edge, which would be the better choice from here to here. It would smooth actually this entire thing, and this is why it sometimes then looks a little bit finicky, because it wants to smooth to this point and then that one smooths around here. This is what creates sometimes a little bit of an ick, but that is very much detailed. There you can see this. Now it creates a bit of a problem over here, because it just doesn't know exactly where to average that out. You've got this one, but then this far in the back over here. You can kind of solve the issue by trying to just iron out these things with, yeah, there you have it. I just connected 2 nodes together, and then things start to look a bit better again. But don't you just use that too often, because you can literally use the draw tool and build. When you press F, you can choose to go for roundish mode, and then you can also build round path just like so. It's much easier to create it this way. You don't need to smooth things out later on. But this is just the basic idea of laying down path, and there are a couple of things I want to do, so I'm building a bit quicker now so you guys understand exactly what I'm doing. So what I first of all want to do is I'm just going to get rid of the water. Let's see if I can place it back in. Yes, I can. So what I will do is I will create a tiny bit of a ditch here. That is going to be, let's bring this a little bit bigger, and we're going to have this go here. So this is going to be it, and this is going to be where some nature will be thriving later on, hopefully. So just going to do it this way, nice and tidy, and then just going to tidy that up over here again. So that's that, and this is because I want to just showcase a couple of bridge kind of designs we can do over here. So let's plop in back the water. There we have it, but we're going to use this type of water. There you go. That's a nice little area. And now let's quickly lay down the path so you guys have a bit of a better idea how to do that. So usually what I do is I use the line builder in whatever, you know, width you want to do. Oh, you can also fix the length if that helps you. So you can see over here, if you want to go in just specific, just kind of turns, you can limit that, you know. I certainly don't like this. I always keep that at 3, but you know, then you can also build longer ones in a way more easy way. So let's actually do this, and we're going to begin our little area from over here. I'm just going to curl that around certain areas, get that also as close as I can to the water. There you have that, and then bring it all the way back here. So there you have the first path, and then we're going to do the same. What's going on over here? There you have it. And then we have our beach, which we wanted to leave for the pools. So I'm just going to bring this all the way around here. And let's see if we can also go up that little hill. Yes, we can. As we were in automatic mode, that should also work. Okay, well, can I? Okay, this is too tight then to the area. I'm just going to go all the way around. and then just bring it all over here. This is where I want to have that little bridge go. Okay, so this is fine. That's what we did, you know, and we also kind of have this idea from down here. So I'm also going to just have a bit of a different path going over here and then just circle around in the back. And then, you know, as we have the angle kind of connection type, this is going to create a nice little connection, and the same goes for over here. I'm just going to try my best to, let's say like this. That's nice. And then I'm going to just have this curl around here. This time around, I want to make this a bit nicer like so. And then to smooth out this edge, it's very simple. You can see a couple of edges don't really look nice. I'm going to use the draw tool. And I'm going to use this as just making sure that I have a nice little transition into this thing. Just going to make it this way. And then you can just easily connect it like this. And that's looking a lot more cleaner. And then obviously I want to connect this edge nicer. So I'm going to do exactly this and curl that around in a way that I like. And then just like so, it all looks good. And then you can still use the roundish tool to make these things look even better around the corners. But we will eventually have a look at how to make these things look nice and tidy. Okay, but as we are already over here, this is where I want to bring in the bridge. Now, you can see if I click on these pieces, we have a selection like so. We can now use this piece and move it around basically, and also in the air like this. But what if we want to have a smaller thing or a bigger one? We can obviously shape this in all kind of areas, but I want to start off clean. I want to start with a clean stamp. I'm going to use the smallest stamp available, which is this one, and I'm going to bring this first of all into the connection. I'm going to bring this up over here, and we're going to go for the suspended in this time over here. This is rather important, you'll see in a second. And I'm going to build this once, and now what I'm going to do is I am actually going to slide that over to almost like the half, I guess. Oh, actually, you know what, in this case, we can keep the bridge on this side. So what I'm actually doing is I'm just going to bring this over like so. And I'm going to bring this in like here. You know what, I'm just going to do this exactly like so. So select this, and then we can move it. And oh boy, I forgot that this is not the right... whatever, just click it in here. Now what you see if you select this again, we have a smaller piece and a bigger one. I'm going to delete the bigger one. I want to work with the smaller piece. What's kind of cool is if you select this and you press Control D or copy on console, you will be able to copy it and just put it right next to the next one over here. So you can see, you can build this. I'm going to build this real quick, like, whoops, like so. And another one. And I believe another one. Did I? I'm just going to... I need to... It needs to be a irregular number. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, that's perfect. Irregular number. So we are going to... So correct, right? Yeah, 7. So now we're going to place the bridge into the position where we want it to be. So that is about here, okay? So you can also build bridges easier. This is the hard mode. I'm going to show you the easy mode afterwards. So this is a nice kind of bridge I want to go for. So what I'm going to do is, first of all, I'm going to select the outer ones and draw them all the way down, almost to the bottom, like over, so that it doesn't intersect the terrain. There we have it. And now the next thing is, I'm going to take the next one. Just going to draw this a little bit lower, just so that I like it. And this is where you can already try to think about the shape of your bridge. And I'm going to lower this one down as well. So there you have it. And this is about the shape I wanted to have. Okay, so this is kind of cool, but it looks odd, right? Now, what we are going to do now is we're basically going to just connect the pieces to each other. We're going to use the select tool, and now always do the same. It's very important that you do the same. Now we start off with this one and we drag it up so it automatically connects. Okay, so you do that with the next piece as well, and you do this with the next piece as well. So we did connect all of these. So again, we start with the lowest one over here, connect it, and need the next one, and connect this, and do the same with this one, connect this. So that's pretty simple, and you can see already the bridge is pretty nice. So as last thing, you can either use that one or the other one to try to connect. So maybe that works, no, that doesn't. So you use the smaller one and try to drag it down. It somewhat worked over here. Sometimes it's easier to just use the line tool to the front and then just connect this somewhere over here, which works fine. And it sometimes is also easier to just delete a bit of the path over here, which let's quickly do this. Oh well, that's not nice. We're going to use the stamp tool to delete, or actually what we can also use is the draw delete tool. So we're going to snap this in, see that we don't delete anything from there, and we're going to do the same over here as well to create us a bit of space. So we have it. So we can either try this over here to connect this nicely. Okay, well that didn't work out, so we're going to use the edit tool instead. I'm going to bring this over That still did not work. What is going on here? Sometimes, yeah, there you go. Sometimes a bit finicky, and then you draw these things out until you're happy. Now I'm happy with the transition over here, and this one will potentially be more easy. Use the line builder. There we have it, and it's all connected. Sometimes, yeah, that's about too steep, actually. You know what we're gonna do? Hopefully, we're going to draw this line down. We can actually use a little bit less. And let's see if that works. Yeah, that works. Okay. So don't you worry about the shaping. We're going to fix this in a second. So this is all done. And now you go and use the edit tool to smooth out your edges if you will. So like so, for example, and like this. And then you can also, if you want to create a bit more of a nice width over here, you can edit these nodes and fit them together to make it a bit more straightforward, and this is that. Okay, so the bridge is almost done. I'm quite happy with some of the edges over here. They can be better, they can be worse, but we have the main shape of our bridge. So the cool bit now is you can utilize the roundish tool not only to average out in a 2D space, but also actually in a vertical space as well. So if you smooth out this, you can see it averages also this one out. So if I'm going to paint over my entire bridge here, let's just do this real quick. So we have it. I think I did paint over every part. Did I? I think I did. And now let's have a look at the bridge. There you have it. It is perfectly round shaped. This is so freaking awesome. And now you have a perfect bridge. I did show this to you. It's a bit more of a complicated way of doing this, but still just 2 minutes and we have done it. Obviously, you can do this all with the line builder itself, and then you can also use the fixed length of, let's say, 4 meters, which is unfortunately still very long, and then you can build it like so. And then if, for example, oh, we have it too. We're just going to go for automatic over here. We start basically at the same spot. Make sure angle snap is activated by pressing the press bar, space bar, the press bar. And then you can hold down shift and raise the whole thing, okay? So this is what you want to do. And you raise this the first time. Maybe you want to do this a bit more steeper. The second time, a little bit less. And then you go back to a straight area. By the way, if you want to go perfectly straight again, you can just hit shift once, okay? So that is then done. You can see this is the bridge, and to make things more simple, you then, if you want to have the exact same step over here, then you were to just select these 3 things, okay? And then just copy them by pressing Ctrl D, press the Y key or the Z key, depending on which keyboard type you're on, to rotate this twice, and then you can see it automatically once already to connect. Boom, there you build the bridge, and you are almost like done as the same one we did previously, but we need to still round the whole thing as we did as well with the other one. Here we got that, and it is all rounded and looking nice as well. In my specific case, you would be wondering, okay, Rudy, but why did you do this so complicated like over here? Well, I am going to tell you, because you can make bridges even so much more narrow and smaller than this. The main difference you can see now, this bridge is done with 5 individual pieces, while this bridge contains out of, as you can tell over here, 7 individual pieces. And they are more narrow to each other, which eventually creates a way more nice and organic shape, because obviously the more nodes and the more pieces you have, the more nice actually the rounded shape will become. It's kind of, if you have that in math, it's kind of the theory of the number P going for the radius of a circle and how that actually works, because a kind of a circle isn't anything else than a bajillion triangles, you know, creating that circle, basically pivoting around a central point, which is what we've done over here. But yeah, you already learned much about the pathing. Let's now go into some of the stylings, because you can now build bridges, you can build inclines, you can build whatever you need. But one thing you might be wondering is, hey, that looks like a weird path, doesn't it? Yeah, well, first of all, we can change a couple of textures. You just go over here into the customize style, and then we're going to search for, let's say, asphalt. And now you need to use the brush piece, the customize brush, and you can make that one bigger, and boom, this is going to be asphalt. We're going to use asphalt here in the front, okay? So this is what we are going to do. Let's use it for all around. The bridge can be something else though. We're going to take care of that in a bit. But this all is going to be asphalt. Okay, that is looking nice, very easy breezy. Let's say we want to have this one different. We can use the rustic path. Just gonna make sure that this is attached nicely, and the same goes over here. Very nice indeed. And let's say we want to have this raised area in a bit of a different style. We can do it as well. Now you can see also this path area gives us an option. We can now also repaint mostly all of these things. We can even make these things green, or we can make them like purple violet kind of style, or if you want to, we can use every kind of color you can imagine. I like this one quite a bit. So this is a very simple way of doing this. And now if you want to make this bridge look nice, for example with a wooden path, you can even use green wood if you want to. So for example, there you got green wood. For whatever reason you would use it, but you can. In my specific case, I think I want to go with a cobblestone path, which is looking like this. If you use the correct color, it looks a lot better. So let's go for a proper dark blue maybe. Yeah, that looks good. Looks almost like the in-game one, but I'm fine with this. All right, the only thing you can't change is unfortunately the orientation of the texture. That would be bonkers if we could do this as well, but we cannot. However, this is not all we can do with styling. Oh, by the way, sometimes you have an issue like this, that the texture is not really nicely connected. Then there is a good way of fixing this. By the way, just a little tip, depending on where you double tap, this is the texture you will be having. So if I double tap here, have a look to the top right next to our screen, there you can see the rustic elements are copied. If I double tap here, the asphalt is selected, and if I double tap here, the cobblestone path is selected, including the entire style of your pathing. What do I mean by that? Well, let's have a look. But first of all, let's fix this problem over here. The problem is that, as you can see, this tile is a bit of a weird one over here. If I select this, you can see there is no proper bridge or connection point here. What you can do is just click on the one that you want to have the cleaning done with, and I'm going to use the asphalt over here. Then you use the draw tool, and you have to ensure that merge is on, because merge means that this is going to be the top layer. Actually, this is a pretty cool function. If we were to go over here now and just do this, you can see I merged this. But what I did not want, actually, sometimes you don't want to have this kind of area here to the outside. So you could either just try to go to this node and let's say about this node, and then just try to kind of go here and connect. Fine. Now we got it. We could smooth out these things. But let's say you want to, for example, fill in this space, this corner over here, but you don't want to merge into any of the other things with one different texture. Let's say, for example, you want to do the stone shell path in that corner to put a couple of planters on, okay? So then we do disable the merge function, and what's kind of cool is you could now, for example, just use this, use some of the stamp builders and use the hexagon, because that is going to allow you to build that cool corner in. And maybe using two sides like this, and then make sure that it doesn't stick out to the top. Let's say like this. You build this, and as you can see, it just built a piece over here, but it didn't intersect with any of the other textures. To make it more obvious, let's do that again and use the hexagon and use maybe this type of path, and we're gonna click here again, and you can see it just adds up to the path, but the exact edge over here maintains. The same goes if you just want to fill this inner circle. You're gonna double tap here, select whatever you want to have, let's say the brick path, and then select whatever suits you the best. This one, for example, boom, and you just filled in the middle path. You know, that is so freaking cool. But we also have, and that's kind of cool, we have the invisible path as well. So if you were to say, I want to have access to the middle part, the people should go over there, but it should look like a sand pit, for example, you just click, and now this actually is pathing. You know, if I get up my selection tool and I disable everything but path, you can see I can select this middle bit. This is actually a walkable path option, but you can now, and this is so cool, you can now go in and basically put on every type of texture you want. So you've got to have a sand pit here for your people, and they can actually move on top of it, which is kind of cool. You can put some benches on top of it, and so people actually sit in the sand. That makes up for something really cool. But you were about to say maybe, hey, what about this really cool? Look at that. There's like a curb over here. And can we maybe get rid of this on the outside too, to just have a nicer transition? Yes, you can. They also added this function. If you go to customize extras, there we have now the add curbs option. If we disable this one, and we're just gonna go back to our magic customize brush, and we click here, magically that curb is gone. Look at that. This is so cool. And you can just brush over all these things and everything is gone. Oh, by the way, that was my mistake. I should have been a bit more careful to maintain that middle bit. And so that works. You can then double tap on that one. If we go back to here, you can see it's added back on. Now, what is also kind of cool is you can also additionally add the railing. Just be sure that when you add railing, the curb is automatically enabled too. So we're going to do this for our bridge. We are going to use the brushed metal railing, and in the color tab, you can even then edit a color. Green is kind of nice. Just brush over. Oh, we did actually use the asphalt over here, which is something we didn't want. So double tap on this again, enable the railing, and let's have a look if green is selected. Yes. Okay. So now we're going to have a little railing to our bridge, making it look even so much better. But what I do want to have is most of these things I don't want to have a curb. So what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to brush over all these areas not having a curb, making the pathing. There's barely a reason why I would use curbs in this game. Sometimes they may help. I don't know, if in very specific situations. I most of the times do not use them anyway. So yeah, I'm just going to leave them over here. Maybe they will be helpful. I don't know. But what is also kind of cool is if you were to double tap here, you can see now this is pretty cool because that is just a floating texture, as you can see. But if you dislike that and you want to have a bit of extras, you can add the foundation to it, and we can also add a railing. In this specific case, let's go for the polished wood railing and make the whole painting thing smaller. And now click on this one and you can see it added this only, there's the foundation coming, added to this part over here, making things look a little bit more realistic. But it also creates this little, yeah, black kind of transition piece over here. As this is just one single piece, it's very hard to not have a railing here, but you can actually achieve this by disabling the railing, and then you just go very carefully only to this side, and it should, yeah, and it should get rid of this one. As I said, it's very hard to figure out exactly the positioning. There you have it. And there is this curb obviously available here. We want not to have it, so let's just do this, and it's gone again. But the rest actually is, as I said, we have our little viewing spot over here. Now, what you could try, as you can see now, this is a bit going into the terrain over here, which apparently is because of the water, it's not editing. We can then try if there is a chance to maybe move this outwards manually. So let's see if we can. Oh, it does allow us. Look at that. We can actually then push the whole thing a little bit further into the water area, which is kind of cool because it should then clean our foundation a little bit. So let's edit this out over here as well. Let's just select this and see if we can. Yes, we can. Look at that. And now this should look a bit more clean. Yes, it does. Look at that. And last but not least, you could also get in with some custom supports, if you will. So there's also the option to add supports. And sometimes, I mean, not in here because you don't have them, so I'm going to show this to you with a stamp. If you go to path, and we are going to build a stamp, let's say here, this one, and raise this whole thing up. You can see there is a little bit of a support in the middle, and this helps you to create support if you want to. So if you were to disable the support and we go to our customize brush, it's gone. Very simple as that. And again, all the other extras, as I said, if we get rid of those and we just, in this case, we just use the foundation, you can see everything is gone but the foundation. Look at that. You just have that slab of concrete. By the way, this is a fun way to kind of create roofs as well. Let me just show you. That's a little fun trick I just discovered recently. So as these things click to each other, I like to do this on the ground, by the way. It's making things a lot more easy. You can basically create something like, something like this. And then let's get rid of that one. And now it's kind of funny. You can select all of these, move them up. So you have them floating in mid-air with the little foundation. Then I got rid of the outer ones. Just move the center up. Okay, so like this, for example. And what's kind of fun is now, obviously, you can select these corners and then drag these things in. So for example, there you go. It just connects easily. And then you can do the same over here. Just like that. Let the game do the magic for you, okay? So then just also click it in. You can see it actually connects to the node in the corner, and the real magic is going to happen in a bit. So there you have it. And now you can do the same with this one, but drag it down, okay? So you can drag this one down as well and just follow the same process on all the corners. Here you have that, okay? So here you go. And here you go. Do that again. Oops, that was not meant to be. There you go. It's mostly just like a little click, you know, and then do this again. So yeah, you have a roof over here, and if you use the round tool on these, sometimes it's just a little bit hard to get, but yeah, you can see that it actually worked out pretty well. So you created basically a roof, and from the center it also gets that very nice curvature. And I used a very big kind of, you know, I used the, what was that, stamp? I used a big one, right? Is it that I use the 2-meter one? You can obviously do the same with a 2-meter one. You can do this with the pentagon pieces as well to create a way more interesting looking pattern. You know, you could also go for some really cool roof patterns. This is something I discovered lately. So you can maybe with this technique, you could actually create these octagon roof kind of things that we usually struggled with. So for example, like this, it basically would work the same way. You would then just to raise the center point, and then you could technically go in and just connect all of them. Well, that was a bit too steep. You have to be careful though. You can't raise it too much. You just need to have a little bit of, you know, this one, for example. This is why I meant the smaller you get this done, the better. And then this is what you would do. Oops, that is wrong. Just select the one and connect this here, connect that one too, and you can see it just kind of forms the whole thing. And then if you raise all of that, for example, just use all of this, bring it up, you can again see that it creates this kind of nice effect to the ground. And you could continue like this, you know, you could just use that one and copy that to the corners, or you could now go in and bring the corners together. Which is a bit more of a finicky thing. There you have it. But you can still do this and achieve the same look. And then you get some really cool shapes as roofs, which I find very, very interesting. Because then you have also a very easy way of repainting them using different textures on all of the roofs, you know. That is a very fun technique working with the path as well. That was just like a bit of an extra for you guys as a bit of a detail. I promise that this is going to be the mega tutorial. Hence, we did it mega. But you should be very well suited now to build your dream park with the path available. Obviously, with me telling you that there is an invisible path, you could obviously make the bridge over here invisible and just put some planks in the middle. So let me just quickly show you, so you have the full picture. So if you were to say, we have this plank in the middle, and you want to say, this is going to be a bridge, like a, not a hanging bridge, but you get the idea. Make sure that you have got a line to surface activated, something like this, you know. And you want to have some gaps in the middle, you obviously can do so by going to the brush and then select the invisible path, and then there you have it. You know, your bridge is technically super, super dangerous now. You would obviously need to make this look a bit nicer. Apparently, that is not something I have done over here. But if we go to scenery pieces, apply filter, apply selection, should be, no, is that, wait, why is that not? Give it to me, scenery props, there we have it. And then you can also move that here. It just, you know, you get the idea, okay? People will still be moving accurately above it because technically there is path below, but this way you can obviously create hanging bridges, you can make glass bottoms if you want to have some glass bottoms and have a coaster passing through and you want to make the coaster be visible, you can obviously put some glass in or so. So that is very easy to do if you fancy doing this. But yeah, this was the mega pathing tutorial, updated 2026 version, because so much has been added to it, including like getting rid of the texture, getting rid of certain things, and using all these kind of stuff is mega helpful. Hopefully that helped you. I think this is the most powerful pathing tool available in any game. You just have to kind of get on top of it, but I guess that is relatively easy to achieve once you understood how it worked, which I do hope you now understood. If you got any questions or so, drop them down below. But for now, I'm out. This has been it for the pathing, and we in the mega tutorial do continue now with the facilities. And if you have seen this individually, either go to the mega tutorial or click on the next video in the playlist. So let's cut over to the facilities. Let's talk about facilities in Planet Coaster 2. And again, this is a section that has quite dramatically changed from the last time we have done the tutorial a year and a half ago. So basically there are a couple of new facilities in the game, the way they work has changed a little bit, and so on and so forth. We have to do this a little bit different than usual because I have not put any pools down or so, but we are going to pre-plan this. If you have seen the whole series, if you're here in the mega tutorial, you know that this is our planning. I want to have the main facility kind of hub in the center. We will eventually, because it's a bit bigger than I thought, have another one, but I'll get to that in a second. But we will also, and that is quite important, need to figure out where the pools go and where the things for the pools will be. So what I'm going to do is, first of all, we are going to open the facility tab to give you a bit of an overview. So if you go on create custom, you can see there are different tabs in here. We have utilities, which is the first thing we need to work with, and this is energy and water and heat, which is brand new as well. We also have foodies, we've got restaurants, which is one of the new additions over last year. We do have staff facilities, they used to be here already like this. We've got drink shops, we've got services, which has the information booth, changing rooms and a heater and body dryer, and we've got entrances. But there's also in the souvenir shops a brand new asset, and that is a souvenir shop and a photo kiosk counter. So quite a lot of new things we have in here, but what we are going to do first is we want to do facilities, and therefore we are going to use our stamp tool from the path that we've used already before. We're going to make this a smaller one too. Actually, I guess the stamps, yeah, that's better. And we're going to see that we can fit this as much as possible above this area. Oh, we have it. Oh, wait, hold on a second. I didn't want to do this invisible. Making this, yeah, cobblestone paths is fine for the moment. I don't care. We can style this later on. So this is going to be our little island here. That's pretty good. It's not really too high. I think this is fine. We can cover this up nicely from kind of all angles. And I'm not even sure if this is space-wise enough, but we're going to fit some facilities on. We're going to start with a power generator, which you can see over here is this one. We're going to plop this actually on here, and we're going to have this on the side. And you can see, if I zoom out, this is the utility power, but at the moment it does not, it has not connected to anything. So I'm going to place this down here, and it will need to be connected to a power distributor. That is this thing over here, which is exactly the one which is going to give us the power. As you can see, the reach is kind of nice, so we will put the distributor actually all the way here to the sides of the lake. We can then cover this up later with some rocks or so. So I'm going to put one here. This should be enough to the main region, and we connect this to our main hub over here, and you can see now it is powered. It's kind of funky that it goes all the way to the ground because it needs to be in the ground. It doesn't matter. That's just like a visual way of how the stuff would go. It doesn't really matter too much. So we've got energy over here, but we obviously would need energy in more regions. So we're going to hide one. Hold on. Why is it? Yeah, it doesn't matter. It looks a bit weird, but it definitely works. So we're going to put one. Oops, why is it floating? Well, there you go. Let's just have a look over here, and this is on the ground. So here we have it. We're going to put this here to the riverside, I guess. This will be fine. There's going to be one, and we're going to copy another one in this region, which is going to sit. Is it floating again? Yes, it is. Let's bring this. Hold on, I'm just going to copy this over. I think it's my camera mode that just doesn't know. Yeah, now it's on the ground again. So we're going to put this one in this middle of the circle, which actually will have a bit of a negative effect on our guest then. So let's bring this a little bit further away from the guests. So that is nice. And we are going to move one further over here, which is going to sit somewhere in the midst of the areas too. Okay, so this is nice. We've almost done all of these, so we have to just connect them, which you can do with the power cable connector, and everything has to be connected to the main power hub over here. As you can see, we are going to power them all, and now we have energy almost everywhere in our park distributed. What I also want to do is I want to maintain this central area here. Yeah, mainly to provide more power, because as it works, you can see at the moment we've got 120% or power available, and when you build something, and this is what we got to do real quick, as we've got sorted out the power, we are going to now put some stuff down. So we are going to put down our restaurant. The restaurant is going to be the one thing we are building ourselves. The souvenir shop is something we are going to grab from the workshop in a bit, but we are going to have our restaurant sit over here. I just want to to lay out my area first of all, and this is why I'm going to use the stamp builder again, and I'm going to use this, and we are going to use the square flagstone path. That one is pretty cool. I'm going to use this in a turquoise kind of way, and I do not want to have any curbs or any foundations, and I think I want to even go with the 3-meter wide version. Yeah, that is going to provide us a good big restaurant, and we're going to plop this here. This is a very nice area. We can build like a gazebo of some sort or so on top of that. This is going to be pretty wild, but it's also cool, and we're going to place our kind of restaurant in the center. We're going to talk about that in a second, so don't you worry. I just want to show you first of all that this thing actually at the moment has no tables, but it is, everything else is connected. You can see everything works, and if we go in here at the moment, we have running costs, we have information, but if we go, for example, to energy, so at the moment you can see there's only power available 115 because that thing over here uses 5 power, as you can see over here. Now, placing down a couple of facilities will show you that we will be in a bit of a time going into some issues. So what we're going to do is we're going to put down all the staff facilities because we will need all of these. We are going to have a large staff building. We're going to place them a little bit off the main road because I don't want the negative effect on the guest. We're going to place another small one next to it. We're going to place a mechanic workshop here, so just to have all the different ones there, and we're going to place another one here just so we have it. And that's pretty simple. And you know what we can also connect to that is a toilet, which is going to be here. This is going to be connected for the guest, and changing rooms won't be a part over here. But what is going to be a part over here is we are going to have a information booth sitting right here in the center. This is going to be something we are going to style later on. This is going to be part of our entrance. Speaking of which, the entrance is something we obviously need to build. So we're going to place an entrance piece in the midst of our pathway, which is going to be, actually, let's rotate that around 1 and 2. So that should be fine. This is going to be looking nice once we've styled that. Actually, we could, we could move them both a little bit further to the right-hand side. There you go. We can fix this little issue here. Hold on. Give me a second. We're just gonna quickly fix that little thing. Oops. Now come on. There you have it. Oh wait. Oh my god. I had merge is disabled. Why did this still create? Oh yeah. Wait, because I'm stupid. So hold on. This is that. Okay, fixed it. Okay, this is the entrance, and obviously no guest can come up here because the spawn is down there, so people will not be able to get here. So what I'm doing instead is I'm going to place the spawning point all the way on top here. This is where it is. This is where the people will come from. But apparently we need to connect these facilities as well. They have power and everything, but they obviously need to be connected, and therefore I'm just going to use the stamp builder, but I'm going to use this with the cube path. Hold on, staff path. There we go. Staff path, and we're going to utilize, yeah, this. Oh, obviously we only have one because it's flexi color now. And I'm willing to do a bit of a grayish color of some sort. So what we're going to do is we're going to place this here. Oh wait, hold on, that was my mistake. And we're going to say ground. There you have it. Oh, why does it not do this? Why are guests coming in the park? Okay, so I'm going to just quickly do this with the line builder. I'm too lazy to just figure it out myself again. So here goes that, and now the toilet obviously came. Is that the staff path, by the way? Oh no, it's guest path. Oh boy, staff path, and I need to just, okay, well, hold on. I need to delete this first. This is also one thing I do not like, that I don't know why. Can I use the merge tool and then just go over? Hold on tight, is that working? So, merge, where's merge? Merge, there's on. So, does it merge then? Oh yeah, that is how it works, okay. Well, I learned something today. Look at that. This is how it easily goes. So you can use the merge tool and then you go above the actual path. Well, that's good to know. That is very good to know. So connect this over here, and then we are going to use the normal path, and we're going to create this with the draw tool. We're just going to create a bit of a connection here, like this, and then we have a perfect little area to connect our facilities with. Very nice indeed. So we've got a toilet here. We're going to dress this up in our building tutorial, everything, but that's it. So we've put all these things down. So quite a lot already down to the ground. We've got an information booth. We've got a entrance, you know. What we don't have, and you can see this by facilities, power is laid out very nicely. but water is not available. Cleanliness for water is also not available because it is just not there. So what we got to do is we got to add more facilities to the center. And this is what I meant earlier. We need to do this a bit of a different way. I will, just for the sake of this tutorial, put down a pool, and we're going to use a huge pool as an example. Trust me, this is just going to be here for the sake of the showcase. Or you know what, actually I'm going to use a smaller one with less pieces to delete it more simple. There is the pool, and now just so you know, this pool obviously needs filtration. It has no heating, and it has no filtration right now, which is something we gotta change. So first things first, we go back to our facilities, and there is a brand new facility. It's not brand new is the heater. We'll come to that in a second. But there is this water filter, or the underground well, which you can still put on here, weirdly enough, I guess. But there's also a water pump, which you can also plop here. This is obviously what pumps water, surprisingly. And then it is our water filter. This is the point where you can see, if I drag this over, this is where it comes. I'm gonna put this one rather strategically over here, because we gotta build more pools than that. So you can plop this here, bring this over to the center, and you can see it is connected. Now, the same kind of mechanism applies. We've got water availability of 120, and then we have certain things connected to it. And at the moment, I think I need to hit play for a bit, and then let's have a look for the filtration. Okay, filtration rate is 100 per hour. Pool dirtiness is not available at the moment. So when this starts to go up, then you will see that this number is going to fall down because of the availability. Now, as for the heating, there is now in the pool section, if we go for pool extras, there is a new pool heater, which I consider somewhat a facility, because plopping these things in, you can see, I'm just going to show you in a bit. So I'm just going to plop a lot of heaters in. You can see this heater requires 2 energy per item. And I've put in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, that means 12 need to be gone, I guess. And if we check on power, you can see we only have 3 power available, because 117 has been used. And if I remember correctly, and I put another one down, we should be all the way down to just 1 as capacity. Whoops, there you go. Exactly, this is just 1, which is exactly why I put these things to the middle, because now I can just easily go and copy this piece next to this one. And then what you can do is you can just go and connect this with the connector to here. And then everything is connected, and now you can see we have 120 availability back in, because this one is not using any of the power from that one, and this one has 1 left. So in total, we've got 121 power left. I wonder if this is available on here. Power consumption, no. This is weird, because usually it should show both individually. But yeah, we've maintained this. This is nice, and we can go into building more. One thing I want to quickly make, because this is something we need to do, because otherwise people won't be able to get here, is we're going to grab us our staff path, and we're going to make the staff path as narrow as we can, which is 4 meters unfortunately only. And then we're going to bring this one, actually let's start over here. What we have, let's go to automatic, and then we're just gonna bring the path all the way here. Intersecting terrain, you say? I don't think so, my friend. Let's hold on. What the heck is going on here? Can I just merge this? What the? Ah, okay, I need to bring this all the way around here. I mean, I don't mind to... Okay, are you kidding me? Why is it that it doesn't... sometimes this game still wants to annoy me, I guess. So it's just like, sometimes it just doesn't make what it should. Okay, you know what, I'm just gonna do it this way now. Just gonna raise this quickly. There we have it. Sometimes this game is just about to annoy me as much as it can, right? Let's smooth that out, because it obviously looks dreadful. There you have it. That looks better. And then I'm just gonna smooth it out with some rocks below that one. I don't care. And also, what I like to do is not part of the facility kind of tutorial, but what I like to do is just gonna grab all of these and then just make that whole thing a lot more narrow, because obviously a staff path like that doesn't need to be 4 meters in width. Oops, hold on. Just don't need that one. And I'm just going to drag it all so much more thinner. There we have that. And so it's a proper little staff path going to the midst of the lake, which we can cover whatever we want to, but this is not part of the facility. Okay, so let's go back to facilities to have a double check what we've done so far. So you have seen that we put in water, we put in energy, we put already in a couple of food stuff, like we have a restaurant over here, but there are obviously more things for food. As you can see over here, there is a full sheaf beef food stall, which is this kind of big chunky 4x4 meters thing, which I barely use anymore because we do have the same thing available always as a single individual counter that you can place literally anywhere on your build. So we can plop this down here, for example, and now we can just dress it up whatever we want like. So this is kind of cool, but we also have vending machines, which are super cool, and they can be used also throughout the park. So for example, in this little corner over here, we can have a vending machine like so. And as you can guess, the same goes for drinks as well. They are differing only in size. The drink ones, as you can see, they're only half a meter wide. The other one is a meter wide, or is it 2 meter and a meter? I don't know. But yeah, like the size varies. But you can then have all the stalls across your park wherever you want to have them. I also want to have like another drink shop down here, paired with another one. Like, come on. Yeah, they also snap to each other if you want them to. You know what, I want them to. I'm going to style this way. And I want to have another foodie thing next to it. We're going to give them another vending machine here. The cool bit is, if you want to have this facility not on the path, but actually behind, you can select this with the multi-select tool, like so. Press X, and then move it just to the side. And it still works, and people can still access this thing pretty nicely. So there's no need for, putting them exactly on the ground. So this is done. We've got a lot of food. We've got kind of drinks. We can scatter these things around the park more if we wanted to. So we've got some drinks and food there. We've got some drinks and food here. We've got a restaurant here. So this side is a bit empty. So we could already prepare like a bit of a food bar if we want to. So you know what? Let's actually plan that out already. We are here in the facilities time. So we're going to make this. We're going to use the octagon. We're going to make it 2. And then we're going to place this automatically. Somewhat, if that's going to be the pool area, this will be where the slides are. This would be cool. We're going to put this one here. So this is where we have that. Actually, it's floating a bit, but I don't mind this too much, to be honest. If we connect this to the path and it conforms nicely, yeah, it does. We can get rid of some of the stuff later on if we wanted to, but I quite like this. So let's edit this path so it just goes nicer into it. There we have that. And there we have this. That's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. I quite like the idea. And then we can smooth out these corners later on and maybe get rid of the railing here. You know what? I'm just gonna quickly get rid of the railing because I don't mind having all of this, but like for this stuff over here, oops, I like to have no railings in the entrance area, so that's kind of nice, and now we have it. So this can be a little bit of our food court. So what we got to do is facilities. We're gonna plop down, maybe we're gonna do something else. The hot dog squad is gonna be here in the center, and we are also going to have a vending machine of, yeah, maybe let's say a pizza pan vending machine goes to here. And then we also go and have some drinks, which is going to be gulpy soda. We can put that on the other side. Kind of reminds me of Soda Pop now from Demon Hunters, K-pop Demon Hunters, which is something I like more than I thought I would. We also do have a vending machine that goes here, and we also will have something for souvenirs, because Souvenir had Fantastic, Just a Memento, Looney Balloons, they all are available as well. So we can plop another one maybe next to this one because I want to access the pools here. And then what else can we have? Maybe a Hats Fantastic, or actually, you know what, a Splash Emporium, because we will need this in the pool area anyways, because this is where people can purchase, as you can see over here, all the various floaty things. But there is one more important thing. There is also, as you can see, the Looney Balloons, which sells obviously balloons, which is not too surprising. But there's one more shop we do need to have in here, and that is the, I believe it was the Just a Memento, but I'm wondering, hold on, it is a service facility. I thought it's going to be the Splash Emporium, right? Because normally this is where the sunscreen is sold as well. But we can have Just a Memento here as well. Why not? So Just a Memento has all these kind of things, hoodies as well. But don't they just sell the sunscreen? I thought they would. prices. Okay, well, that is interesting because I was kind of sure that this is where the sunscreen is being sold, but services, maybe it's the information where it's sold, the guest service counter. Wait, we have one, so maybe this is where this is sold. I'm confused right now. Oh, it is actually. I thought it was Splash Emporium. Okay, well then we're going to copy one over as well so they can grab more sunscreen over here. Sorry, that was my bad. I thought it's going to be in Splash Emporium, but it is important that you have in your pool area a area with an information booth, because this one is going to sell your sunscreen. Fun fact, you can make this more expensive and people will pay it because otherwise they will burn, which, you know, is something that they don't want to and shouldn't, obviously. So that said, we have mostly covered everything. Now, if you go down here, we can later on see where overall we can have a look at different things. But if you can see guest experience, we also have hunger, thirst, and so on. This will be displayed by the outline of the color of the people. Now, obviously, everything is green, but the more the time continues, we will have different needs in the park. I'm gonna try and copy my little toilet cubicle because we will have more toilets. Oh my god, this is just the whole thing. Okay, let's just plop this down individually. We are going to have this one sit here in the back, and I'm going to plop down another one because I feel like in the other area of the park we will also need one, which can be paired with these houses. I like to quite put this further away from the path because it has a negative impact on the people. I'll talk about the negative impact in a second. So we're going to just, whoops, hold on, I can just double tap on that one and have the same one. There you go. And the last thing I want to do is provide this area with what it needs as well. And this is the changing rooms and the people dryer. So we're going to plop down changing room here and on the opposite side too. Do this 2 times. There we have it. And that is funky. That is very funky. What happened over here? You're just gonna fix this. Just there you go. And then what we obviously need to do is bring a path down here. And obviously this is, you know, that's crappy. Let's do it with the draw tool. Merge on is fine. Just connect all of that and boom, there we have it. Yeah, well, that corner, let's just double tap here and edit this corner. So here we go. That's fine. So we've got all these booths. We can cover them up nicely later if we wanted to. And as promised, there's just one thing missing, which is the souvenir shop. And as promised, this one is using the blueprints because I wanted to show this to you in live. Now, obviously, you can use blueprints over here, type in souvenir, and there's going to be the in-game souvenir shops like the large modular one, as you can see over here. That is very nicely done indeed. But I want to utilize a pretty nice thing. Also, oh my god, these vending machines here, I downloaded them from the workshop. They're also so good. They are so freaking good. I mean, just look at them, just showcasing. By the way, that's not the point. I wanted to go to the workshop. So that's just, we're doing this live, so you can see. And then we're going to go to browse and we're going to say souvenir. Hopefully I typed that correctly. And we got, look at that, there's like a modern souvenir shop already. That one looks pretty good indeed, you know, from Dan Goodlife. So I'm going to subscribe to that one already. Let's see if we find something else in here. There's like the claw. I have no real style I wanted to go for with this tutorial building. So there's nothing I want to prefer to. That one looks also sorcery modular souvenir shop. That looks fancy as hell as well. But let's have a look if there's another one where we can see also that the interior is done. Oh my god, the Avengers over here, pretty damn cool. That one's also cool, the modern modular gift shop. Let's have a look. Oh, that one looks cool too. And let's have a look what else we can find. There is a French colonial. Oh, I dig this style. Oh, let's grab that one too, okay? This one from Seastew, I guess it is. 2 of them will be enough. Oh my god, look at the shopping cart. Boy, I love that. Some smaller wheels will be good, but oh boy, size-wise, that's also kind of cool. Yeah, like this is inspiration, pure inspiration if you go through here. But that was just like a short moment to show you. We're back in the game, and boom, these ones are in here, and we're going to use this modern one I was just talking about. We thought this is going to be sitting here. It's also maybe something you always see next to the entrance. And you know what's kind of cool also is that let's lower this down. Boom, there we have it. It comes with path, and this is still something I enjoy so much in this game, that this actually comes with path. Let's have a little look. This is the souvenir shop. Boy, is that cool. But apparently, as this is a tutorial, I obviously need to show you how the tutorial is going to be for a souvenir shop. In case you don't know how that works, you go and we are going to create a custom one. And we're gonna put the modular souvenir shop chill down, which is a counter. And now what you can do is you can basically just go and add some things to it. So this is a postcard display, and there are like some random displays you can plop down. There's a whole range of things you can choose from. And there's also a photo kiosk, which I'm gonna place over here. Now, this one is not going to be feasible because we don't have a ride connected. This is something we are going to do when we do the coaster tutorial, but it is part of a region for a souvenir shop as well. But it does also work without. You can also connect displays, which is kind of cool. You can connect a ride and also displays to it. Once you have the ride connected, you have the chance to put TV displays on, which is then showcasing the exact photo ride. But let's not talk too much about this. Now, you can see nothing happened, but you can now add shelves to it. Either you can put it down manually. If you click that one, you will see it's automatically staffed, or you can also add existing ones, which is over here. You can see connect existing ones. You just select them all and then you say confirm, and boom, they're all automatically stuffed with items. If you don't like the items, you can always click on the module and then choose which ones you want. So let's say you just want to have the jigsaw one, then it is only the first item. You can have none. You can do it this way and just restuff things if you wouldn't mind. You can also go in here to this one, for example, and customize. At the moment, we have the air mattresses, but we can also have the ice lolly, or we can have the noodle. In these specific ones, you can have a capacity of 1, which is a bit of an odd one. I would have loved to have 2 items in here, but hey. And you can do the same with other things as well. Here you can choose which kind of t-shirts you want to have. So for example, you just want to have blue shirts, you can do so, or blue and green, or you can mix and match around, and then sometimes you therefore can change the placement easily like this to make a bit more, variation come in. And that is basically the case for all of the ones. You can see now in here. Oh, there's also the Max Storm Cloud and the collectible. Oh my god, they fixed it finally. So we can get rid of those two, and we can now have the 2 new items from the last 2 sets, the Max Storm Cloud one and that collectible thing from the Sorcerer pack, and so on. So that is pretty much how it goes. Very simple, very straightforward, and then you can customize everything as you go. And I'm just gonna select all of this again, and we're gonna say all filters go, and just facilities on, apply the filter, and we can delete these things. Look at that. We were also out of energy, which seemingly is because that one had no other power connected. You can see it's not connected to this one, which is odd. But now what we could do is we obviously could connect this rather simply to this one too. And same goes for that one. I thought these 2 were connected. Okay, well, it seems not to work, but okay, we're gonna connect all of these to that one too, and then it's all good, and we've got all power for all these things again. Now, just to showcase how you can style the thing, you can see they use different kind of colors, but they also use scenery to hide these counters away. And yes, you can have different counters connected to different modules. So you can see this counter goes for some of the balloon shelves and so on, and the next counter has other shop shelves connected, and so does the last one, which is kind of cool because then people will also go to a different cashier depending on which kind of shelves they purchase from, which is pretty cool, so you can manually decide where people should go and just kind of create a bit more of a nice look. But, oh my god, guys, we are moving forward strongly. You learned now all the facilities in-game, how they function, what they do, what you use them for, how water and energy supply is working, how restaurants are set up, and how restaurants, this is the last thing we're going to do because we learned this just about, I'm just going to, for the full picture, we have a restaurant sitting over here, which has no tables, and now it says add tables, which is exactly the same thing as with souvenir shops. This is why I did it this way around, and now you can choose from a huge array of different type of benches, because it's kind of cool. They also added all the other benches now to it. Previously it was just the dining table kind of things, but now you've got virtually any of the picnic benches can be added as a restaurant. So in this case we are not going with the standard ones. Let's use the very standard one indeed, and we can just plop these down in here just like so. You can also go a bit more tighter like this, and then down here there's also like a minimum distance in between you need to keep, but I like to just give them a bit more space eventually because people will be cramping down here anyways. But yeah, so we plop all these picnic benches down. And now if we go, whoops, back to this one, you can see that all these tables are connected. You can, as always, if you were to have another one in here, always reconnect if you wanted to, or add another table. We have a maximum, though, of, I don't know how many tables. I think it's 20 tables is a maximum, but I'm not entirely sure. And then you can just place down another kitchen, which enables you to have another 20 tables connected to your dining area. And fun fact, this is already it. This is all you needed to do, because in here, you can now select what kind of type of, product you want to offer. And then you can go for the club sandwich, and we can change basically also the name of it. We could say the stinky cheesy, for example, and then what we got to do is we're going to add just like a lot of cheese and stuff to it. At the moment, we what is that, like the gluten? Nope, but we can have no nuts, we can plants, yes. What is the fish? Yes, let's get some fish in, some rice, no meats, no eggs, actually, no, well, actually dairy obviously we need, spice, yes, sugar, no, legumes, nope. Salt, of course, we make them hungry, not hungry, thirsty, and caffeine. Yes, let's do it that way. And then we've got one. I would love to have also like pretty much cheese on it and decide what type of stuff I've got on it, but that's just kind of fine the way it is. And these things over here are obviously the needs of people, just to fill that in. As a last thing for this tutorial, if we click on a person, these persons have certain needs, as you can see over here, and they also have certain preferences, as you can see, tolerances and kind of different wills and wants and so on. And this also goes into the different needs, as you can see over here, food and so on. And they will have, where can I see this, by the way? Wasn't there an indication on what type of tolerances they have? Normally there was there you have it. They have the restrictions for caffeine and eggs. So this person, for example, cannot have our stinky cheese because they can't have caffeine. Same goes for eggs. But if we click on that person, for example, that's the same. What about you? Oh, look at that. That's the perfect person. They can literally eat everything. Same goes for that one. Anyone else in here having a restriction? Not really. So they all have tolerance. Oh, that's the whole group with those tolerances. What about you? Okay, well, not every one of those has different tolerances, but these tolerances are important, so for whatever they can choose in your restaurant. Seems to be a bit more low and easy to go with. But anyways, so this is it. I hope you guys understood more about how facilities work in this game. We've set up a lot for our tutorial park over here. It's really important now to move on. So the next couple of episodes, for those of you who are watching this individual, will be about staff and so on, but for those of you watching the mega tutorial, will be now to set up our park a bit more nicely, and this is where actually the first rides and stuff come in. So let's move on to exactly this. We are going to talk, as promised, about Flatrides. I have paused the game because obviously I don't want to have all the guests in the park just yet. We're going to talk about management, staff management, all this kind of stuff in a dedicated part later on. Or again, if you're watching these videos individually, then you'll be seeing this in another tutorial that you'll probably find on my channel. Anyways, we're going to go and talk about Flatrides. You can see I gently skipped the first one, which is going to be coasters. And yes, we're going to go through that. Basically, well, not chronologically, we are going to have Flatrides, drag rides, flumes, not done, pools, and then flumes, because we need pools for flumes, and then we go back to coasters, because that is going to be one of the more elaborate ones before we then start building, just as a bit of a heads up for the next couple of parts of the updated mega tutorial. We are going to start with Flatrides, and well, not too surprisingly, in the Flatride section, you can find Flatrides. So that is not really surprising. But what is surprising is that we got a whole bunch of Flatrides that have a different styling and can be styled in various different ways. Now you can see over here we have the aquatic tiny eye. For example, the tiny eye, if we go to create a custom, you can see if we type in the tiny eye, there you can see that one. This looks just like a bare bones thing like this. I'm just gonna take real quick the other one, just again over here, going to Flatrides, blueprints, and then we take the tiny eye, and this is the other one just right next to it, so you can see the difference. Why do I do this? Well, basically to showcase one of the biggest changes in Planet Coaster 2. In case you haven't seen the first one or you haven't played this game, you'll be noticing that the whole thing looks different, which we could do already in the first game, but what also looks different is the carriages itself, which are animated, as you know. But if we put them both on test, just like that one, and that one, and then we hit play. Apparently we need to. Also, we could in the meantime close the freaking park, because then we don't have any guests annoying us. You can see that these scenery items that have been attached to the ride, they are moving accordingly. Same goes for that little crab in the middle over here. Or is that a lobster even? I don't know. But like, these things move accordingly. Why is that? Well, basically, and this is the biggest part I need to explain with Flatrides, basically, there is a brand new feature that is called attach to scenery, and you'll find this over here in the customize option, where you can obviously also change the ride sequence. This one also here has a different ride sequence, as you can see, clockwise, anti-clockwise, so it's like a 3-3, and I think this one has a bit of a different one. No, actually, it's the same, but you can also add a step, and then, for example, just say clockwise again for the rest, so it just basically skips one back. But there is this attached scenery option over here, which is really cool, because you can attach scenery to your wonderful ride. That means you can literally take any non-grid piece. That is super important. Grid pieces don't really work, but you can use the non-grid pieces to attach them to your ride. So if you take, for example, that little anvil over here, you can see hovering over the ride will give you the little outline to where you're going to put this. So when you put this here to the middle, or one of the arms, it's going to be animated with this one, and we're going to take this aquatic floor light, we're going to plop this to this little egg over here, and then we're going to just take that, and we can also obviously scale this smaller, just like those two. Then you exit the whole thing and you keep on testing. You'll be seeing that these things will be animated just exactly with the ride, and it's getting even cooler. If we go in here and we, for example, were to go and type in platform, which is giving you access to some of our platforms. I'm going to take this one because that's the most fun one over here, the moving platform spring. I'm going to show you why this is so fun. We're going to basically plop this one a little bit to the side over here, just like so. It doesn't really matter. Can I scale these ones by now? I can't. Okay. So if we've done this, you can double click on these things, and then you can see we can even attach something to the spring, which is exactly what we're going to do right now. Do we have a mascot? Yes, we have, and let's have a look. Oh wait, but I want to have a plushie. We're gonna put like this little plushie toy Pegasus on top of it, because then you can see it in the best way possible. So I'm gonna plop this one here. So there you have that, and now let's have a look what happens now. This is so freaking fun. You can see that this whole thing is animated with the whole thing, and you can see even bending this little bit over here. So it just also moves with the physics, and it just kind of moves around over here nicely. There it plops back again to the top, and then it'll do the same. So you can do all these kind of things, and it'll even make kind of physically accurate, mostly movements with that, which is kind of cool indeed. And if it turns around in the other direction, which I'm gonna show you real quick so you know exactly what I was talking about. Also a bit more speedy, you can see it is somewhat correct, but now going into the other direction, you can see it also leans into the other direction. There you have that. And sometimes if the whole thing is going a little bit over the let's say, over the maximum stress, it just kind of wobbles back, which is so fun. You can do all kind of freaking fun things with these little pieces. Anyways, we have built a wonderful flat ride. We can also just get rid of both of them because we want to build a proper one, because I want to just quickly showcase something to you. Hold on, can I just, oh wait, I'm just gonna go and select everything and go away. Here we go. What I want to show you again is if you go to Flatrides, obviously you've got the Frontier Workshop. Again, as always, you can go in, and now I show you a couple of other things that I haven't shown you before. So what you can do, you can basically go and search for a certain ride. Obviously you've got all the kind of stuff in here, so we go to Flatrides, and then you can see what type of flat ride you want to have, and we want to have a spinning one, which is kind of cool. And then you can say confirm the filters, and now you just get flat ride designs with a spinning ride of some sort. If you know the name, you can obviously also put in the name, and then you will find the scissor, for example. Over here we can actually type in the scissor. Is it with E or with E? Scissor? I think it's scissor actually, but whatever. And you can see there is the scissor. Oh my god, that's a really nice design. Upgraded design by Diso. Oh, we already had something by Diso, but Diso has some really cool stuff. Let's actually go to the profile of Diso just for, oh, that is just the wrong one. Can we go to the workshop? Hold on. See all filters. No, I want to see all creations. Follow creator. view workshop creations. There we have that, and then we can see all of these creation. Oh my god, look at that. This guy has amazing kind of Flatrides over here. Oh, that is the rafting extra thing. This is why I know these. So, okay, well, basically, we're going to use this one. I wanted to do the scissor anyway. So I'm going to subscribe to this one. And now if we are back in the game, just hit escape a couple of times. We type in the scissor. You can see there with that little frontier icon is going to be that thing. So you're going to take this one and now make sure that you're in the right kind of way to place it. But this is a full-on perfect creator over here. So this is why I'm going to show you something also. In our case right now, we do face the situation. Oh, actually, we're going to place this here. Make sure that you go into this camera mode that lets you pivot around a central point and not around yourself, because then you can align something to the ground. But to make it more precise, you're going to hit X on your keyboard, and that's going to bring up the advanced move tool, which you've seen a couple of times now. And now what you can see over here, the creator has actually given us a little idea to what and where to place. Now you can select things, go up and down, but the problem over here is obviously that as you can see, the height difference is a little bit given here. So there you can see how the creator envisions to do that, but we are going to follow the instructions by the creator. So we're going to just drop this in so that the green thing is peeking out, the red thing is theoretically going in. So let's just do it a little bit like this, plop it down, and you can see the Flatride is built, and it's even kind of nicely sunken down. And yeah, as I was expecting, this one is deletable because then it is all placed down. As you can see, one thing that already happened is that the pathway over here unfortunately is a little bit floating. So I didn't do it correctly over here. I should have placed this whole thing a little bit more lower down. Now there are two ways of changing it. Obviously you can undo your action and place it yet again, or what you can obviously do is just select the entirety of the ride and then hit the X button again to just ever so slightly sink that a little bit further down and see if it works then. And as you can see, now we are on the ground for the most part, not for all of the parts, but for the most part, and we have the Flatride nicely sunken down. But what again, just like, damn, it's such an amazing design and an amazing kind of classic style. Gosh, I'm really digging that one. This is going to be useful for our design. You know what? I love this design so much. We are going to actually reuse this design for the building tutorial just because I love it so much. But yeah, so this is how you build this. But in order to give you the full picture of Flatrides, which is a rather quick module in our tutorial, I will be placing down another little Flatride to show you how to connect the path and queue to it, because obviously that hasn't happened yet. So let's go back to Flatrides. We go to create a custom, and now we are going to look for a smaller one that doesn't really maybe need that much design around it. So I'm going to go for this one over here, the 450. 540, yeah, for Rudy, you're just one job. Because this is going to be a little bit of a corner where we are going to put some more stuff. Like nature-wise, we're going to put this all into nature. We're going to have this like sitting here next to that little, that's going to be a fun little spot to place, because then we can make like a little bit of a nice corner here around the area for the lake. That's going to be fun. So we're going to place the entrance somewhat here-ish, and the exit goes here. We can obviously also change, kind of style this one nicer lately, but yeah, later on. So we've got a couple of things to do. First of all, we need to put down the queue. And when you place, I'm just going to show you again, I'm going to get rid of the entrance and the exit over here, so you can see how the whole kind of, let's say, vanilla thing looks once you place that down. If you go in here, you can see in the main menu, you'll find the place entrance, place exit, and connect entrance to path option is going to be open. So you're going to say place entrance, and then you can stick your entrance to the right. As you can see, this is where you can place that around here. Going to place our one here. And once you've done that, you can also place the exit, which is going to be allowed here. There you have that. And now you connect the entrance to path, and if you click this, automatically you will be guided into the queue menu of the game, which is very helpful indeed. If you build, you can obviously, again, as always, use the angled snap or not. So angled snap, just as a little repetition if you haven't checked that now, this is where basically the game locks you to a certain angle of movement. If you don't, you can see you can move it fully freely, and if so, so you have like a little step, and the step dependent on what you put in, which is kind of interesting because at some point, and this is rather interesting, in the building menu you can go down all the way to 2 degrees, but in the building menu for pathing it doesn't really allow you to go lower than that, which I don't really know why that is, but it doesn't also really matter that much. You can change the corner style to pointed again, which helps you to build these perfect kind of cues that you most often see in theme parks, just like so. And when you do this, there is a tiny little magnetic moment, which I'm going to show you. It's really hard to tell from the footage, but it is there, and you will notice that playing yourself. Like if you drag this all the way here, eventually there you can see this, it just plops to a certain angle, and if you go over it, it just has a delay of some sort. So this angle here, where it plops to, is the perfect alignment to these two over here. So that means when you hit this and you then turn around, you'll be able to make the perfect, as you can see, the perfect flat area here, and the same goes on the other side. So you can make these wonderful kettle pans that people love to do. And then when you exit this area, you can just open up another one if you wanted to, just like so. And then again, try to find always this kind of magnetic point, which is this one over here. And then we don't want to be so close actually to, you know, to the toilets. So I'm just going to connect this here. And that is basically your queue, which at the moment looks a bit odd. If you, first of all, want to connect the exit and you want to have the same path like over here, you can obviously double tap on that one and then just connect it like, if it does allow me to. Let's just go here. It doesn't, okay, maybe at this point I need to go for terrain style. Actually, you know what, I think I did place the the exit a little bit too close to the water. We could try that again to see if we can squeeze this path out here somehow. We can't, so just double tap, tap on this one, and then say, hold on, where is the entrance gone again? Why is this little thing over here gone? I need to be able to just get rid of the entrance and exit. Hold on. Where is it gone? Somewhere in here it has to be. Am I stupid right now? That is, there you go, move exit. Okay, if you have once built this, I didn't notice that before, to be honest, because I usually just build and so on. But as soon as you've done that, this menu is gone over here, and you'll re-find this in the advanced settings. Anyways, we're gonna move the exit separately. Now we will be able to double tap. So I'm very sorry because I got the feedback last time around that certain things still don't work in the tutorial, and that I was confused during the whole tutorial, which, you know, this game is so complex that you still find certain things even after like years and years of playing, you know. So once this is built, as you can see, path is connected now. And this is what I was just saying earlier, and you then can click back in and just try to align some of the stuff nicer again, so that you have fully done the best you can to, you know, make your path look nice. And, you know, I've showed that in the path tutorial, so I'm just going to quickly do the following here so that this is a little bit nicer. But this path over here looks obviously a little bit bad, and now, you know, as always, we can style this. I'm gonna go into customize style. We're gonna say railing on. This means we have the curb. We can also foundation, it doesn't really matter. And then we can say we want to have another queue style, which I'm gonna go with the rustic ones, and I'm gonna make this all the way black, and the railing will be very kind of bright silver. And then we go to the customize brush, and I'm just gonna brush this over, and all of a sudden you can see this is our queue style, which is freaking nice. And then the only thing I want to change is this little nubsy over here, which I don't really like, so double tap on that one. There's a little trick to access the editing. You need to go back to guest path and then go to the edit tool. You'll still be able to edit this. So either you drag that node over like so, or you could also try to drag this node out, which in my opinion, I guess I like that one more. So yeah, that's fixed, and our wonderful build has been more or less done already, because we just wanted to place down a Flatride. And now, as for the Flatride, I showed you how to attach scenery, but as I said earlier, you can then set certain other things as well. Because I said we are going to make this with management, I'm just going to quickly show you all the settings a Flatride comes with. I won't repeat the whole process in all the other tutorials as well, so if you're watching in the full tutorial, you'll be seeing that. For the individual ones, I'm sorry, I can't do this for everything. But there are a couple of things to be seeing. First of all, you can change the pricing model from dynamic to premium and bargain. Or you can also enable the priority path. If you do this, the game wants you to have another entrance. Why does the game allow you to have another entrance? Well, because that's just how a priority pass works. people can access your ride faster than others, and you can purchase this wonderful thing from the information stand over here. Just to show you, there is the pool path, but also the priority path, which you can change in its price and blah, blah, blah. You can then set certain things in the park management. You can set the entry prices, but you can also say the priority pass, and you can make a custom price for it, blah, blah. Okay, they won't pay as much for the attraction. I don't mind this, just like a showcase. Once you have done this, you go back in here and you can see these two differ from their signage. It's basically having this blue kind of white arrow connection. You've got a green one over here, and then if you go, you can still attach that to the same type of pathing. And then you can see this is just how you do that. You can also just adjust this to these areas. So if you want to go and just kind of try to, let's see if we can squeeze that in here. Well, it does not allow me it exactly how I wanted it to. Let's see if we can just get close enough to this one, just like so. I'm not sure if that's, I think I just went that tiny bit. Let's see if we can hit this spot over here. There we have it. And then you can just basically try to curl that around like so, which is just kind of works, you know, it just kind of works. And then it can all seem like one queue, and apparently you can then go back in just as we did earlier. You can then just kind of try to align these things nicer, just as we were talking. Now, sometimes it just doesn't do exactly what you want. So in this case, I would love to just do it a bit more like so, and then just drag that one further in here. And you could also just try to maybe drag that one inwards a little bit more again to make it a bit more realistic. And then you could even, like if you wanted to, you can even do some stuff like this to make it straight, exactly. And then you would bring this one, even though, okay, so it's connected to the main path, so it doesn't actually allow you anymore. But yeah, you somehow get this aligned to the other ones, put some trees and stuff in the middle, make it look fancy. And now you have a separate entrance for the priority path, which is nicely integrated, and you can obviously just curl that around wherever you want. It's as easy as it goes, and if you want to, you can obviously also change the color. Say you want to have that a little bit more greenish, just so you know, for whatever reason, that this is different. You could do it. Oh my god, there is like basically no difference visible. Let's make that a little brighter. So here we go. So you just have an idea that this is the priority area, okay? You don't need to, but sometimes people may like this as like a bit of a difference in style, which would be fine, but hey, that's that. Okay, now this is already all you need to know for flat rides. Basically, that's just how you place them. It's like the simplest of all the rides available, very easy, very straightforward. I highly recommend, doing more of these yourself. Just go and style some of the rides. It's just a lot of fun, and I mostly forget about this, but also grab some from the workshop, because you can see people do freaking amazing stuff with those, and I'm going to teach you how we build stuff like that as well in this mega tutorial. Or if you have watched this episode of just the flat rides yourself, then be aware there will be some advanced tutorials for building and stuff like that as well. I would love to cut you there. Until then, I say goodbye to those people, but for those of you watching the mega tutorial, let's get on with the wonderful track rides. So we have done the flat rides, and after the flat rides, the track rides will be our next focus point. And let's begin a little bit different in comparison to the flat rides, because flat rides, as I said, were very straightforward. They were basically something to just place down and enjoy. But now there is track rides, and track rides, I'm going to create a custom one. They are in a way relatively different, because there are some types of flat rides which I am going to show you. There are transport rides, which you can see we at the moment have 5 of them, which is the monorail, we've got the Vision steamboat, we've got the steam train railroad, we also have the power, the cable car, and we also have a little swift transport bus ride, whatever. So most of the times what you have with these things is they do go around a park, which, well, is exactly what we are going to do over here. So you can build multiple stations and then make it go all the way around your park, and you can even do certain things like make it cross the pathway and so on, or you can raise the whole thing and place it above your area, which is exactly what we are going to do with our main station here. So that is going to be our main station. Thankfully, Frontier has changed a lot of the clearances of the rides, so we can actually make this clearance relatively low, which comes in very handy for what we are going to do. In my specific case, we need to focus on doing something, because if I'm gonna place this here, I'm just gonna quickly show you, then we will be able, actually we are able to do this. In fact, I think we are actually doing this then. Hold on, if that's the case and we can build this, we are going to do exactly this. We're going to just raise this ever so slightly. Hold on, what the heck is going on? Just raise the whole thing ever so slightly, a little bit upwards. That should do the trick. And now, why I'm going to place this down, first of all, is because I want to showcase one specific item of the, of the transport rides, because they have the wonderful functionality of, and this is what we're just going to quickly do. We're going to bring this thing, first of all, we're going to curl this all the way here around our park. Blah, 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 blah. There we have it. So we could also just make it stop somewhere. As you can see, there is a stop start area, which you could do. You could basically have another ride pass through and then align them basically with triggers and stuff, which is something you could do, or you can just literally use it as we do over here. We're just going to shorten this thing a little bit. Actually, you know what? We're going to place the station right over here. We could just do this a little bit more straightforward, like so. Make it a bit shorter, like this. And we're going to place another station. Look at that. We can change the different station entry and exits, blah, 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 as we wanted to. I kind of like this to be in this direction. And now what we got to do is we are going to continue building. And as you may have guessed, we can just go around and connect with our main station again, which we are going to do. We're just going to bring the whole thing over. We're going to curl around here our little restaurant area. We still need to dress and style. And just be aware that the overall curvature cannot be exceeding 36 degrees, which is rather little, and you need to plan a little bit ahead to where you want to place the curves and stuff, because sometimes, just like here, it is not even enough to make the turn back, as you can see. It's very restrictive, to be honest, so you sometimes need to kind of think about this before you go. And then in my case over here, now we made it, we're going to confirm and have built the full track. Now obviously at this point we've got two different stations. As you can see, there's one station, there's one station, and now you can have two stations where it brings people from here to here and all the way back again, which comes in very handy when you have bigger parks and you want to transport people quickly to certain areas. You can see there's also the design of the ride. You've got some, why don't we have these wood pieces as individual pieces, by the way? I would love to see them. But yeah, also this ride, as with the other rides, you can actually change. You can change the colors of this one. So if you just want to do certain things, by the way, you obviously can change color with almost everything in the game. So it's not particularly exciting. You can also change some of the supports, as you can see over here, and you can also change the cosmetics of the coaster itself, or the ride itself, make that like a silver one, and then reuse the color for basically everything. Over here, that green could be a nice red, some like or maybe like a dark orange kind of thing, like that. And then we also have like the golden touch could actually be more prominent if we wanted to, so that is nice looking. What's also pretty interesting with this ride is you cannot recolor the wooden appeal of the ride, because this is just the supports, as you can see over here, making that really greenish to show the difference, which is to maintain the real idea of a wooden ride over here. You can obviously enable and disable the supports. If you want to do your own supports, you're fully welcome. You can do this in this game, because it basically allows you to style whatever you want. But yeah, that's just about it. That is pretty okay, pretty cool. I like the idea how it goes over here, by the way. We could then just lower that tree a little down, So just that, or maybe also scale it a bit further down so that there is a bit more clearance. That is nice and looks a bit better. So yeah, that is the first type of flat ride we have in the game. Very straightforward. Now you would ask yourself, how the heck do we get this connected then to our path structure? Wonderful question you asked over there. Same goes here. You can basically put an entrance and exit in here. But in this specific case, you need to click on a station first. So because the game doesn't know where we want to put the entrance or exit, if you go to the main menu, which would be here in the building management, as you can see, we first of all need to select the station. First of all, select the station 1, and now you can place the entrance and the exit alike. So we're going to place the entrance here, and we're going to place the exit all the way to the other side. Now, what is kind of interesting about this is, I highly recommend to do this exactly the same, because otherwise you need to build the whole scenery around this twice. Now, we put the entrance relatively to the front, we put the exit relatively to the back, so that basically people go here and come here so they don't cross each other. That's basically the idea. But don't do a drinking game on me saying basically. I just figured. Anyways, this is how we put these together. And now you can see there are, well, if I want to move the entrance, you can see there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 steps in between. Keep that in mind, because now we're going to go to station 2. And we're going to place the entrance and exit as well. So again, same idea. Place the exit all the way to the left. And then you can say exit goes to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8, and put it all the way in the back. So the distance between those two is exactly the same. We are not going to do an advanced building tutorial, don't you worry. I'm just going to quickly show you something. Let me just type in wood. It doesn't really matter. I just want to showcase something to you. So the pieces we are using is not really, it doesn't matter that much. Let's use this piece for just for the sake of the showcase. It's gonna make this bigger so that it aligns the size of this entrance piece somewhat, you know. Let's say you're going to use it here. There we have it. I'm just going to move this all the way over here to the exit. It's kind of funny that the exit is bigger than the entrance. Well, whatever. And what we're going to do is we're going to make this like a funky kind of straight way down. Imagine this is going to be the staircase, okay? So don't you worry, it's not going to be this way. The building will be much better than this, trust me, okay? And you're gonna select where we can actually, you know, we're gonna select these things first of all, create a group real quick so I can show you the idea, and then select everything but that one, bring it all the way over. So that would be your entrance, you know, and because we are lazy, we don't want to build this again. You can just copy this one. In my case over here, I use the advanced copy method over here to make it stay on the same height, because we didn't move the height. They should be aligned properly. And now, as you can guess, we are almost perfectly aligned. We just need to align the rotation a little, which should be something like this. You could even make this a lot more simple when you use the align to grid, which we're going to do in the building tutorial. But if we have successfully aligned, you can see both sides basically use the exact same values in a way, and then you can just make that styling once, and then you're done, and you can just copy it around. Make your life more simple, make it more efficient, make it more enjoyable for you to play. Okay, so that's done. We have successfully built our first transport ride, but that is not everything the tracked ride option has to offer, because that was just the transport rides. We have also water rides, if you can see. We've got the Automax Rapids, we've got the Vision, FD Vision Wide Lock Flume, and we have also the Big Am's Narrow Lock Flume. These type of things just work exactly as you would expect them to work. They are just a basically type of ride that you can place down, and they will act as exactly what you expect them to act. They are basically a ride. We are not going to use them because we also have the powered rides, as you can see over here, and we are going to use one specific one of the power rides because this is showcasing mostly everything that all the other rides can do as well. And one more thing, which is the Sadie Interactive Attractions Interactive Shooting Ride, which originally was introduced with the Ghostbusters DLC in Planet Coaster 1 and has been one of the returning free rides that Frontier did patch to the game, which is kind of cool. And that was, I believe it was for the anniversary update. We are going to place this thing. Let me see. We're gonna need a bit more space for the coaster as well, but we could place the station here. So yeah, we're going to place the station of the coaster there. So we're going to place this ride somewhat over here. It's gonna be nice. So, placing this down, and we should have enabled auto tunnel because that is we can make this look nicer very quickly later on. And then you can build the ride, and I'm just going to quickly build the ride, and we are just going to build a very, very generic little how's that called again? Layout. We're gonna go up a little, like so. I'm just gonna drag this down to 0 again. Just making that like so, and then let's do the same from basically the reverse area, which I highly recommend doing if you want to have something aligned nicely to your ground. And then we are just going to curl this back here. You can even use the autocomplete real quick. And this is our wonderful ride. As you can see, it's super simple. I'm just going to align the ground a little here so it looks a bit nicer. We could even use the higher ground a little better like this. And now we can smooth this all out a little better. You can see we can also use the tool. Oh my god, I was about to say carefully, but that is not carefully. Yeah, well, something like that would work. And then we could also just try to adjust this nicer over here, just like so. And then let me just see if I can nicely grab parts of it. Yeah, that's fine. It's not mandatory. So scenery lock, as we know, doesn't really work, but you can always use the kind of tool to basically just make sure that you have a bit of terrain underneath, you know, nothing too crazy, just like a little bit of styling here. There, we got it. Okay, so that is our ride. This is basically how all the rides in here would work to place down. Some of the rides can be controlled in their pitch, going through the ride. The ones that you can control is basically the powered rotating ride. You also have the powered automated vehicle, and I believe the this ghost ride over here can also be controlled. What you can control is, I'm just going to go into the layout. Here you can see that little arrow, and if you change the pitch, you can see the arrow is looking up and down a little bit more, which is exactly the orientation of your carriage over here changing. So that one goes a little bit further down, and go in the other direction, it goes up. So if we keep that the way it is, and then we just select the control jaw to the inner part, you can see that this piece now looks exactly to the inner part, but it looks down. We want it to look up a little, and then we go around, and now in this specific case, we want to look at some targets that will be in the center. But over here, we want to have a target on the other side. So what we do, we're gonna check this one, and now we can rotate the whole thing around. And we could do the same here again. So just to make the transition maybe a bit more gentle. The whole area will always be adjusted. So once you change the direction of one thing, you can see the following arrows kind of try to blend in nicely, you know. So you can see this is all good, but over here we would love to point again to the inner part. So let's say we're going to use that one, and we want to make this look into the inner part, but this one over here should not be as dramatic. So you can kind of try to smooth things out a little bit more nicer here, and just like so we would be able to smooth things out. So now the carriage will be swinging in that direction you want to have it point, and this one is going to go backwards, which we don't want to. We want this to be pointing back into this direction, and that one is going to do some funky spinnery here as well, which we do not like. It's going to bring this all back, and then it's going to go back into the station. So now, as a little overview, let's see if everything right. Okay, this is where we point at, this is where we point at, this is where we point at. So we've got basically this kind of zigzag areas to be filled in, and then you can see this is how it works. You can also change the track type, which can have, it's one of the few ones that can actually have a little bit of railing, which for whatever reason you would need that, but you can do so if you want it. Kind of a little bit of a shooting range, if you will, and you can basically change a whole bunch of things. Now we've done that, and you can, surprise, surprise, change a whole bunch of things around here. But you can also change a guest prop. That is very interesting, because you will see people using this ride will have a gun in their hand, some kind of laser gun, which they can shoot with. But the question is, what the heck are they even shooting at, right? Well, you can see there is a shooting right tab in here, and you can see a free camera shooting, player train triggers only, shots ignore scenery. You can also do that, but this is not cool. And you can also have this. Now the problem is we don't even have targets, but we can click on add targets, and you can see in the game there will be targets, and this is kind of cool because now you can place these targets like so. and like, well, maybe we're gonna place this here. I don't know. And then this one can go. Well, let's use another one, a smaller one here. Like it needs to be this one. There we have it. And if you hit play, you can see they start standing up. Oh wait, we gotta rotate this one like that. And this one, obviously, as we turn around like so, would need to be here. All right, now this is all good. You know, stay active until shot. Okay, cool. And now, if we were to go for testing and jump on the ride, you can see that as soon as we start, hold on, why am I not able to? I want to compete in the ride. So actually what you then need to do is just click on these things. But I think I need to, why is it rotating fully? There's some stuff going on. Okay, I think the thing is I need to test shooting ride, but there you go. Now I can shoot. I need to shoot, and then you can see I need to try to fiddle around, but there you have it, and you can shoot on these things and you can get some points, a combo, and so on and so forth. So you got the idea. This is how the shooting ride basically works. I did some weird stuff over here with the rotation. I think the reason why is this is 90 degrees and this is minus, so I would need to just rotate around and put it on 105 degrees, and now it'll stay this direction. I just did mess around with it. Sometimes it's easier to just keep on having this one, the testing run going on, and then things will be much more simple. As you can see now, the rotation is exactly as I wanted it to be, and now you can place all these kind of shooting things. Why did you have the option though in here to say shots ignore scenery? Well, that is pretty cool because you can use these things and you can also connect certain elements to it, which makes sense if you want to do something really cool with those and put some other targets on top of it. Then you can shoot on other things as well. I'm going to show you. Let's say you want to have a yeah, maybe guest. We do have these things over here, and you want to shoot them for or maybe do we have an alien? Yes, we have. We can use some of the aliens over here, you know, and we're going to place this one in front here. So if you were to do this and you don't have the ignore scenery, you cannot shoot that target because you will always shoot the head, but you are not going to hit the target. Now, what you can obviously do, and this is pretty cool as well, if we go to the platform, and we're going to use a moving platform, a rotational one. Or actually, what's also kind of cool is you can use the moving platform spring. I'm not even sure if this would work. I'm like questioning myself if it would actually work. But what you can do is you can attach these things to platforms as well, which is kind of cool. You can have you know, such a moving platform and then put a target on top of those, so they will be moving accordingly to the platform, and you have to shoot a moving target. But because I wanted to show you this to you, you can have the rotational platform, and you can make this thing aligned to somewhere over here. Just rotate this around so we've got 90 degrees, somewhat like that, and then we're going to just say default we are going to have a quarter chop slow. No, quarter chop. What was it? Quarter chop. There. Is there a fast one as well? I need a quarter chop fast. Do we have that? Oscillate. No. Quarter chop. Quarter. Okay, it doesn't matter. We're going to choose this one, and I'm going to say deactivate. Okay, now we're going to use the alien. Let's click the alien, and we're going to align this to our wonderful platform. Hold on. Is this aligned to building, add to building on, and attach that to the moving platform? Yes, that is exactly what we want to do. So, oh my god, hold on. Just let's do this again. Attach this to the platform, place it down. Okay, cool. And now you do obviously have this play on trigger only. And now the question is, what is the trigger? So basically what you can do, you can attach this one and then connect this to a trigger. So you can edit this trigger sequence, and we can add an object to it, which would be this one, and say confirm selection. And this one is obviously just shooting when this shooting piece is actually hit. So if we are going to place this here, there we have that. I'm not even sure if that is gonna work, but I'm gonna test the shooting right, and now we should be able, if we hit the target where we would need to, let's have a look, then go, and Come on, I need to hit it. Oh my god, my mouse is just gone completely. Hold on, I need to just do that again with my mouse on the cursor, I should say, in the game. Can maybe hit it from here. I'm so bad at it. My aim is just ridiculously bad. So the problem is where's my cursor though? I can't yet shoot. Let's see. My cursor is not even in. There we have it. Come on, come on. Let me just hit the target. Okay, hold on. Did I do a mistake over here? Perfect tutorial from Mr. Rudy again. Wait. I should have... Did I... Oh, well. Yeah. Never mind me then. Because this is exactly what I wanted to avoid. Now, you see what happens if you do it wrong, okay? I did the mistake here, so blame me on that. But let's just see. Come on. Now I should be able to hit. There you see it. I hit it and the alien just kind of fell with it and it comes back on because the animation is triggered with hitting the target. So if you were to hide the target even better than I did, then it looks almost like you shoot this one only and then this one falls down. I love this so much because you can create so many fantastic things in this game with the shooting ride, for example. And as I can say, this ride over here is very cool indeed because it allows you to, you know, have various ideas to how, yeah, the whole shooting ride should work, you know. This is kind of really cool. And you can also, I'm not sure if people have done it, but let's actually go to the workshop and see if we can have a shooting ride kind of stuff over here. Let's say shooting ride. And see if I have props for that. Maybe some people did some shooting range props, or maybe shooting range, maybe. Let's have a look. I thought maybe people have done stuff like that, but I figure maybe not. Okay, well, there's one. But people have obviously done some really cool stuff with these targets. Maybe we're gonna put in target. Are we gonna get the shop now, right? I'm assuming we get the target shop. That is most likely what we're going to see now. Let's go to sub 1. Okay, yeah, well, we get that was obvious. There you have that rotating mouse target. Let's do this. Subscribe to this one. That is cool. And target bets. Oh, that's also cool. So we've got these bets as well in. Let's see if there's even more. Yeah, we've got a bow target. Subscribe to that one as well. And target source logo sign. Well, that's not something we need to have. Okay, now we go to we go to blueprints, type in target, and then we should be able to see this. So we have a target cluster. I think this is from the in-game thingies, which you could place down somewhere if you wanted to. But we have this target. Oh my god, this is a huge target cluster. So these are the in-game ones, as you can see by not having anything. This one looks also very interesting. What the heck is this even? But then you have the mouse, which this is cute. This is rather cute. So we can have that one maybe here instead of that weird one we had. Can I scale the whole thing, by the way? No, I can't. Okay, I thought I could maybe, but yeah. So the mouse is gonna rotate over here, and then we have the bow target. I'm not sure if there's even a target in. If not, we could even do this. You know, put a bow target just like here. And not sure if there's a shooting thingy in. And we have the bets as well. And I assume there are also targets embedded in this one. Oh god, sorry. And we could place them here. I don't know. Let's quickly test if that is working. So this one is almost in the area. So I didn't hit that one. Waiting for car to return to station, which it does. Do 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 do. I can't even see the shooting pistol we have in hands, but it doesn't matter. I wanna shoot. Ride will start now. So you can obviously also go for high scores and blah 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 whatnot. This is relatively straightforward. 3, 2, 1, go. Pew pew. There we have that one. And now let's see if it rotates. First of all, oh my god, my mouse is just, I have borderless activated, which is not a good idea for writing. Okay, I can't do anything if I'm on borderless apparently. Yeah, that just, I'm just clicking things on my computer rather than in the game. So if you play the game, make sure to not play on borderless though. I guess you guys got the idea. It's going to be way too long if I keep on doing the tutorial like that. So I thought that was easy and comprehensive once you've set up this thing. But at the same time, it shows you how amazingly you can control these things and how in detail you can get. So there is obviously that, and the other track rides are pretty straightforward. So the powered cars, the train, the go-karts, and so on. They will just follow the track you build. And obviously you connect all these things just as we've already learned in all the other parts. Just like place these things down, and then you connect the path by using, you know, the path builder. There is really no magic involved in here. You're just going to place your kettle pan, bring it back to wherever you want to, then you double tap on the path that you want to connect the exit to, do that, and you're done. Like, it's fairly simple, isn't it? It's fairly simple. Okay, if you did pay attention, you know that we are now have covered the flat rides and the track rides. So next up is going to be pools, which is a rather straightforward tutorial as well, but let's just move over to it and have some fun. So it's time to dive into two pools. Even the pun didn't work out perfectly. Gosh, I'm recording that tutorial for way too long already. But anyways, we are going to have a look at these wonderful, soaky little things. Pools have received quite a couple of updates during the time of the existence of Planet Coaster 2. Being a headline feature of the game, they didn't have the bestest starts ever, at least not as bad as the Flumes, but they were still having a couple of issues, most of which have been fixed. So, the pools now are dependent on weather. I am going to first of all, as always, showcase if we are going to use a blueprint. You can see there are various blueprints in here you can use, and I'm going to use a small one over here. This is going to be one of our pools we are going to use for the sake of the showcase, which we are going to place here. So you can see that the path is even going to merge, which is kind of cool. So this is where the pool sits. Nice, right? So I'm going to quickly change the weather in the game, and the reason for that is relatively obvious. We're going to bring this to snow, and then we're going to speed up the game. We're going to start with something very odd before we actually get into the game. So you can see there are a couple of pools, there's some stuff going on over here, and oh boy, what is happening now? Just gonna stop the game, and looky there, we've got an ice on, which, by the way, looks freaking fantastic. Like, I've been criticizing Frontier for so many things, like the looks of the weather in general and so on. But, oh boy, the ice texture is so freaking gorgeous. However, once this pool is frozen, people will not get into it. Because, as you can see, the pool is frozen because it's unheated. But what is happening to this pool over here? Why is that not frozen? Because we have heaters in. If you followed the mega tutorial, you know we placed them in at the beginning. They consume 2 power at a time, and they can heat an area of 55% of that very pool. If we were to copy this thing over, Control D, by the way, on the computer keyboard and on console, I just don't really know exactly what type of connection that is. But if we are going to place this in here, you will see it's going to take a little while, but then it should actually, if we are in the realms of energy, yes, it is powered. There you can see it just froze the pool and just heated the pool, and in this moment you can see it is climbing. We've got 8 degrees already, and this one heater is capable of heating this thing 3.8 times, in fact. If we were to delete that, you will see in a bit the pool temperature will go down. As you can see now, it's unheated. We are at 9 degrees, 8 degrees, and at a certain point it'll go to freeze just when the temperature of the pool is going to be below 0. And I think that is beautiful and enables a whole bit of new challenge to building pools in your park and building in various different biomes, because apparently in the tropical biome you do not have to care for that problem, while in a northern or temperate one you will have to care for that quite a lot more. Obviously, filtering ratio is something you need to take care of as well. You know that we have already placed some filters, so we shouldn't be worrying about this too much. As for this pool, the filter is not reaching it, so what you would need to do is just bring a filter over. And as always, go into your facilities, custom, and then to blah, 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 connect the kind of thing to it. There may actually be a quicker way of doing the connection, but I don't really know which one it is. So this pool is unheated, but we also do not have this weather for the whole time. I'm just going to bring this back to sunny. Also, before we go to sunny, we can go to thunderstorms real quick, just to showcase one thing. They also have a risk of getting, like when we've got thunderstorms, different things have a different risk to be struck by lighting. As you can see, this ride has a lighting strike risk of 24%, this one 15%, And the pools, I think they don't, but if you have some of the slides going in, they do also come with a different risk of being struck by lighting. Just so you know, so you're aware, just because I was putting down the weather and we didn't talk about that earlier. So let's go back to sunny and continue with the pools. One thing that has also been fixed is, and now you can see a big difference. This pool looks very bluish, while this one looks kind of turquoise and way more like, I don't know if we look at that, I kind of prefer the natural look of the pools, and I want to adjust that to our little lake area, which we're going to fake looking like a lake that is part of it, because unfortunately we can still not fake kind of natural pools like that. But as you can tell, we have now a tool at hand that is coloring the watercolor. So what we could do, we can just go and try to make our lake look a little bit more. If we go in like so, look at that, this gives the whole thing. And you can also change the lighting glow, and if you feel like we would need to change the color a little bit to more murky, to more green, we could all do this, you know. We can change all these colors. So that color is pretty okay. That looks pretty nice. And we can obviously just go to the next pool and then do the same thing as well. Select the same color, increase the strength of it, and then it's adjusted a lot more to the lake. And you know, you could always just like try to match it as best as you can with the lake color. If you want to go for that, you can always do this. Gives maybe the pool a bit more of a natural look if you wanted to, you know. That looks almost like a bit more of a natural one. But what doesn't really fit to it is obviously the ground. So what you can also do, you can go and double tap on that one, and you can change the pathing as always. But you can also, if we were to go to building the pool, as you can see over here, the pool builder, now you can also change the color of those things. And now you can go for a concrete pool, which is just a flat texture. And then you can say the texture shall be, let's say, a bit of a green tint like this. And then you go to customize brush. And as you can see, this is now going to change the color of the we're just a little bit, there you go, of the ground. So you can do the same over here, and it gives you even more of a control over the color of your entire area, which is freaking awesome. So you can really have now a whole bunch of control over how your pool should look like, and also, as you can see, how the outsides of your pool should look like. So we basically now have the same kind of curbing on both sides, as you can see, if you want to align these things. And as always, this works obviously for path as well. So if we were to just do this, you can see now the entire pool area looks exactly the same. The only point why we have this little black thingy is because at some point I think I just forgot to add the foundation, and now if we were to do this whole area, now it's perfectly connected. Look how cool this is, how easy you can now build pools. And speaking of, we can just build our own pool, right? Because as you can tell, this area over here has only two big pools. This one is going to be where all the slides come in, I guess. And this one is also looking nice. But what about if we wanted to put another pool here? Well, actually, just double tap on it and you're going to go into the pool building menu. You again have a couple of options to build a pool. You can do this, like if you follow the pathing tutorial, is exactly the same. You can build either in a straight line, like so, almost like if you put path down, or what you can also do is you can use a stamp. So if you find this is a good thing, you can place it down. There you go. What you may figure is that there is a grayish outline, and this is basically because it is the path type. But you can also just say infinity, and you're just placing down the pool, which is coming in a lot more handy if you want to integrate that into your entire plaza anyways. You can do so. But you can also use the draw tool, and the draw tool comes in very handy if you want to, for example, just follow this area here, just like I do. You could then just go and try to paint in your pool in a form factor that suits your liking over here, just like that. And then maybe bring it straight back here, or maybe just like so, and then curl that around to here. And there you've got your pool, which has a very odd kind of shape to the side, which no one would really do, but that was just for the sake of showcasing. And again, there is another way to do that, and this is the copy area. We can copy pieces over. This is just by hitting the I key, and then as you can see over here, you can copy certain bits of your pool over. So for example, if you were to just copy this little bean over here, you're just gonna select all the pieces, and once you've got that, copy D which is duplicate, place it, and you got the pool. You know, that is just simple as it goes. Sometimes the shape is not correct because there's path missing to fill in the you know, the edges of your nodes, but it's going to be deeper into the knowledge of how the node-based system works, but that's just how you do this. But what we are going to do is we are just going to build a little tiny stamp in here, which is going to be our roundish stamp, and you can go to 2, and then we're going to find a good spot to place it in, which I think is here. That's fairly nice. And what I'm just going to quickly do is just double tap this area, and now we're going to use the draw tool. And we're going to just draw, and very importantly on this specific case, we don't use merge because I don't want to merge this into each other. I just want to make sure to have the best way possible here, just like here. I want to just carry it all in. There we have it. The pool is now part of it. We even have like an entrance here to the area if we fancy having this, which I do want to. And then what we could also do is just like trying to bring this area in as well, which worked just like a charm. Now we could replace some of the benches because they are not fitting exactly in the spots anymore. Same goes for the lantern over here and that little bob here. There we have it, and we're just going to place this somewhere else. Well, this is fine, and oh, what's happening over here? That is a funky little mistake. So let's just quickly fix this. Just gonna use the path and bring this one. Come on, just over here. And here, there you have it, fixed it, awesome. Okay, so that is also because of the edge having a bit of a height difference here. Don't mind this too much. Now we've got different pools, very nice indeed. Also, what I should have explained, we got different height elevations in pools, which is something I'm going to show you with another example now. We can use the line builder, and now as you can see, in here we've got the depth of swimming. So we start building the first bit, then we go from swimming to diving, which as you can tell is going to be even deeper. There you have that. And if we go into the opposite direction and we're going to say wading, just like so, it's going up a little bit more. And if you go to shallow, well, you imagine what this is going to do. Hold on, why is it not doing anything here? We can push this maybe further out to here, this side. Yeah, there you have that. It's starting to be very shallow indeed. I've never seen it that shallow, to be honest. That is very interesting. Interesting stuff happening over here. You can also change the depth of it. If you don't like this, you can go to the edit tool, and then we can change the depth over here manually with this node. Same goes on the other side. So there you have that. So if you don't like the kind of style how it was over there. Why is there a jet, by the way? Let's delete the jet. So that's that, because I wanted to showcase the jets in a bit. I thought I did. Never mind then. Let's delete them real quick and double tap on here. Because when you use the line builder tool, which I highly recommend, there you can see I should have seen this, the jets are activated. You can go to extras and you can activate a couple of things to the extras. So if you were to build this, you can add certain things to it. And hold on, in here, wait, hold on, where can I, there you have that. I don't want to have jets, I want to have them off. Now if I build a certain area, you can see there's no edge or not jets to the other. But if you want to build a kind of lazy river of some sort, you first of all want to go to shallow or wading. I'm going to go to wading, and then what we're going to do, we do activate the extras. We have a jet to both sides. Jets repetition will be way more or less, and then over here we can just go and do this, and as you can tell, there are all jets in the water that are going to power the water forward, and if people are in floaties, they will be powered through this thing in floaties. Now obviously you can use the whole thing in a round mode as well. You've seen me using this straight mode the whole time, but as you can tell over here, you can just perfectly fine also use this. So technically, if you build something like this over here, you will be able to have people going all the way through here, and they will be powered from here to here basically, because this is the direction of the jets, you know. That means people would then be powered through here all the way up until they eventually get out of here. Speaking of, you can then deactivate the things again, turn this back to shallow, and then you could make like a nice transition out of the pool if you wanted to. And if you want to make that straight again, you can use another straight piece like this, for example. And this then could be the entrance, which is looking rather interesting today. I'm gonna leave it as is because it doesn't really look that bad. So as for the showcase, one last thing, you can also delete pools, and deleting just works exactly as it has worked with the path width as well. So what you can do is you can just use, for example, this tool, go over all of them, and they will be deleted. Or you're just going to delete brush, which works like this, or you can use the stamp, which works like that. So that is just very straightforward. And you can also, if you want to build something and you want to do again a connection, you can also use the stamp tool. And then if you have a good time and you want to have like a nice entrance, you can just do it like so. Here you see that, wonderful. There's like a little edge that doesn't really align properly. Now what you can do to just get rid of this little bob over here, very simply just go to the edit tool, grab that node, and there you've seen already the issue. There are two nodes very close to each other. You can just merge them, and booms, the issue is gone. Sometimes it just doesn't attach nicely, but that is a very cool area to get in. So maybe over here we can then have a pathway connected. So gonna draw this in, so like this, and like so. We have, there we have it, and this would be a fantastic entry to our little floaty area. Or we can also just, as I see, we would need to just connect that one. Oh my god. Can I just merge? Yeah, there you have it. This would be a nice area to get out, and then the pump could potentially be just moved a little bit further to the side to just make that look a little nicer over here indeed, which we're going to just quickly do. Connect the whole bit over here. There you go. That looks a lot nicer. And this is about all you need to know about pools. I mean, we could go through a couple of things in here. If you want to edit the ticket price, you can edit the ticket. Or what you can also do, which is maybe a good thing, you can say the pool is closed, because this is a cool idea for slides. I want to showcase that in the Flume ride a little bit more. But if you have an area where only a slide should be ending in, and people should get out of it immediately to not block the area where the slide basically ends, this is where I'm just gonna go where you would go in and just have like a little pool, and in here you would need to go to swimming, I should say, and then we're gonna build this one in here. And then just next to it another one, and next to it another one. So if the slide would then be coming, be coming in here, just like, and the other one goes here. So that would be a nice little area to end your slides in. You know, if that's the case, you then go in and close that one. People can still end in here with the slide, but then they would get out immediately. So that's something very important to keep in mind. Again, watercolor can be changed, water slide, blah, 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 can all be changed. So nothing really in particular. But there are a couple of things that need to be kept in mind with pools as well. We've talked a lot about what you can do with those, but you also need to handle them in terms of the management aspect. So over here, we do have a wonderful lifeguard with a lifeguard tower. And as you can see, clicking on the tower will bring up a menu showcasing what area is secure. The reason why it is secure is because you have a lifeguard overlooking the area. So now we can place a lifeguard in here, and you can see there is more area now covered. The same goes if you place one here, and if you place another one here, and maybe even one here. Now the entire area is covered, and as you can guess, and this should all be part of our area for the pools as well, as you can guess, you will have heat maps for this as well, and if you go for certain areas, you will be able to tell if this is covered or not. So let me just see: cleanliness, profits, scenery, temperature, shade, thunderstorm risk, condition, operations, pool safety. There we have it. Now you can see that all the pool is covered, yet this one isn't, and the same goes for our little kind of area here. But there are various options to fix that. It's not only that one tower. You can also go to pool extras, and you will see there are a couple of things to kind of play with. You've got a lifeguard post, which you can place basically anywhere as well. You also do have a tall tower, which has a bigger radius, as you can tell, than the smaller one. So if you place a bigger one here, it's gonna overlook a bit more of this area, and the same goes if you rotate this one. He basically has this area then inside. So that's kind of cool. This is how you basically fill in your area. Oh, and one thing I haven't even talked about is you can also create waves. Obviously, there are waves machines you can place in like so, and you can also place jump-in towers in like this. The wave now start to spread. As you can see, this pool now has wave effects. There is the jump-in tower, the little thing, which is coming in 2 variants, the small one and the bigger one. Unfortunately, the bigger one is one size. You can't drag it up and down to create bigger or smaller ones, unfortunately. And the wave is just creating like this. And if you click on the wave machine itself, you can see it does really not have anything else to changed, but I think you can with the pool, you can then change the price of the pool if you think this is worth more, for example, simply because it has more options thanks to the wonderful wave pool. And you can even put some filters next to it. There is an attachment point if you need one right away. So I guess this is about everything you need to know about pools. One little thing we have already talked about at the beginning, but maybe you forgot, or maybe you haven't watched the full tutorial and skipped here. Obviously, people need to get into your pools. Therefore, they have to be in swimming suits or in bathing clothing. This is where our wonderful changing rooms come into play. And then people will need to go into the pools. Well, there is a certain problem in this game. I'll say that right away because you have most likely already noticed that. People will be roaming around your entire park in these swimming suits if you don't stop them from doing so. And there at the moment is not really a way of doing this. There's no kind of allowance for this or so. So the only kind of trick you can use is something I'm going to showcase over here now. You could just try to make sure that there's no other outside connection than where your changing rooms is. And this is also relatively far away from your pools, which is not going to stop them entirely. But what you could do over here is you could basically try to get rid of this connection, or you would now to go and put some, oops, I'm not in facilities. You're going to put a curb in between and make sure to go to, oops. Oh, is the curb now in scenery? Are you kidding me? Is it in here? Did they put it in, not in the facilities? Oh, yeah, it is. You could put then a curb in between because that one is going to block people from passing by. So this is not going to allow them to go through. You can then just put a fence on top if you wanted to. Now, in order to get to the pools, the only way people can access is via here. So there is a high chance that people will spend a lot of time in the pools, and then eventually when they get out of it, they will use the changing rooms before if they do not plan to come back to the pool. This is no guarantee that this is going to work. Unfortunately, most likely it's not going to work fully. People will still have weird ideas to just go on a coaster in between and then come back to spend their time on the pools again, which is kind of annoying, to be honest. And yeah, well, what shall I say? There's really not much to fix it about. So you can place also, like, what you can also do is give them more options to rest longer on the pools by giving them lounger chairs like this, and just making sure that there is a reason for them to not move away. And by this, they would spend more time in the pools, fulfill their desires, their needs, whatever they come for. And then once that is done, the chances are a little higher that they will kind of leave this area and kind of do change their clothings again. I do hope Frontier is going to change this by giving us options to kind of mark down areas where like bathing suits are allowed and vice versa. Because obviously, as there is a pathway connection, people with normal clothing can also go here. They can only not just jump into the pool. That is basically the only difference that they have. But yeah, so this is how that all looks and comes together. But in order to make it a proper pool area, lovely fun pool area, we obviously need to build some slides and flumes, which is exactly what we're going to do next. So hopefully this was helpful for everyone who've searched and seeked for pool help and building pools, and you know, just making sure that this is hitting. Now, as for the ones watching in the mega tutorial, we just continue, but for the ones watching this as an individual video, for the next one, just click the next video or just search for it on the channel. I'll see you there. For the other one, stick with me. We just continue with the flumes now. Pools are done. That means we are carrying on to stuff that brings people into pools. And no, I'm not speaking of actually pushing someone in. I'm speaking of actually building flumes and slides and stuff like that. So what we're going to do is we're going to, as always, put down like a little bit of a blueprint, and then we are going to build stuff on our own so you learn how to do that. So if you've seen the full tutorial going on, you will already know a couple of shortcuts and stuff like that. For everyone else looking or actually watching watching only this video individually. A couple of kind of simple movements and tools and stuff I'm not going to explain in detail. You should actually watch a basic tutorial before you do this, but nevertheless, we're going to first of all put down a blueprint. As you can see, going to the Flume tab down here, we are greeted with a couple of wonderful blueprints. We could put down one of my big wonderful ships, but we don't, obviously. We're going to take one of the very small ones over here. We've got a very nice swell slide over here. You can see it's one of the absolute most simplest designs you can ever think of, and actually I want to put this somewhere where it does not interfere too much with the other way around. In fact, I'm going to basically place that thing right over here to that corner. Hold on, I will be able to somehow push this in here so that it doesn't create any... Yeah, there you go. Gonna plop this thing here. So what that does, and this is pretty simple, you know, it's gonna make the slide go down here. People just come into the water. That's all it takes. And then the only thing you need to do is double tap on the queue and then connect the queue to one of the main paths. And this is where people can enter. Very simple. You could then also just, I don't know, to make that nicer, you can just type in rock, for example, search for a rock that you find suiting, and then just make that rock bigger, push it below if you want to, you know, make that thing look a little nicer. You can actually make this thing so big that you can actually just cover the entirety of its lower angle, you know, somewhat like that. Oh, actually, you know what, this is maybe a little bit too big. I don't know, just like put that in. Yeah, there you go. And then you could also adjust the color if you wanted to. Just like if you want to go for a bit of a gray color, we can just do that, you know, just making sure that things look a little bit nicer, right? So that was pretty simple, right? We just put down a, well, wonderful blueprint of a slide. So this is just how you approach that. There are bigger ones as well. Now, what we want to do is also we want to build a bigger tower from where we can put some slides down. Now, this slide over here obviously doesn't have that much force, so people will not be flowing too far in here. But what another kind of slide would do is they would have a long way to go into the water, and then you know, if we have like a slide coming in here with a lot of speed, people would crash into the back here. That's not what we want, so double tap on that one. And we're actually going to enlarge our pool here a little, just to make sure that the other slides have enough room to... Oops, that is not been correct. Let's just try to... You know, or we can also just select this one like that and then just push this over so that this is our pool design. Very nice, very simple. Hit play for a second. Oh, actually, you know what? Look at the color. It's just like a difference in color. Why? Whatever. Just gonna customize all of this here with the same so that at least it looks the same. Okay, so here we go. We've got a nice little pool at hand where all the slides can basically end in. We've got our little plaza over here, but we want to build a flume. So this time around, we're going to go to create custom. And when you create a custom slide, you are first of all greeted with the 7 different types we have in game. Let's quickly run through those. The first one is the basic body flume. You can have various kind of styles of it. You know, it can be semi-open, or it can be fully open. It can be a closed roundish tube, or it can be a glass tube, and it can also be a glass semi-open bottom part. And you can also do a couple of little coloration items over here. Then we have the body slide. The difference is that the slide is fully flat, you know, and this one obviously is round, and then you can go down with a mat basically. And then we also have a wider one, which is the same basically as the body slide. It's just a wider one to get a bit more enjoying on, you know, just a wider space to work with. We also have a double inner tube flume, which is actually it's functioning the same way as the body flume, but you are wider, so you have a double ring where people sit in. We do have the inner tube flume, which is the same as this one, just a tiny bit more catered to a single flume. Single inflatable, not a double inflatable. Then we also have the mat flume. I'm sorry, these ones are basically for the people without mat, and this is the variant of this one as with mats. And you can also make a closed version of it, as you can see on the little picture. And last but not least, you have the raft flume, which is the biggest of them all, which is the first one you're going to build real quick, where you have a huge inflatable raft for multiple people to enjoy at the same time, which is, as I said, the first thing we are building. And that one is going to go a little bit here around the area. So once you click on that, you will be greeted with a platform. Instead of anything else, you will be greeted with this tiny square over here. You can push this up and you can see this is nothing else than a platform. This is going to be where all our slides, or actually where the slides can be attached to. We're going to do this over here, and we will have the train go below our main platform, just because I think it's going to be fun. And then you can also attach more points to it, which we are going to do because I don't want to make more of these platforms all the time. Now, if we place a flume to it, you can see this is where the flume is starting, and the big raft flume is the only one that actually requires either one single one or two of the platforms, because otherwise you can't attach that. But the single one, if we just redo this, and then we click on that one and build the flume, basically, you can see when you go on the platform, let's just do that again, there's a platform floating in there. You click on that one and you can then say build new, and you're going to select your flume. Now, if you go to that one over here and you say starting point, you cannot attach. As I said, you will need two different variants of it, or basically two platforms. If you want to build a platform, by the way, you can either do it this way, just select this and copy. Wait, hold on, that's not gonna work. You can, I think you actually need, oh, hold on, you actually need to go to the Flume tab, and then you need to build this one again, so you get another platform, and now this actually gives you a magnetic attach moment, which we are just going to rebuild exactly like I did. If you will give me the option here, there you go, click one in, click the other one in. Now we got a bit of a bigger space here, and now we're going to attach this wonderful flume. Now, from over here, it's going to be straightforward. This is similar to what you will expect and experience in the coaster builder as well. You have the most straightforward controls, as you know them maybe as well from Planco 1 with the coaster builder, and you can build all kind of styles with your wonderful flume over here. You go down, and you can also, which is fun, you can obviously go up as well, and you obviously have then to check if there is enough speed to do so, and that is not going to make clearance with the train at all. This is not going to work. The train is definitely taller than that, so I assume we would need to go down. You know what, I'm going to show you something else with this ride instead, so that you guys can fancy seeing something else as well. So this one, I'm not sure if it's going to make this little bump over here, but we're going to go down again. You can obviously, as always, test the rides as well. You know, it's just like all the other stuff as well. And then we go all the way down. You can straighten it up if you wanted to, and then just bring this down to 0. And now, if you feel like this could be too much speed and the raft will actually fly out on this side, you can have a taller side to one of the sides if you wanted to, so that you can see high side flume left or the high side flume right. And that is giving you a bit more control over how the raft is going to go through here. We're going to do exactly this. And then if you want to end this ride, but you're not in a pool area, there is the option to add an end. And now you can see there are various ways to end this ride. You can either go for the open, transparent section end sections. They would technically need to be over a pool. However, the game does not necessarily require it to function. So if you would build this, people would actually crash into the ground, which in challenge mode or in scenario mode is gonna harm your park quite literally, because people will be annoyed and leave the park afterwards and ask for refunds. And then you've got two different variants for an end piece, if you do not want, what I just said earlier, if you do not want to build this yourself. Over the water, you can do it over here. There are various variants to build over the water. This one is an enormous kind of swirl thingy, which is kind of cool. And you get two variants left and right for that. You get another fancy weird thing, which is that behemoth over here, which is going to help you end into a pool as well. And the same goes in the other direction. And there's also going to be a huge curve piece section, which looks similar to what we have seen before. It's just is semi-open, as you can tell over here. It's actually really enormous, to be honest. But what we want to do is we are going to use with a normal, you can see this is the deep runout lane or the shallow runout lane, which the difference of that is the, whoops, hold on, the shallow one enters in with a lot less space in between, below there. You can see there's the plastic right away, or if you go for the low one, it's going to be a bit more like this. The low one actually breaks them down a bit more easily, so I'm going to place this. Now, you can see this is the right slide we build. This may actually be a little bit problematic though. So you can, just as in coasters, you can also smooth stuff if you wanted to, which it does not allow me to do. So maybe this is all in all a little bit problematic over here. Can I smooth this little piece? I can't really. Can I at least smooth this one out? I really built something you can't really smooth. Can I at least smooth something about here? Well, just like a little bit I can smooth. I think I just built a very weird looking slide over here. Anyways, we are going to test this real quick. Because obviously we want to see if it works or not. So the flume comes down. Let's see if it's fast enough or it's going to make a fly. No, it's not making a fly. It's going all the way around and woo! Actually, that worked pretty fun. Pretty fun indeed. So let's hop on that one again and let's see how that works. So we are in this one. Woo! We're going to go down and then we chop down into this corner over here and then all the way back. So it's not the most longest ride in the world, but it's kind of fun actually because of that little airtime you almost get there. And yeah, with all the updates during the last couple of years, or the last couple of years, I should say, the physics have been majorly improved. So if you have seen the old tutorial, you may have seen that especially the flat ground of this slide was something to put people off. Now this is now round, and you can even see that the wonderful raft over here is conforming accurately to the movement, and it's just really looking cool. You can, however, disable that in the menu so that you don't have that. It depends a little bit on how good your computer is, if you want that or not. But the fact it does kind of conform to it with the inflatables, I personally think just really made the slides finally good, which I think is something we needed badly in the game. Anyways, this is not the only slide we're going to build. Let's pause the game. And you can see there is a wonderful flume attached to this already. But as I said earlier, we wanted to go here as well. So we're going to build a new one, and we're going to build a standard flume as well, which is going to be, we actually don't need this. We can start right away, and you can see there are variants of it with the starting one. We are going to start with a top one with like kind of this little starting rail over here where people can push themselves quicker in. And now you get a whole bunch of pieces. As you can see over here, an open top piece of flume track. The piece supports high speeds. That's kind of a high speed piece. If people will be fast because you've already built that, this is the piece to go. You can also build obviously a pipe, which is something we are going to do right away because I want to go a little bit curling around here, and then let's see if we don't make that too steep. I don't want to end up too early. And then you can make this 60 degrees tight. It's the tightest you can go with. So curl this thing around the whole time. And then you can also, again, do the same as you've seen previously. Make one of the sides taller than the other if you feel like this is necessary to keep your people inside of your flume. So people in here would already have a bit of speed, but I'm going to build like a very straightforward slide over here. Let's just curl that thing all the way around. And now we're going to make this a little more flat. So let's do exactly what this game told us to do with the high-speed piece. We're going to make this here. And you can see there are various pieces available. You can also have a transparent flume track, as you can see over here. We can still do this high-speed track if we wanted to. We can even go up a little if that makes sense. And then we can bring this all to an end down into our wonderful pool. And again, over here, you can then use various end pieces again. This time around, we're going to use the normal piece. Yeah, let's just use it like that. Okay, so we've built that slide. Not sure if this is going to work, but obviously we can test this one as well. We got our little testing dummy to go down, and we're going to see if that works. That looks to be fun, and they are not going to fly off here. No, they're not. We can also just make sure that the ground is pushed away a little over here so it doesn't look too weird. And let's see if that works again. Yeah, that's cool. Also, I feel like this part over here would be really fun in real life, you know, get that tiniest bit of airtime out over here. And depending on how good of a slider you are, you can even just maybe lift up a little bit. That'll be fun, I guess, in real life. But now, as for the pieces itself, we haven't done this previously. You can, first of all, have event sequences in here. Well, you may ask why you would do this. Well, actually, because what's kind of fun in this game is obviously that things in interiors can become dark. So you could technically go in here and make sure that this thing becomes fully dark with scenery pieces, and then add some light effects to it, which is really cool. One of the things that people have been complaining about, and one of the few things I guess that is still not fixed, is if, for example, we were to just take these ones, and then you can obviously recolor segments of your slide as well. So let's say, hold on, how was that again? I think you can Well, actually, let's go and see if we, first of all, we're gonna make everything in black, you know, just to make sure that you can tell. There you have that, and the supports can also be black. Why not? So this should technically be dark in here now, but for whatever reason, there is really not any darkness in here. So what people have been coming up with is they made themselves like a kind of a tube out of scenery pieces to make it really dark in here, and then they used lights, which you can do. I'm not going to rebuild this now, but you can obviously do this. One thing I wonder is there is a way to paint individual pieces, I believe it was, but I'm not really seeing where exactly that is. Go to construction. No, it's not. So I thought, at least I thought that was working in the past, but it feels like you cannot. Seems like you can only just recolor the entire thing. Is that really true? Okay, sorry for my confusion over here, but I would have sworn that this was possible. Let's have a look if that works with this one over here instead, just so we are aware of it. Not really though. It really seems like that we are not able to color individual steps. Is that really true? Okay, so this is definitely another fix Frontier needs to come up with, because apparently that is pretty stupid. I mean, this is not how real flumes could be painted, you know. But however, you can obviously then paint the entirety. I mean, in all my builds, I just made them actually one color, so I never noticed beforehand. But yeah, one thing I didn't show you is that this part over here is still not finished, because we would need a pathing way to here. So you would need actually to bring this thing, and you can see there is the little indication to where you need to build your path, and then you need to first of all bring this back to some areas like that. And over here you can see the supports will still be generated, so people would need to go around here. Realistically, to be honest, that would really work in real life, so I wouldn't mind to have that this way. People would come off here, and that's all pretty much doable, so that's nice. And you've seen this is the way how you can build these typical kind of flumes. There are even more of those, so we're gonna build another one. And you can see there is obviously the option to build another thing like so, and we're going to place this one. Well, with those rides, you do have an issue though. If I place this here now, you can see that there is the issue that this slide can only be built all the way straight. There's like no way you can put this to the left or to the right, which depending on what you want to do, obviously can be problematic. Now, you have to be careful with these kind of rides, you know, and if you're building them all the way down here, you would obviously need to end the flume. But the thing is, this flume over here, for whatever odd reason, does not come with a runoff area. I'm still going to show you how you make your custom runoff area now. So if you would love to have this ride still in your park and make this actually work like a proper one, we can just do this, and we're going to make this as steep as we can, so that this is going to be really fun. 45 degrees, going to go all the way down, and we're going to bring this, well actually this might be a bit of a weird angle, so we're going to take our time a little bit over here. So we're going to bring this down here to a 0, and then we end the flume with the typical kind of end. So that is basically how you do that. We actually, you know what, I'm just gonna add more pieces just to make it not too crazy. So is that 0 degrees about it? I guess it is. Now obviously what you can do is you just grab your pools, create a custom one, and then you use your stamp builder tool. And what you got to do is we bring this thing down below where we have built our flume's end, you know. Just gonna place this here, and then we can, from over here, we can obviously just copy this thing over, or we just, you know, hit Control D would have been the easier one, because that just automatically attaches like so. And we're gonna make this a little longer though, you know, that might actually be not long enough, but you know, just gonna connect this here. There you go. And what you can do now to make this even more realistic, you could come in here and edit this thing. And then what you can do is you just grab yourself the side, and then you just bring this about-ish here. So make it a bit more narrow. And the same goes for the other side. You could even bring this in a little bit more narrow over here, like that. And for both pools, obviously, you can then raise the ground quite a bit, because these things where you end in are most likely way more shallow. So you can adjust the height. So that is how these slides would really be in here. But that is still not what you would love to do, because they would fly in here and that's going to be a huge crash. We don't want that. So let's go back to the editing and just get rid of these things. And also that end piece can go away. And now what you want to do is bring this one down. Now this is going to be the most tedious part over here. You need to figure out exactly this angle where it is going to be right above the edge of your pool. So you can even just get this thing in even so much lesser. There you can see I messed up a little bit, so need to just adjust this a bit higher. There you have it. Okay, so this is actually the perfect angle, and now we can end this thing in the pool so that people would enter the water a little bit more from a lower angle, you know. And afterwards, as you can guess, you can then just go in and try to find the right height here for, oops, we're not up here. There you can see that. Oh, I should have just used the push tool to make it a bit more like this. Also, I forgot to loop the music, so let's quickly do this again. So we have got some background music. Here we go. Just push a little down and you got your slide. Easy as it goes. Now this is basically how it's done. And now, as always, you would need to connect it with a path of whatever you love to do. And, you know, this is something where you can't really get around. So what would technically be the easiest way is just to try to bring a path over here to whole. My God, okay, that's interesting. Now, from over here, oh gosh, I'm not even sure if that would fit anyways, but if you would disable merge, do we have merge enabled or not? Line style, automatic, blah, 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 merge is off. Okay, so what you would need to do then is exactly this, and you curl the whole thing around until you meet this point. I'm kind of confused to why it doesn't give me the same style everywhere. So it should really give you, hold on, why add rails? No, I just don't want to have any rails over here, so let's get rid of the rails. Sometimes it does some weird things over here because of the edges. I don't know what exactly it's doing. Oops, that's a little bit too much. So you got to figure that out yourself. Sometimes, again, it just does these weird things. You can sometimes solve it by just moving one of the nodes and then hoping for the best. Over here, it seems not to work, but yeah. The game still has its quirks and stuff like that. I think the easy fix will be to just make the side of the pool over here, ensure that it doesn't have any kind of edge over here. So you can see there it just says edge, but technically you don't want to have an edge over here. So it also doesn't give me the edge. I don't know. I don't really mind. So this one is a bit odd over here. Never mind though. This would be an easy cover-up version. Now, we've got a couple of slides in here, and this is almost it. Like, there's really not that much to say about Flumes. All these other Flumes basically build themselves exactly the same way. You basically take the slide, attach this somewhere, and then you just kind of build out your slide however you want to. And you can then also just bring it down into the pool area as you like. And just for the showcase purpose, we're going to, oh my God, this is a bit of a too big one, but we could try to fiddle this out. You know what, I'm just going to bring this around here. Oh my God, this is it's going to be a bit odd over here anyways, but yeah, let's see if I can bring this thing in. This is way too big. I thought I'm going to show you this thing, but like, yeah, it basically would work if I put this higher up. I'm not going to do this. I'm just really not. But this is just the way how you can bring your slides in. Let's just open up this thing a little bit like so. And then that one is just flying into the pools like this, you know. You could also end this here, by the way. You don't need an end piece technically to make them function. Just saying, you could also do it this way. And this is also like a fun way because it would crash into the water and break down. Like it's not going to break down. It's slow down accordingly over here. If this is even working, let's have a look if this flume would even work. I'm just gonna kind of simulate that. Let's have a look. So that is going to weirdly work. Not as it's supposed to be, but it does weirdly work. Yeah, technically it's crashing down here. But I think could we technically solve that by having a higher up area here? Let's see. Well, it just kind of solves it. It just kind of solves it, you know. I like the fact it does go nicer over here. Like, physically not perfectly accurate, but hey, it's a tutorial, it's fine. Now, what you need to do, you need to have an entrance for all these kind of things. So you better go to one of the entrances. And what you can see now is I'm able to attach something and it automatically generates some staircases over us here for us. Now, there is a bit of an issue because you can see in here, I'm not really finding the perfect spot to place my staircase. There's no way to bring this around here. So either I'm going to build a new platform until I find a suitable slot, or I'm just going to press Control once and I'm getting the option to build my own connection on the same level as the platform is, which is exactly what we are going to do. We're going to keep this thing up here. This is where we have it. And now what you can do is on double tap, you will be able to, or actually you can, whatever, you can also go to just your normal pathing tools, go to queue, and then you will be able to attach a queue to it, which is exactly what we got to do here. So I'm going to bring this over and then, oh, we did run this right through our slide over here, which is not what I wanted to do. So we can just try to see where, okay, this is too early of a turn. So bring this over. And now it's all about your personal preferences. You can then just build out your tower as you wish to. You could then just also have like areas like this where you just, I don't know, if you don't want to go all the way easily down, you could just try to kind of bring your staircases down like so. And because Frontier has fixed some of the clearance issues in this game, I'm just saying that and it doesn't work. But like technically they have. Let's have a look if I can bring this around like so. And then we're just going to bring this down just so it works. Let's have a look. Yeah, no, it still doesn't. I thought they have fixed the clearance. Oh boy. Okay. Well, whenever I try to record a tutorial, it is so odd that it always creates these issues. Ah, there you go. That I don't have, like, I do testing. I do a lot of testing before I do these tutorials. And funnily enough, it always works. I can see this is, again, and yeah, for whatever odd reason, the game is hating me whenever I do tutorials. Well, yeah. You know what? I'm just going to make it simple. I don't mind. I'm just going to make it simple now, okay? So this is how you could then bring down your freaking path, okay? You can also click shift once and it's going to search for the ground. Well, in my case, it didn't find it. But there you can see it. Oh, I can't even bring it over here, can I? No, I'm just going to bring this here first. I think it's just really because of the angle. Now, what I want to attach this to is... There you can see this. Actually, yeah, why not? Let's bring it down here. So this is that, and you can see there are no supports to this piece of wonderful pathwork we've done over here, which is down to the fact we haven't had that in styling. So I'm gonna enable the supports for this specific case simply because I'm too lazy to build all the supports myself now. So I'm just going to add the supports back in just to give this whole thing a bit more of context, a bit more of nice, you know, supports anyways. But you can see still below here, some of the supports are gone. So we would need to do also, is this crashing into it? Yeah, it is. So what you would need to do to make that a little nicer is just get rid of the foundation and then just make sure that this area has no foundation. You know what, actually, I think it's easier to just have these two pieces, right? Yeah, that should be enough. So this is a bit nicer. I think it will look nicer if the whole thing over here is just a plateau. Yeah, there you go. And you could do some custom supporting down here if you wanted to. If you go to these ones and you type in support, if you had any, they would be listed in here and you can, you know, put some blueprints down. I don't have any blueprints of that sort kind of done at the moment. But yeah, so this is how we build our flumes. It's not really in particular exciting, I do admit, but they can be really cool. I've done some really cool slides as well in flumes, and, you know, this is just like the main reason why we did this, is just to showcase how you build them. And you can see this fits nicely into our park. We can style this up with some trees and stuff later, so you don't really see that much. Or my most favorite thing to do is grab a little bit of a piece of rock, and then we're just gonna make a rock really go big. And then you can also have like a rock and make the rock smaller to just add up to your area a little bit, and you already did a bit of a cover up, you know. It's pretty simple, but we'll get to cover ups and so on in this tutorial a bit later. So here goes that. I really do enjoy how that turned out, because you can still style a lot of things. I mean, this one over here is pretty unrealistic. I'm gonna turn this into a dark green one, just so, I don't know, it's a dark green slope. Has a new category for slopes, the mostly lethal ones. So yeah, that's that. And as I said, this pool is set, or can be set to closed or open. We're gonna keep this to closed, and the same one goes to this one. Pool is too small, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's too small, because they will still get in here and out. So don't you worry if you get this notice. This just means that there is no guest in. You can see there is no guest capacity, 0 out of 4, but people will not just actively get in, which is good because you don't want them in there anyways. So that is kind of nice. You can also, if you click on a pool, you can obviously have a lifeguard attached to that, but I think we have one facing this direction anyways. So that's been it, my friends, for the Flume tutorial. Again, there's not really much more to learn. It's now time to do whatever you can do with this kind of tool. You can also build coasters, which is exactly what we're going to do in the next part of today's tutorial. So for our coaster, we are going to actually go with the Epedemic Raid coaster. The reason why we're going to choose this train is, or actually this coaster, is basically because it features a lot of pieces that you will find on other coasters as well. Now we're going to bring this thing into our park, but what I want to do is I want to actually give this coaster a bit of a special treatment. So it's gonna sit right below our train over here. So the beginning will be right next to our area here. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to place this here. But we are going to start the station not with a double station, which is in and out. We are going to start this with a loading station only, which is going to be, why did you actually rotate? I'm not sure why this did. Anyways, we're going to place it like this. This is just a station to board the train, and I'm going to show you why this is important. So let's see that we can really align this nicely so we don't get into trouble later on. So I'm just going to try to figure that out. So this should be fine, placing this down. Now, this is a loading station. And why do I keep saying this is interesting? Well, because if we place the entrance, you will be able to see that I can place it down, but I cannot place the exit. You can say I can click on that one, but it doesn't allow me to place the exit. Now, why is that? Well, actually, you can place a staff gate exit, which you're going to place here. Now, originally, the game came out last year only with one type of station, which was the load and unload station in one, where you featured an entrance and an exit. Now, the exit was also relevant for the mechanic, because when the mechanic enters a coaster, while it's broken down, they will always go to this control panel and do their little thingy with the mechanical kind of stuff, you know, with their tool to kind of repair the ride as in the animation. Now, if you have a load and unload station, the exit is going to sit on the unload station. I'm just going to quickly show you. We're going to build backwards. This is, by the way, very simple. You just double tap on the back side of your station. I've seen people fiddling around with this a little bit too much by just double tapping in here and trying to reach out to the side. It's rather easy. Just double tap on the back on the coaster, and you're going to start building backwards. We're going to put down a push tire. You can see there is a lot of track pieces in here. This is why we use this track. You can see there's a lot of stuff we got to talk about. We're going to talk about the switch tracks in a bit, but we are first of all going to use the push tires, and we're going to make this piece of track very, 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 very short, because then we are going to go to stations. And as you can see, now you can only choose a specific amount of stations, and that is these two stations over here. And we're going to have the left exit because we want to align this again with our area. So I'm going to place this down, and once this is done, you can see this is where the train will later on arrive, and then people will get off the train, and this side obviously is where people can board the train, and this is where the mechanic can go to fix the train. It's a bit of a fiddly thing, but now I double tap too much. Now you can also place the exit, which I'm going to put here. And then I'm going to quickly, just for having it already done, I'm just going to quickly connect the path over here. Why is it going down? I want to keep it on the same level. Hold on tight. Why is this not just staying on the level? Come on. Just like stay straight. I'm wondering why it's not going to do this. It should definitely stay straight. I am wondering. Oh, there you go. Oh, well, that was odd why it didn't do that earlier. But then I'm going to bring the whole thing down here to the path. Okay, I think this is not steep enough. We're going to just try to see that we get this done like so. And so that should be fine. And then, yeah, we got to figure out a little bit to make that look nicer. You know, I don't want them to be going through these things. Or maybe, you know what, actually, we could use this piece and just make that a normal track piece, or use that track piece. It doesn't matter. We've got a beam over here, or we do this, the simple beam. I think that makes sense because the pushing from here will be enough to get it over to the other side. So there's not really that much of a problem. I just wanted to have that in place already while we build. Okay, now we have this load and unload station. This is a new type of thing in the game that has been added a while ago. So you can have these separate stations now. And if you build like a station later on, which we are going to quickly do in the building part, then you will be seeing that you can hide this nicely so that it looks like as if the dark, kind of the empty train comes over, which is kind of cool for the people boarding the train. It just kind of gives it a bit of a different immersion. Anyways, we're building the train, and we're going to start the train with a pretty standard lift hill, which is something that has been added to this coaster even after the update. By the way, mentioning this coaster is part of the Sorcery DLC. It's not part of the base game, just as an information. But as this coaster shows most of the pieces in the game, I'm going to still use that one with a 30-degree lift hill. We're going to build the chain lift. Chain lift is something that obviously a lot of coasters feature. So I'm going to build this up until here, a very standard lift hill. When you click on it, you can set a couple of things. If you go to settings, hold on, I'm just gonna select this one, and I'm wondering, why is this not hold on, there you go, it's in the station for whatever reason. Here you can set the speeds of your chain lift, which is important to be able to, you know, just make sure that the chain lift has the dedicated speed. There you can see that you selected one, and then you can say faster or slower kind of speed of your chain lift. That is what you need to do. So once you're done, we can just curl this down. Sometimes coasters have something like this, where you have a last bit still being the chains, so to keep it locked in a little bit and then release it into the layout. In our case over here, we're going to use, I think we're going to use the double spine over here. That looks kind of fun. So we're going to use this one. I am going to explain a couple of the tools you have at hand over here. I just built quickly the chain lift, but you have not really an idea potentially what you're doing. So you can see this right handle over here lets you go up and down with the coaster track piece. This is very straightforward. You know, you get also angle snap if you will. You can see I turned angle snap at the moment on, and it snaps for 1 degree. If I do turn it off, you can see you can even go even more tedious to like 5 point whatever. I quite like to have at least a bit of angle snap doing on here, and somewhere in here you can set the angle snap. There you go. Settings, you can also set it to 5 degrees, for example, and now it snaps in 5-degree steps, and so on. You can go to 15 or whatnot. I'm going to leave it at 11.25 because that's something you can work with rather nicely. So that's that. Then the next handle down here, this changes the length of your piece. You can make it longer or shorter. 4 meter is the shortest, and then you can go longer. I'm not even sure what is the longest. I believe it's like 20 meter. So I believe it's the longest you can go is 20 meters. No, you can even go further than that. What is it? 24 meters is the longest you can do. Just as for a little bit of information, I figure that shorter pieces are good to shape your coaster well, and the longer pieces are good for smoothness if you have like a hypercoaster of some sort. So this is the easiest way to notice that, but it depends a bit on how you build, because the smoothing in this game has gotten so much better that you can utilize this a lot nicer than in the first game. So then on the left hand side, we've got the handle to go to the left and to the right. Also pretty straightforward. You can, depending on the coaster, you can use various angles of that. And last but not least, you got the banking. Okay, so banking. What is banking? For those of you who don't know, banking is something to counter the forces that will actually develop on a coaster. So what we're going to do is we're building, first of all, a bit of a nice drop here, okay? And while we do this, I'm going to explain what banking does. So imagine you're building a turn to the right now, and imagine you are the coaster. So the coaster train goes down and it wants to go straight. This is what literally the physical forces would make the train go. However, the train now goes to the right, which means part of the force that the coaster would propel forward is now going to the left-hand side of the track. And this means people are being pushed to the left-hand side. The faster the train is, the harder the push to the side will be, depending on how sharp the turn is. To kind of make sure this force is not too heavy for the people, you can bank a coaster. Now, this is what you do. as you can see over here, by banking the coaster, it means that the forces are a little bit more split across the coaster train, and it's not as harsh on the lateral forces. It's going to be nicely put onto the load of the train, and by banking the whole car, the forces will not be as heavy for the people, which is important because you can literally pass out if it even happened on coasters already that didn't bank correctly or that have been too harsh on the speeds, for example. So that is very important. It's not only about the funsies, it is rather important. And now there is an option over here in the menu. When you build, you can see there is some option that is called the banking offset. So what happens with the banking offset is it basically will push your train track to the left or to the right, as you can see over here. So if you go minus, it's going to push it to the inner part, which is going to be helpful if you want to do a offset banking. For example, if you want an outward bank turn to create some airtime going outwards, this is what you can do with it. Or if you do it to the other side, you can even better spread load, because by having the offset, you can see the train forces that go in here to the front, and then it will be nicely put to the left hand side in a way, and then brought back to the right, so both of them kind of equal them out, if you will. So that is even better to get your train into using the forces correctly and go nicer through the design. I'm going to show you a roll in a bit where you can see the usage of banking offset a little bit nicer. But first of all, let's build a little bit of a drop over here, which is then going to, you know, use our layout nicely. I want to just kind of like this. Again, I'm just going to try to make it my best possible in this specific case over here. It's not going to be too crazy. We are just going to curl around here, making sure that this looks kind of nice. You know, I'm just gonna do a little bit of a zigzag here, which is gonna be fun. So we're going to, the train will have somewhat of some speed, not too much speed, but I want to just get the banking very crazy now to show you one thing that you can do very nicely with the banking. So in this case, we have a high banking, and we bring this back to 0 degrees, and you can see when I do now go to the other side, and I'm gonna bank this whole thing again, you can see there is this very nice zigzag effect, like bringing the train from the left to the right, really swinging the train into the layout. If you do this without the banking offset, this whole section will be overall a bit more straight and not giving the train that kind of nice flow effect when you go for some, you know, movement. The thing is, it depends a little bit on the type of coaster you build. In some coasters, and you know, you gotta have to inform yourself about the type of coaster beforehand. In some coasters, you know, banking offset isn't really what you would need to use because it kind of behaves in a different way. But for our purpose over here, that is just fine, and we can use it the way we want to. I'm just gonna keep this rather on 0 over here. It's nice, and I'm just gonna bring this back to straight, and we can also use a little less banking offset here. I'm gonna bring this all straight because I want to have this thing somewhat over here to the side, because I want to have it relatively straight over here. So because now I'm going to show you how you build a nice lovely roll, a 0G roll. In this specific case over here is going to be what we are doing. So you're gonna do a bit of a piece. I'm gonna use what length are we going to use? I think 7 meters is fine, so we go to a total of 21 meters, which I guess is okay. Or maybe we're gonna do it a little longer, let's say 8 meters. And I'm gonna go to banking offset of 2 meters. And now make sure that definitely angle snap is turned on, and you will swing your kind of coaster around to 90 degrees. And now you can either do this fully straight if you want to, or you get a tiny bit of air in so that you have like a bit of a nice roll. But if you keep on doing this on basically no other movement, you will see we can now just call it always 90 degrees around. And because we are using banking offset, I'm just going to show you how this would look without banking offset. This is creating a nice roll in itself already. Now, if you were to not use that, I'm just going to show you the exact same operation with no banking offset. You can see that I'm going to use 90 degrees, 90 degrees, 90 degrees, and 90 degrees. We also created a roll. However, as you can see over here, this roll is pretty much not existing in its middle part. So what this is doing is it's avoiding to have a hardline effect. In this specific case, if the coaster goes through here, the whole train is rotated. And yes, there are parts in coasters that do exactly do this. If they fancy having this effect, you can do it. But for most coasters, you want to have a hardline effect. What does hardline mean? Well, basically, and this is where we are going to just quickly test the coaster and bring this coaster into the roll first of all, see if that works. So we're going to bring this down here. There we have it. And now, as we can follow the train along, you can imagine being the person and imagine where the person's heart sits, okay? We can actually use, in our specific case, let's use the Planet Coaster logo, and you will see that the logo will rotate completely around, being completely turned around. So you have this almost like spiral DNA shape in your head, how the heart actually moved in this specific roll. Okay, so we've done this roll, but now let's undo this, and we are going to do the oh my god, that looks like as if the coaster is going into a different dimension in this situation. Oh, but I have never seen that before. That is really like the coaster is just exactly at 88 miles per hour going back in time. This is ridiculous. Okay, anyways, we're just going to do this again, as I said. This time around, we do the same again with the banking offset. And we are going to bring this back to 90 degrees, 90 degrees, 90 degrees, 90 degrees, and a straight piece. Okay, now we hit play again so that the coaster comes back from its other dimension. This is not smooth, but for the showcase, this will be enough. So we are going to smooth this also in a bit so you can see the new smoothing in the game. So there's the coaster. And now what happens is, if we again were to check out where the logo on the breast or chest of the people go, you can see it almost, well, it wobbles a little bit, but if you just imagine this is smooth, it will stay in the same position. So the whole body and the coaster train pivots around where the heart is. This is what hardline means, and this is mostly also a very nice thing to do with the coasters itself, because it's very much more gentle on the people, pretty cool element still, and it's helping quite a lot to do a nice little feature without hurting people too much. Okay, before we go into something else, we need to do one more piece over here. This one piece is good. Then we're going to do a shorter piece, which is going to be this, and we're going to add in a wonderful little also I have to put on the music again. Yet again, I forgot to do the loop. So here we have that, and we're going to place a so-called block section. What is a block section? Okay, so block section is put down, and we are going to basically go on with some of the track piece. I'm not sure. I'm going to use this track piece over here now, and we're going to have a little bit. Actually, we can use no offset now because I want to bring this back into the layout just simply. We're going to bring this coaster down here. That is way too tight. I'm just going to make this piece a little longer, and it's not going to be, it's going to be standard track 1, and we're going to bring this over. I'll be explaining to you what a block section is in a bit. Oops, that is rotated in the wrong direction, and we're going to bring this train down into where I'm going to show you something else in a bit. So we're just going to bring this all the way down here, 0 degrees, and we're going to bring this all the way down to the water section. Let's shorten that down. So this is good. This is where we continue in a bit. But what is a block section? So first things first, we're going to select this entire area here, and we're going to turn on the optional catwalk, because the catwalk is usually in these type of elements anyways. So a block section is needed to run multiple trains realistically. We've set one block section, and now we should actually be able to add another train. As you can see, beforehand we weren't, and we're going to put the whole thing to block sectioned. And this case now says no trains available. Why did this happen? Well, because we only have one block section. You will be seeing when we set the second block section, then we will be having a second train availability in here. Now, the reason why is because we have set this block section, and the station itself is a block as well, or let's say the chain lift is, this section of the coaster, I'm just going to select the coaster itself, and I'm going to select the exact area you can tell, and we're going to just use this over here. And what we're going to do is also we are going to make the track, so you get the idea, we're going to make the whole track over here green. So this is where we can then see that this is the first part of the layout. So the green segment is the first segment. As long as a train is within this green segment, there is no other train allowed in the layout. As soon as it passes through here into the next part of the layout, but because it's not finished yet and we don't have another block section to finish the second element off, there is obviously no availability to have a second train running. So you need to plan your kind of coasters in a way that you plan in where your block sections sit. They need to be somewhat similar in length, because otherwise the trains have to wait for longer and it wouldn't be an entire flow. This is something to keep in mind. So when we have our first section here, it's now important to build a second section that is similarly long as this one is. So just keep that in mind. Anyways, we continue with smoothing first of all. Haven't talked about smoothing yet. Now, smoothing is an option in the game to smooth two pieces or more. Now, what is the idea behind this? So this game is not like doing magic. What it does is it's kind of averaging the orientation of the two pieces in relation to each other. So let's do this with, let's say, these two pieces here. These two pieces are a good example. Now this piece over here kind of trips down, starts to bank. This piece over here is already fully banked and curled and goes down quite a bit. Now you've got different options in the smoothing. You can see you can smooth type all, which smoothes the height, the turn, and the banking. Or you can just smooth the banking. So for example, we are going to smooth the banking now. You can see it tries to average out the banking on both pieces. You can see the more I click, at some point the banking will be one nice flow. If you are like, okay, the banking is fine, what about my turn? Because when you look from above, there might be a little kink in the turn and you want to get this out. Well, you can just click that and you can see now it's starting to average out the turn in between these pieces. If we were to select these two pieces with it, we can just smooth all of that. You can see now the entire turn becomes very nice and it averages. It tries to find the average between these four segments. Keep in mind, it's no magic smooth kind of tool. What it does, it averages out the pieces to each other, which makes it smoother because the transition from one piece into the other is more logical in terms of how the next piece is going to behave. So it's technically an average tool. It's not a smooth tool in that way, but because of it being averaged in comparison to each other, it kind of does the same. Now, you can see one thing over here that annoys me is the height of these four pieces, for example. So I'm going to select all these pieces and I'm going to say height. And now you can see it tries to average out this. Now, if I fancy doing all of this, we can also smooth all of this at once and it's starting to do this. Now, this is nice, but the same goes for these three pieces. I want to smooth all of these selected and you can see it does it. Now, this would be a tedious process if you need to do all of that for all the pieces and just select them. What you now can do in this game, and that's pretty cool, you can select two pieces or more, and then you can say, for example, smooth forwards, and you can see the smoothing strengths can also be adjusted, which is new. 5 is kind of the default, as in not too hard, not too little. Even though I would say 5 is already pretty harsh, so I always like to go for 3 or 4. We do for so you can see actually something happening, we go for 4. So we're going to smooth all these pieces, smooth through here until here. Let's wait with that next thing for a bit, and first of all go backwards again, just through the layout until we are happy with the smoothing. And now something happened over here to our pieces. You may have noticed that these things were quite a lot more banged when we used the banking offset. Well, that was intentional, because this is what I said earlier. When you use the banking offset, you have quite a lot of offset in the pieces. However, averaging out your piece, specifically with these two pieces, would draw technically a line in the center, and it will always try to align more and more to that line in the center, which naturally makes this kind of 8 figure go more to like a straight line. So the more you have banked that previously, or like kind of used the banking offset, the better your shaping will be after smoothing. Again, keep that in mind. This is why people tend to have an exaggerated shaping before they start smoothing, so that the final kind of ride still looks good. I gotta say that this transition over here is freaking shabby, and this is something I'm going to definitely just quickly try to get in, and we are going to get a bit of more banking offset in, because that really doesn't look any good. So let's just quickly just bank that. Or actually, in this case, we obviously can't do the banking offset anymore because we are having built a piece, but we can drag it outside on our own a little bit like this, and now we can smooth and try to bring this together a bit nicer. Okay, now I'm gonna show you something, what happens if you use the same technique with our roll. So let's go back to smoothing. We're going to set this to 4 and we're going to say forward and we say all first of all. And now we're gonna smooth the roll and there you can see something. Our roll almost got destroyed. I'm gonna show you a little bit more, so let's go backwards and there you go, the roll is destroyed. This is what I wanted to show you real quick. The problem is, and as I've explained earlier, the idea behind the smoothing is that it tries to average out a coaster. Now, if we select these 4 pieces, the game will try to figure out the average line between these pieces. And because we don't smooth them all at once, it doesn't find the average between those 4 pieces at the same time. It will try to first of all find the average between those 2, the average between those 2, and the average between those 2. And if you imagine having a line drawn, you will have first of all a line drawn that kind of goes somewhat like this, somewhat like tilted to the left. This line here in the middle will be a straight line, and this one will be tilted to the right a little bit. And you can imagine that these lines tend to go closer to each other. The problem is, as soon as the game figures, oh, rotating this completely around 360 degrees would bring this closer to the average of the other one, will create this kind of weird shaping. So this is why when you smooth something like this, you gotta actually select all the pieces in your kind of thing you build. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, you know, we're just gonna use these 4, for example. And now, if we smooth this, you can see now it creates the shape you want it to. In our specific case over here, we want to do this way more subtle. And also, let's say if we were to make that nice, we're going to select all the pieces, including the 2 pieces afterwards. And now if we were to smooth this, you can see it slowly creates... Oh, hold on, I'm just smoothing backwards. This is not what I meant to do. That was my mistake. I wanted to go to none over here. So there you go. And we're going to smooth this. And you can see now our roll is being smoothed. You shouldn't do this too often though, because it still can kind of destroy your shaping. And in my specific case over here, the shaping still isn't perfect. This is because I made this like a little roll like this. You can fix this by... I'm just going to show you how this works, and that was intentional at the beginning to kind of give you a bit of a nicer idea. We're going to delete this roll first of all, and now what we're going to do, we use the exact same technique with the offset, and well, the entry is a bit messed up now because we smoothed already these 2 pieces. Well, technically, to make it completely right, I'm just going to bring this back to 0 degrees, and well, to be honest, we've got to figure how that is going to work. Actually, you know what? Just going to delete this piece and we're going to do this whole thing backwards. It works the exact same way, so don't you mind this. We're going to get rid of the catwalk, and now what we're going to do with the roll, as I said, we curl this 90 degrees. And now, important bit, we are not going to keep this straight at 0 degrees. We're going to bring this up a little bit. And in my specific case, we're going to try 11.25, as I said earlier. Just going to use the same bit again here, bring this to 0 degrees. And we're going to bring this over here. Make sure to go down the 11.25 again and bring this back to 0. And now we could use that little bit over here and reconnect to the track. Now it's all good. And now what you can do is, again, select all this kind of wonderful roll, use the smoothing, and now you can smooth this and you can see your roll becomes kind of nice. You know, well, actually, again, not too often, but now we kind of have a very nice roll that just kind of works, okay? So there are people who can explain this even better than I can, but this is the way how you can use smoothing in a nice way. And again, the shaping is not perfect. You would need to kind of exaggerate that even more, or you can try to smooth this a little bit more gently. So, for example, if we were to go in, you could then also just start with, that is, by the way, the little baby phone that is becoming empty, which is a bit of a sad thing. I have to exchange batteries in a second, otherwise we have a tutorial full of weird sounds in the background. But can you just stop for a second? I know you're empty. Okay, thank you. But yeah, if we were to do this, you can also say we want to first of all start with banking, and then you smooth the banking. We can smooth the height. If you want to bring this down for the 0G roll, that might be a little bit better, like this. And then you can also smooth the turn, which you might not want to, because the turn itself is not needed. So we could just try to do the banking, and then again do the height, until you kind of like the shape. I still don't like it. As you can see, it's still very messed up over here. So you could then try to smooth in between these, but it's still always kind of a little bit of a test and trial and error for me personally, until you kind of have the roll that you quite like at the end. Again, you could do it this way, and then you get a little bit of a nicer shaping in general. And you know, to make this whole thing even better in total, you would then need to go fully again for this roll, and then just say all and smooth everything. Again, if you do this too often, at some point the averaging will just create some weird looking stuff like this, so you gotta be careful with this. You can also always just drag things up, turn them around, and try to make weird shapes like that, but I highly recommend to just do what we did earlier, to just kind of try to smooth your roll until you're happy. You know, this one looks kind of nice from the shaping, so from now on you might actually want to do. Also, it has to do with the length of the pieces. Sometimes shorter pieces will do better results than others. And you can also use the smoothing strands, by the way, and then it just kind of completely destroys this if you do it. But yeah, we are just going to do until I'm relatively happy for now. It's not a good roll, but it's enough to showcase what we were doing, okay? As I said earlier, I'm not the best coaster builder in the world anyways, so yeah. Before we continue, I'm just going to quickly exchange the batteries of the baby phone, otherwise we don't have a fun time. So now we are going to talk about the special pieces of the game. So you can see there is a whole bunch of pieces that we can utilize. We do have the normal propulsion system, which launches the coaster forward. We have a hold section. Then we do also have a launch section that either goes in both directions. We do have a hold section before directing them in both situations as well. We also have a slow magnetic brake that brings stuff down. And then we have a whole region of wonderful kind of segments like this, for example. This is a switch track for a pass by. Now, if we build this, for example, we have the option to build like something like a spike, for example, later on. You can do this on both sides. You can do this in various options, if you will. This over here, for example, is a pass by switch. Rear left split, enter straight, exit curving backwards. Wow, right, that is crazy, right? So what you can do is I'm just going to use this one here because that one is going to showcase what we are going to do real nicely. Actually, we should use the other direction. Hold on, which one is the one? I'm just going to figure out which one is the right one. Hold on, it's still not that piece, is it? There you go. This is the piece I was looking at. Okay, so this is the one we have. And now we should be able to... Oh, wait. This is not the right piece. There are so many different... I would love to see these logos in a bit of a better way. Because there are some really nice pieces in here, as you can see. There are also... I'm not going to use all of the pieces, by the way. You can see there are some really, really nice different types of pass-through thingies over here. Just like the flat switch track left, flat switch track right. And we also have some sort of turntables that also rotate when the coaster goes in. The same goes for that one, just with a different exit, and we have various other pieces. But what I want to use is the, and let's say if we find this really quick, are we in the right one? Hold on, we should be in the not banked switch track. We can, which one are we going to use? I think I'm going to use the so many options. We're going to use this one instead. So actually, how about pass by switch? Maybe we're gonna use this one instead, but we would need to curve that. Anyways, we're going to build this one first. And with this one over here, you can then build a couple of nice, interesting things. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to bring this piece over here to the side. I'm just going to curl this around, and over here, we are going to have a launch sitting. So you can imagine that the first part over here will not be super fast, you know, because we just came here from the mid-course brake run. It's going to curl down in here. So we are going to now have a bit of a launch segment here, and we're going to make this like so, and over then we are going into a wonderful top hat of the coaster, which we're going to build, and just like maybe a bit of a, let's just get a bit of banking in, and we're going to do the whole thing go to 180 degrees, almost like an overbanked kind of thing. Not fully. Yeah, let's go to a stall, maybe some sort of, and then we're going to bring this back down. Let's see if that works. Just like this, and then it's gonna bring the whole thing back into a pretty standard layout, just like so. It doesn't need to be super tidy. I'm just going to lengthen this whole thing. And also, I'm just not sure about the shaping. Yeah, that is better. That is much better. Okay, so this is fine. And we're going to just keep the whole track until we are over here. Okay, so this is pretty cool. But what will happen is, and we're going to do, just click on done, and we're going to hit play. So you can see that the coaster is eventually... hold on, are we on play? No, we're not. So let's see that we can have the coaster go into the layout, and then you will figure, first of all, the roll should be way nicer now. There you have that, and now we go into the layout, just a bit of braking over here, turning in. We go into this element, and now, as you can see, should not make it through that element. That is what I at least want to. Yeah, it's not going to make it through the element, and now, if the whole thing comes back, it's going to be propelled slowed down. Actually, I should have done this in both directions, by the way. But what you could do now, it doesn't matter, we can still use this one. We can now use the launches train in both directions. This propulsion system is very important that you use this one, which launches in both directions. And then you can build something fun like this. And this is going to be a spike of some sort. You can do all kind of fancy stuff with it. We're going to do this, let's say. And what happens now, we're going to just do the exact same test again, and you will be able to tell that the train will now do something very interesting. It's going to be something that most people have been waiting for so long, and now we finally have that in the game. This coaster is still not making it through here. There you go. It's been slowed down a little bit because it's a forward propulsion system, but that's okay. Makes a bit of a nicer reveal over here. Now it's going to be just propelled back over here, takes the speed, and now it gains even more speed into the turn, more speed, and it should now do just make the element. Yes, and just about does it. So this is called a... swing launch, because the swing launch basically, goes in, swings back into the layout and makes it. So I would say this turn over here is almost too crazy now for the coaster. So we would need to adjust the banking a little bit even. So just to make sure it's not too heavy. You also need to be a bit careful because you can't smooth this into this element, which is still a bit of an issue. You really have to build your layouts in a way that they make a nice transition into the switch track. But, eventually it kind of works. And then once that is done, we are just going to bring our coaster back into the station because this kind of thing over here is not really a block section of some sort. So we will still not be able to run 2 trains or anything else because, that is an entire thing which takes quite long until we will be able. So what we want to do is to really quickly get into another kind of mid-course break run, and we are going to just do this, we're just going to have another element, and then oops, that's too high, and bring this train just somewhat to a straight area here. Just gonna bring this shorter in, and then over here we can have one segment, and we're going to have a mid-course brake run, like so. Actually, you know what? That is not going to work nicely because this piece in before needs to be a little longer, otherwise the train would go down on the other side. It's just gonna mix it up. We're gonna smooth this, no worries. That's way too harsh over here. One more piece, and we're gonna put the mid-course brake run in. It's fantastic, and we're gonna go back to our normal track. We can now go to the double spine just to have some fun, and yeah, confirm the end of the day. I'm going to pause the game real quick. And so this is what we are going to utilize now. It's not really looking too fancy though, is it? But what I'm going to do is now a bit of a zigzag track, just making sure we're going to find our way back into the station. And then we just use the smoothing we've just learned. It's not going to be the most fancy coaster in the world you've ever seen. It's just going to be a fun little coaster of some sort. We're going to use quite a lot of offset banking to swing the coaster forth and back to make some really cool elements, airtime, whatnot, just like at least that's my idea, so here we bring this thing over to the other side, just like making sure we get some nice typical Intermin shaping in outer max, I obviously mean. Just also very much down to the bottom here to remain a lot of speed or keep a lot of speed and momentum. We're gonna swing the whole thing in a bit of a nice roll here. So this roll is actually a bit more of an action roll. It's not really meant to be a 0G roll. So just trying to get my best version of that one in. Hopefully we are able to smooth this later on with the banking offset. Again, I'm not opting for the most realistic coaster. I just want to show you how coasters are built, and you're obviously free to build your coasters just as you wish. There's no need for building super realistic or not. You can literally build just as you love to build your coasters. That's the fun part of a game anyways, isn't it? So I highly recommend doing whatever you want in this game. I have been having my hard time with people calling me out for these like unrealistic layouts in the past, and yes, I tried to get better and better, but at the end of the day, I'm not an engineer, you know. I'm not working at Intermin or so. I don't need to build the most realistic coasters in the world. I can just enjoy the game as is and have fun, and that is what I highly recommend you do as well. So I'm not sure how much speed it's going to carry through here. Potentially not as much as I wish to, because we obviously come... Maybe I'm going to... Because we still had some speed over here. You know what, I'm just going to show you a bit of a nice technique to adjust your layout easily. So this bit over here is what we want to keep relative to each other. So we're going to bring... Hold on. We're just going to select this piece with it, and the other ones down here as well. And now we bring the whole stuff all the way up here. And to make this a little nicer, I would actually delete all of these pieces, including that one. And we're just building... Nope, we're not going to build a piece like that. We're going to build a straight track piece, and we're going to make it somewhat longer, like so. And we can also then just select both and give the optional catwalk to it. And now what we're going to do is we are going to use a normal one, obviously without the catwalk. We're going to bring it down until the game offers us to connect. There you have it, and we're going to confirm the connection. And so that should actually make it over here, so we have a lot more nice momentum going into the rest of the layout, because otherwise that could have been a little bit too boring, which we don't want to. So that is pretty nice and stuff. And you know, we are going to bring this now back into the station. What I'm going to do is I'm going to build a little bit of a break run here for myself. I want to make this come back into the station with like 11 point-ish stuff like that, and I'm going to use a normal brake over here. It's going to make a magnetic brake before we go into the station, and then we could have the coaster come back over here. Let's have a look where I bring this coaster back. Does it fit through that little... We could actually make that go below here. That would be fun. And then go once up again. Oh, but it has to go rather high up though. I think the better way of doing this is bring this in here and make like a helix back into the station. So I'm just going to bring this already to the side. This is on 0 already? Is that? Yeah, on 0. Okay. So this is that. And I think because it won't have that much speed anyways. But that's a fun idea. So I'm going to make this drop below that bridge. I think that's going to be fun. That is actually what I want to do. Why not? So we're just going to bring this all the way to 0 and 0 here. We're just going to bring this all... Okay, that is a little bit too less. So let's just get rid of this one and shorten that a little. Here we go. And let's see if we can maybe bring this already back to... we should change the angle snap to, let's say, 5 degrees. So there we have it, and now we should be able to bring this hopefully down to 0. Let's get rid of the banking a little here, the offset banking. That is 0, and now we can just shorten this piece out a little, and we should be good. Yeah, there we have it. Look at that. Now we can bring this all the way through here, and I'm just going to have the tiniest bit of banking in here, because the train should still have some speeds. And I'm not sure if that is enough clearance, to be honest. I think we would need to be a little bit lower anyways. We can use this other track piece over here. That would technically work. Bring this to 0, 0, and now just about here. Is that 0? No, that is 0. And so we can lengthen this piece until we are somewhat below that area here. I like that. And we just go in with a bit of banking. I think this should be enough clearance, and if we lengthen that piece even so much more, we could use that as a bit of a nice transition into what is going to be the helix. Let's see if we are somewhat nice positioned. I think this is where we are positioned nicely, and we're going to bring the whole banking back to 0, and now I'm going to go back to the normal piece over here, and what we are going to do is we are going to swing this whole thing up. One should be fine, and we're going to fire this into a little bit of a helix here. That one is almost like too harsh. because I've no idea how much speed is still available. So we are just going to curl this thing then back, hopefully back into the station. Let's just... I doubt that we are going to have that much speed, to be honest. Let's see. I mean, it would be nice, but I really doubt we have that much speed. Let's actually make the whole thing a lot smaller and a lot more condensed, because I think we are not going to have that much speed. So also banking offset, let's get rid of that one. And we're going to make sure that this is, you know what, you could go on to, we could make this way. We're going to go this 90 degrees, and then we're going to bring this in, and we're going to start off with maybe less than 90 degrees. Actually, maybe we do. No, we start off with less. And then over here, I'm just going to bring this to 90 degrees and curl this down to 10 degrees here, curl this down to 0, and just a bit more banking, a bit more inwards. And then we're going to bring this all the way back. But that doesn't work because we're on top of the train then. Damn, that is actually a bit more tricky than I thought it was going to be. So we're going to shorten this over here a little. Bring this already back to 5 degrees. More banking needed. And then we're going to bring this one back to 0. Less banking needed. And we could already connect, but that's too early for me. That's not looking any nice. So we are going to just gently bring this back to a straight over here. And, well, let's just do one more piece because that looks odd otherwise. And now I can connect this, but that one over here looks really not nice. But I wanted to smooth the whole thing anyway, so we're going to use backward smoothing. We go use 3, and now we can click through the entire layout to just smooth through until we are here. This section always will be where you cannot smooth, so we're going to go forward one more time. Just select T pieces. Hold on, I need to select this one, and now you can smooth all the way through the layout again. And I have no idea how that's going to look, but we are going to have a little test ride in a bit. So here we go. This is how we smooth the entire layout. Yeah, it looks fine to me. It's not really the most nicest coaster in the world. There's a little bit of wonky track over here. A little bit is not even true. That is looking very shabby indeed. So let's fix that. Okay, that is better. So our coaster is almost done, and we should now be ready to have a test ride. The only thing is we haven't smoothed out this element, which is something I'm just going to quickly do. Say forward smoothing. Here we go. Smooth over through here. Same goes for this element. And we have to do the same words backwards again. Just select these 2 pieces, and let's go all the way backwards. Awesome. So we've gone through the whole thing, and now let's actually jump on to a train and have a little look. We're going to do this from the guest perspective first, and then we use the front bumper. But as for the showcase, we're going to start with the guest ride. It might be a bumpy ride. I've not really looked into how good the smoothing is, but here we go. Yeah, that banking is already way too much, and the whole segment is way too slow over here. But yeah, it's very wonky indeed. Then we go in here. That is this is not smooth. That is one of the most roughest rides I've ever built. But you know, as for the sake of how you build, that is totally fine. We're not going to make this here. Oh, very long hang time, by the way. And then we go all the way back through here. Being slowed down a little, which is okay because a backwards turn like this might be weirdly banged, so that is all the way okay. And then let's prepare forward into that turn, and we go all the way through here. That works fine. Let's see how the second part of the coaster is. Then a very steep transition into, which is the mid-course brake run, and then we go into what I just quickly built together. Maybe this is going to be better. In fact, it is. In fact, that one is a lot smoother over here than I expected it to be, because I just didn't even pay attention to it. But it's a lot slower than I also thought. So potentially we are not even going to make it through that helix. Even though we grab some speed over here, we might actually do it. We might actually just do it into the station. Oh, we do. Okay, fantastic. At least that worked. But as for the segments of the coaster, as promised, you can see there is now a train standing in here, which is exactly what I meant earlier. It's going to be released into the layout in a bit, as soon as the next block section kind of is passed through. But I'm just going to, exactly as I said earlier, I'm going to showcase this by painting all these pieces in a different color. So we're going to have this one now in a kind of orange tint, so you get the idea what I meant about this. So that is the second part of the layout. Realistically, this one also has to be colored in the same color, because otherwise this is not part of the segment, as I said earlier. And then the last segment is already as it is, but we are also having to just kind of make sure this looks as if it were part of my showcase. So we are going to make that one a blue colored layout. So here we go, everything will be blue and the supports will be white. So there you go, there you have it. Okay, so this is the coaster split into 3 different segments, and what we are going to do, and it may actually be a bit of an issue for our coaster, but this is not too shabby. We are going to change the chain speed quite dramatically to 14 over here, and what I'm going to do with this is I'm going to reshape this whole area quite dramatically. I'm going to smooth this and say quite a lot smoothing goes into that section because it really doesn't look any good, and specifically that lower part over here needs to be way less banked to make it look better. But now with a bit more speed, I'm hoping that this looks a lot more smooth in general, making the train curl around. Yeah, that transition into the roll is dramatically bad. Just going to try to make this nicer by just bringing this back to 0, because that is essentially one of the issues we have. A way less banking offset, and then we can bring this back to, is that 0 over here? Yes, it is. And now let's see, is that, where's the 0 point? This is over here. Oh my god. I'm just going to do it this way, and then we're going to bring this into that layout. That should make things a lot more realistic and nice. Funnily enough, it needs to curl in the other direction to make it fun. But over here, the only thing you could do is just bank that one up again a little bit. So that should be a bit more fun to go through, and then just smooth that bit so it's not as annoying, and just smooth this bit over here a little maybe, just to make it a bit nicer. And then that corner over here is kind of nice as is. Maybe though, and I have to check this out, but it looks good. Maybe the speed we got it in here, because it has more speed coming off the lift hill, may actually be too much speed to go into that part of the layout. But we are going to figure that out. It should not make the top anyways, but let's have a look real quick. So it goes through here. Does it make the top? No, it still doesn't. And you can see this is what I meant. The train now is stopping over here, because it will wait now until the whole train is now passing through this segment. And now once that is done, it's going to be released back into the layout. As this is obviously not fun for the people to enjoy, you know, not at all. Also, is that not a block section over here? That should definitely be a block section. Okay, I'm confused to why this coaster is still not being allowed through here, because this area is cleared now. What you can do though is you can obviously change the interval, and that is something very important. So the minimum waiting interval at the moment is just as 3 seconds, which is not cool. What you need to do is from the moment the coaster passes through here until the moment it's passing through there, you have to count the seconds. And then once that is done, you can also, I'm wondering why the heck, oh, because the chain lift is block section, by the way. You would then, to change this to, let's say, 20 seconds. Hold on, 20? It doesn't allow me to put numbers in. That's very interesting. We go to 20 seconds, and once this is in 20 seconds, the second car, and I'm just going to close that down and put the test on again so you can see it a lot better. Now this one has started, and now this train waits way longer. Even though it passes through here already, it waited for way longer until it does do more driving. So you can see 20 seconds still doesn't do it. So what I would do then is to just increase that to 30 seconds. And I'm just going to do the same test again until it kind of works. You know, this is just how you approach that. So now the coaster goes through here, goes there. This one waiting until it gets the signal. Okay, now you can start. And once that is done, you can see now it passes through here, and this one can keep going. Okay, this is exactly what we wanted to have. And now as this is working, the coaster entered the station, it'll gonna pass through here right away. And as this is all happening, now this coaster, once it's been loaded, can go through again, which is really damn cool. And this is just how you do this. You can also, to make things even better, you could go in here and have just another block section. pushed in here, because that would give the signal before going into the station, and so you would have the coaster go into the layout once earlier. That's just like a little bit of an idea to build this. But anyways, this was very important for me to give you all these insights to the coaster. Most of the track pieces work similarly to the switch track. You basically build the piece, you have 2 attachment points, and then you keep on going. Again, you can do turntables, you can do lifts, you can do all sort of stuff, which is really damn cool, and I highly recommend checking all these things out. I am very happy to how this all worked. I'm wondering why there is still no energy. I mean, we could just build another energy if we needed to. So let's just plop another energy box next to that one. If this is the reason, well, I'm happy to provide you with another one, my friend. I'm just gonna select this over here, and here, and here, and that one is going to be connected to here as well. So now we have definitely enough energy. Okay, that one is gone. So yeah, this is our coaster. I hope you guys enjoyed this. It's definitely not my best coaster ever, but it's also not my worst, so it's all good. This coaster is featuring quite a lot of things, and it's looking nice, and this is where we have done most of all the stuff that is down in here. Next up is finally building and scenery and foliage and making this park actually look good. Now, I'm very curious to see what you guys think about this. Tutorial is mega long by now, but hopefully you learned a lot. And again, sorry if that might be a bit confusing about the coasters, as I'm not the perfect coaster builder in the world. I tried my best to still give you every little bit of knowledge to at least build a decent coaster, and hopefully you guys found this helpful. And as always, if you find this helpful, you can become a member, do a super thanks, whatever, buy a game on Instant Gaming, just as a little plug over here. But now let's continue with where I really am strong, and this is building. From something I am not as great in to the one thing I am actually pretty good at least I believe. We are going to do a building now. We are going to start off with the very basics of building, and we're going to do some really advanced stuff so you guys can really learn some cool techniques to do roundish shapes and all kind of different things and interesting shapes, and use efficiency, you know, to build quicker, and just a lot of things. But let's start with the very basics of building, and therefore we are using this wonderful station over here as a basic setup. In a bit we are going to take some of these buildings apart to learn a bit about how the creator of this build has created some of the stuff, and we're going to copy it, because don't you worry, copying is actually a very good thing in order to become a better builder. But before we talk about that, you got to learn the basics. Now, where do we find all the building stuff? Let's first of all start with this. It's in the scenery tab. And the scenery tab is divided into many different categories. You have all, which is pretty good. This is where you can use the search function quite a lot. So you want to have a wall, you type in wall, you get wall pieces. You want to have a tree, you type in tree, you're going to have a tree piece. You know, that's straightforward. What's pretty awesome in here, by the way, is if you say, let's say tree again, and you want to get rid of this tree, you don't need to individually delete these pieces on computer. You can basically type in and then Control A does basically select everything, and you can delete it. That's the first for a Frontier game. Just saying, it's very handy because I keep doing this in Planet Zoo whenever I jump back, but it's not going to work. In here, it does work. So that's fantastic, but we have more to talk about. So you see the different categories are, well, basically nature, which you can imagine there's a lot of nature in here. We do have pool extras, which is a rather, you know, a skippable topic over here, because you rarely need this, because these are essentially all items that do function in the pool only. We got props. This is one of your most beloved areas. You can see we have a whole bunch of subcategories, just as fences and frameworks and interactive stuff, like, you know, for example, these kind of things. We're going to talk about these ones as well. But also coaster attachments, and you also have scenery items from the gift shops. You have floaties and inflatables. You have 3D letters. A lot of good stuff. As for me, I must admit that the longer you play the game, I personally don't use the categories that much anymore. Most of the time I'm in all, and I have my own kind of filter technique behind me. Like, the thing is, you unfortunately cannot create your own filters in the game, which is a bit of a problem. I would have loved to have my own filters, just we had the chance to do these old tags in Planet Zoo as well. But what you can do is you can basically like pieces. This is relatively easy. Just get rid of this one. If you can see the favorites, these are my 5 favorite pieces. It's just like platforms. But in order to like a piece, you technically, well, actually, How was that again? You do right click and favorite this one. They have changed this lately because previously it was on double tap or on the left corner. Now it is on right click and favorite. I'm not entirely sure how that is in console, by the way. I think there is a new button for this as well. But to be honest, this is rather good because while scrolling through the menu and clicking some of the pieces, I was unintentionally liking the pieces all of the time. But if, let's say, you're going to build for longer in one theme, you can actually favorite a couple of pieces. So let's say we want to have some wooden stuff in here, you know, and you go down into the menu and you're like, okay, you know, I just want to use this gate over here and I want to use this kind of wheel over here, and what about this pier, and then scroll down and you're like, you know, I don't know, this wall is nice and this wall is nice. Now you just click on the favorites tab and you got all these pieces in your favorites with the subcategory wood, because if you get rid of this one, you get also the platforms in. But as you want to work with wood, this makes your whole menu a lot more clean and categorized, if that makes sense to you. I personally don't use it that often because I'm relatively experienced and I know exactly how my pieces are called and what I need to search for, but I do understand that at the beginning this is not the case. So that is just a little help from my side. Now, let's start with the very basics of the game. If we go into the building tab, you may actually notice after scrolling through that some pieces look different than others. And what do I mean by that? Well, basically, if I keep scrolling, and let me also just drag the menu up so you can see the menu a little bit better, you can see all of a sudden there is a different background behind some of the pieces. There is like a raster of kind of some things, you know? And this is the grid. It's called the grid because the grid is effectively the area you can build off. There you can see that bluish outline, and when you place the first piece, you can rotate whatever you want to have this rotated to. And now this is the next basic knowledge you need to learn. If you want to rotate a piece, you can either hold down Y or Z. It depends a little bit on what type of keyboard you are. So in a European, German or English version, that might differ, but it's either Z key or the Y key. And then if you hold this down, you can see there is this outline appearing, the green outline. And when you now rotate your mini stick on console or your mouse on PC, you will be able to rotate the piece around that axis. Now, there's another option to do this. You can press X on your computer to enter the edit tool, or you can do on console, kind of whatever the console touch tells you to go for the advanced move, which is the official name for that. And this brings up this so-called gizmo, okay? So this piece in the middle with the bluish, reddish, and green axis and these kind of little squares to the side, this is the gizmo. Let me just quickly explain the gizmo to you so you have an idea what that is. So for those of you who play or actually have already done some 3D modeling, you will potentially know it. And for those of you who have played already the Planet games will have skipped this part already. So for everyone else, this is something where you can move your piece alongside all different axes in the three-dimensional world very, very precisely. To be honest, so precisely that you can literally put it into every single millimeter in the game. If you do not wish to, and you want to have a bit more control, there is the option to enable the snap tools over here. You can also hold down Alt, and then you can see there are some options you can access to, and one of these, as I just said, is the snap tool. The move snap is kind of cool because it gives you the option to snap along the axis. You still gain some more control in comparison to just move it around with your mouse, but you still have the ability to have an exact kind of difference between certain areas. Okay, but what happens if we are just placing down a piece, and let me just get rid of the snap distance, and we're just gonna place it down. The moment you place it down, a couple of things happen. And let me just explain them. I know for those of you who have already done this multiple times, this is boring. Just skip over to the next part. It's fine. For those of you who need the basics, we're gonna do this. Now, you can see there is a orange outline that appeared around your screen now. It's very subtle, but it does tell you to the top right of your screen that we are editing scenery group 22. The moment you put down a grid piece, it automatically creates a group which contains everything that is built on this very grid over here. The grid is the bluish kind of semi-transparent outline you can see, and while you're on the grid, Grid pieces, those pieces in the menu that have the grid as a background, can only be rotated on a 90-degree angle and be sitting exactly on the grid. They can be sitting on each side of the white indication lines, or they can also go on the other sides of the horizontal and vertical lines, looking from above, for example, but you cannot manipulate them in a different way. You can also not access the advanced move tool anymore, because on the grid, you are just able to move them around with basically your cursor, or if you want to raise them up, you can do so by holding down Shift, and then you will be able to move them up like this. You can see there's this green arrow coming to indicate. On the right-hand side, you get some options to play with. There is the option to lower the grid size all the way down to 1 meter, and also the grid height, but this one goes all the way down to 0.25 meter. By the way, if you want to bring this piece down to the lowest area that is actually connected to it, let's say, for example, here, you just click Shift once, and then it basically will bring the piece down to where you had it. So click Shift, and it's all the way down to the bottom. If you have auto stacking on, which is an option over here, and I believe you can also access this with the Alt key. Yes, you can just very quickly access this on and off. It will automatically, as you can see, plop to the higher part of your kind of wall. This makes building relatively efficient if you just want to click together a quick wall like so, you know, really, really damn easy. So that is mostly about it with the grid pieces, but there is a way to copy pieces as well, because if you're like happy with this wall, for example, you can now just access the group again. Oh, by the way, that's just a very simple tip, so you don't miss out on that one. If you entered a group or you left a group, you will see at some point that this just looks like a normal wall. Click on it, you can see there is this window with the indication, and we're going to use this now to say test group, so you can see what this means. Okay, so test group is over here. We can click it, and if you want to access this, you can either click the edit button up here, which is super annoying. You can just double tap on it, and you can see the orange outline is back. We are in the group, which is pretty damn good, because now we can manipulate our group again and later on leave it, and we have the whole building at hand. Now, as I said, you want to copy stuff around, you just kind of select everything, but just, by the way, in a group, you can just use drag select like this. You don't need to press I or anything beforehand, you can just select like this. If you're unhappy, you just tap somewhere else and then just select this again. Now, there is only one way to copy, and this is the standard way to copy things, which is Control D in the game. Once you've done this, you can see the whole wall with all the pieces already above each other is available at your fingertip, or to be precise, on your cursor tip. And now you can move this into any position. You can then also select everything like this, do the same thing, rotate again with the Z or Y key, and now you've got a full box already done. It's easy as that. Very, very simple. So this is when you build on the grid, but obviously there are more pieces than just grid pieces. Now, if you go to the scenery menu again and keep on scrolling, eventually you'll find some pieces again without the grid behind. Okay, maybe not in that menu though. I'm gonna go all the way up. There you can see some stuff. So for example, a window. Now the window can sit on the wall just like that. But there are a couple of cool things to be understanding. Now, in comparison to a grid piece, I'm just going to scroll down so we've got both pieces at hand, so I can click between those two relatively quickly so you can see this. Let me scroll down there. There's the difference. So here we've got all the windows, there we've got some roof pieces. Now I'm going to select the roof piece, and if you have a look at the right hand side now, you can see that there is very little options. We have a grid height, a grid size, and the auto stacking and the colors. If we were to tell the game we're gonna take a non-grid piece, the window over here, look at the amount of settings we have to the right hand side, which is very obvious because this is a full 3D piece that you can use fully in the 3D environment of the game. And that's just something very important to know because this is where all the complexity of this game lies. Let's go through the whole list for once and then that's all good. We're gonna continue building. The scale, obviously, you can click on X, which brings you again to the advanced manipulating option, and you click on X twice, you have the option to scale your piece. go down and up and down and up. That is very simple as it goes. Now let's bring up the window again. You can see there are other options. There is the angle snap, which means if you rotate a piece, for example over here, at the moment we are not in angle snap, and you can see there's no snapping to whatever angle. If I press spacebar though, you can see all of a sudden it starts to snap to a certain angle. To be precise, it's again our main angle we also use with the coaster of 11.25. You can also raise that up, and then the increments in which you can rotate, they become bigger or smaller, depending on how you look at it. But yeah, you get the idea. Now, if we were to take that window again, hold on. The snap distance we just talked about. This is the kind of distance in which you can move it. But the thing is, this is very much more needed when you build, obviously not on the grid, because then it helps you to kind of maintain a nice distance. So say we want to put, for example, 4 windows on here, and we want to have the windows in the same distance from each other. We're going to place this down, for example, over here. And now this window we want to copy. So we could copy this again as we did previously with the wall and Control D. Now you can see I have the same window at my fingertip again. But the problem is, if I were to align this now to the exact same height, I would need to be very careful here to just like try to find the precise angle, and once I'm happy, I'm like, okay, I'm placing it, but it's still not, it's still not the perfect distance. What's way simpler than that is just select the piece again, and now instead of Control D, we use Control X, and Control X will just bring up the menu. However, that's not the case, because if you push this out, you can see, oh, there is the window. Now, what happened when I pressed Control X? Well, you can see now I'm moving the window again, and there's no other window. This is because I just, disabled the copying. But if we go in here and do that again, Control X, you can see this brought up a second piece, a second window, exactly in the same position as the previous one. So it basically copies it to the origin. And that is a super important knowledge, because from here it's way simpler to move this thing. If now you were to use the move snap and put this, for example, to 3 meters, 4 meters. Okay, let's go to 4 meters then. You can see the increments in here become bigger and bigger. Actually, you know what? I just want to have it to 2 meters. And then we're going to bring this down here to 2 meters. And then just again, and just again. In this specific case, the windows will all be aligned perfectly on the same height, on the same axis, but with a very cool increment of 2 meters each, calculated from, and that is important, the origin. So you can see where these white lines are. It's not, and that's super important, it is not the distance between the outer points of your item. That is very important to note, because otherwise that's going to be confusing. So we can undo the whole thing and just do that again. And once we're not happy and we're saying, okay, we want to have an increment of 1, because effectively we want to push it 3 meters, because then the difference in between the 2 windows becomes almost like 1.5 meters, and we're more happy with this. Now we can use that as well and just put our piece in like this. So this is something I do like quite a bit. So this is just a very basic wall already with some windows, okay? We're not quite fully done with the explanation. So you have seen that when I have a piece and I copied this, and we also get rid of the angle snap, the move snap I should say, you can align this to walls, but if I put it to the top, you can see it flicks around and aligns to the wall again. This is because on the right hand side, I have got all the alignment options turned on, but I do not have the snap to position option on. Now with the stick to surface, oh my god, option, this is what you can see happening on screen. The piece sticks to any surface I want to attach it to. You can see even to the coaster train and so on. And some of the buildings will give you a hint to attach this to a certain other building, because it is another group. And once you want to attach something to another group, the game offers you the option to align this with another group, which we'll come to in a second, because that is a pretty important option. You can turn this off, by the way. There is the option to turn add to building off in some other windows, and then this is not going to happen. But for here, this is important. So let's say we press B, which is the stick to surface shortcut. Now you can see my little window over here will not be attaching to any of the items in here. The only thing it does tell me is if I want to align this to a building, because we have add to building turned on, which you can only disable in when you have a like grid piece, for example. But this is exactly what you need to know, because there's really this option from the piece is so mega important, because sometimes it is really important that you do not align to a certain piece, because that can become very annoying. However, what's also kind of cool is if you say stick to surface, you can see over here that is going to happen, but you can also say stick to surface goes off and on, but the align to surface is off. This is a mixed version of what we talked about. So you can see it sticks to the surface, but it doesn't align to it. So it will always keep its very own orientation. It's going to stick to a surface, but it's not going to align itself to the surface direction. If I were to enable this again, you can see now it is always using the base piece to align to its positioning. You can see it flicks around like this. So that is a very handy option to build more efficient and align your pieces properly. Now, the last thing is the snap to position. If you have this on, and I believe is it F? It used to be F, but it's not. I don't see a shortcut for that, but it doesn't matter. It becomes super important when you want to click a certain thing together. Let me show you this way more simple. Let's see if I can find a certain thing that is kind of working together nicely, because Frontier has done a very good job in giving us the option to click things together as they're supposed to. So you can see if you want to click these things on top of each other, there you can see this nicely. It has already an attachment point to all of the sides so that you can easily click these things together without needing to fiddle around the exact positioning. That is super helpful if you were to just quickly build some of these things. You can see, look at that. You can do some incredible pipe work super quickly. And don't mind me, I've already done myself no favor in forgetting that this kind of option exists, but because you can see how quickly you can now kind of click together these things. It's like so simple. If you were to just do this, you can see this is going to work. And it also works if you lower the size. It still is going to look a bit weird, obviously. So if we were to just lower the size, whoops, there you have that. And then we copy it. You can see there is still the option to align that, and you can still use that very option and build something fancy looking like this. Okay, so that is about what you need to know about the manipulation of pieces and placement of pieces. From now on, we are going to utilize this knowledge. It's been 20 minutes to learn about these things, but I find this very important. So this has been the very basics of building. Now we get into basic building. That's the difference, okay? We have learned the basics of building, and now we go into basic building. What we're going to do is we're going to kind of steal some of the stuff over here. And as I said, it's always good to kind of learn what others do. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to select some of the stuff we have over here, and I'm just going to copy this building over to this side. I actually see, look at that. I will actually do something else. I'm just going to select this, and I'm just going to say all filters off, and I want to have scenery props, and I want to have building pieces, and nature as well is nice. I think this is all we need. Apply the filters, and now I'm just going to select this one over here and copy it over. Oh my god, that is a little too much, but we're going to delete some of the pieces from that. So we're just going to plop this over here, and then we're going to basically just delete all what we are selecting over here. Let's get rid of that one, and also get rid of this one, and get rid of that one. And then we are just going to have this building here as an analysis piece. Because, again, as I said, don't be afraid of ripping apart what other people do, so you learn how they approach building and make this look better. So, look at this building, look at the walls. I want to kind of copy this style for this very station over here. I quite like the idea of having something down here. Oh, look, they did this with wooden supports, as you can see. That's a very nice technique. So what you can do is select all these pieces, and then I like to just copy them out, and we can also just disable the, where is the, okay, I can't have this in this option, but I'm just going to copy this one over. I want the snap to position off for the moment, because that's kind of annoying, and I want to know which wall type that is. The modern wood wall 1.5 meters over here, and you can see there's obviously clicking on here, modern wood wall Gabion 1 meter, which is, I'm just going to get that out, it's just kind of preparing for the roof. And then they did use a wooden beam wall to make the roof, which is a fantastic idea for such a roof. I've never seen this before. I'm absolutely going to steal this because that looks freaking amazing. But we are not going to do this. And also like the idea of these kind of fake solar panels over here, which is just a resort window with a kind of frame down below. Look at that. This is so clever. This is so clever. This is just like some gutter pieces. That is a very interesting way of doing this. So as I said, it's super important that you learn the way other people build as well, because that's going to make you a better builder. Again, just to remember, modern wood wall. Okay, so we are going to start our build with the modern wood wall, which is exactly what we're going to do. And you can see there is the modern wood wall. And I am going to start this with a grid piece. Now, if I take the grid piece and hold this to the station, the game gives me the option to align with steam train railroad run station, which is exactly what we want to do. We're going to use this, and now you can see we are automatically connected to the grid. But now things become very important. We are going to not put this to the inner part because you can see that the texture is going to start to flicker. I don't like that. We're going to do this to the outside of the grid. Now we have started our building, but don't mind me, this is not going to be it. This is not going to be it. We are going to use the modern arch, and we're going to use this one actually to the inside. So let's copy that around, and once we are on the inside, we are just going to raise this, but we are going to use a different grid height over here, and grid size can go away to 2, and now we're going to bring this down somewhat like this. So this is my basic setup. Okay, and now you need to listen carefully. Many people make the mistake that they will now start to say, okay, cool, this is how you build, and now you click copy and just build this out everywhere like so, and then they build the next layer and so on. This is super inefficient. If you want to build something like this, which is a rather repetitive building, because we will have to use this wall quite a lot of times, you can now get in and steal the ideas we've seen over here and just make them work for this area. So what you want to do is select this one, bring this over and align this to this building. Now, obviously, it's very hard to find the exact angle. See, that is a bit of a problem, and the game won't allow you to make the multiple selection to this angle. But what you can obviously do is you can align this properly like so, and then see if this is always the same piece. Yes, it is, and you can just check out, okay, how does the creator do this? Very nice. We have this kind of new hoarding piece in between, and that one over here seems to not actually align properly as I wish to. So what you could do is, if it doesn't do this again, you can just try to see what happens if you copy it. It still doesn't really align nicely. If that happens, sometimes, unfortunately, this happens for whatever reason. Sometimes it's because random rotation is on, which it isn't. But let's see, it's just a hoarding primary support. You can also copy the name, and then you just go to the scenery menu, and you just type it in, and you can see there it is. And now if we place this in, you can see this time around it aligns properly to what we wanted to use over here. Now, the reason why sometimes it doesn't is because it's manipulated in size and variation, and sometimes the game just doesn't want to have this iteration of it. Okay, so this is nice. I've got these pieces at hand that I want to use, and the same goes for this piece. I'm just going to use the wooden wall beam 4.5 meter. I'm just going to copy it because I'm too lazy to just align that again. So I'm just going to copy the name in, and here we have the exact wall that I want to use. I'm just going to bring this up again already here, and I also want some other pieces as for these nice kind of wooden pieces over here. I like quite a lot as well. This is the resort wall decoration, blah blah blah. I don't mind. Go back into our building, type in scenery, copy it in, and you can see there are a couple of pieces with that name, but I guess this was definitely this one. Props to the creator. I do like this piece quite a lot as well. So see, that is our basic setup. I don't want to make things too complicated because this tutorial is already incredibly long, so I'm going to just show you the basic idea behind this, and then we're going to move on to some more designs and copy things around to make it easier for you to understand how you can build quickly in this game and make things look nice. So this is our basic setting, as I said. And now we're going to copy what the creator has done also over there. You know, we just go and copy the design. You can see this is rather nicely done though in general, but we are going to use this on this height. Let's see if this is nice. I'm just going to bring this down a little bit more, and then what I'm going to do is exactly what they did as well. Just move this over, push this back ever so slightly to get this tiny bit of 3D effect, and I'm willing to just do this twice. Also, you can see sometimes the gizmo is going to be off a little like this, so then you want to just use one piece at a time until you have enough pieces that it averages out correctly. Maybe a tiny bit of explanation how the gizmo works. It is beyond broken ever since the Planet Coaster days. It just did work for a fraction of time in the alpha stages of the first game, and then I don't know what happened. But the basic idea behind the gizmo is that it averages out the orientation of all the pieces you're using in your selection. And if you, for example, were to just have those two pieces and you're copying them, you can see the average orientation goes through the middle of both pieces. And because they are offset to each other, the gizmo will be offset as well. If we have these four pieces, obviously now things are different because the offset basically counters itself out because of having the exact same offset on both sides, and now the gizmo is going to be straight again, and you can just copy things easier on the same axis. It's a bit of the idea behind this, okay? So what I'm going to do, because I wanted to use this piece here in front, we're going to make this piece a little bigger as promised earlier, and we're going to try to find the right kind of tone to match this properly. I think this is a pretty good tone. And what I'm also going to do is I'm just going to use this one now to bring this all the way down here. And you know what? I'm just going to scale this down so it fits almost the size of it, somewhat like that. And I like the idea of having that whitish. So I'm going to make this super bright beige. A bit like this, I guess. Beige gray is kind of the color I'm going for here. And I'm just going to make this stick out as well. And I'm going to rotate this so that the textures do not fight and have to stick out a bit on top. That just gives it a nice little 3D effect, okay? So that might also be a bit heavy on pieces, so you could also just use this piece later on. You know what, actually, in terms of the tutorial, because you may not want to spam your FPS already at the beginning. By the way, now you can see the averaging is not working because of that very piece. So we are going to get rid of this one. First of all, move things into position like so, and do the same thing again, and just place that one in here as it goes. And now we're going to utilize this piece and make it bigger instead of smaller. So here we go. And you know what we could do? I think that it's going to make our life a lot more simple. That should actually do the trick anyways. Just going to make this wide. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to push the whole thing back. So yeah, there we have it. Okay, I think what I need to do is I'm just going to need to scale that ever so slightly down, because otherwise I think it's not going to be nice for both sides. Now I'm just going to bring this over, and what we got to do is select everything and just scale it down until it matches the 4 meter of the main wall, which it does do quite now. Okay, awesome. So now we're going to use this piece, and we finish that off here to the other side. It can overlap a little bit, so that's going to make the transition later on nicer, but for the moment that is what I wanted to do. Now I'm going to use this one. I'm just gonna blow the whole thing up a lot more because I want to have like a little bit of a girder here that just finishes off this build. So let's see that we can match again the size. So use the scaling to your advantage like I do over here. And then we're just going to have this piece here. Makes hopefully our life a lot more simple. Let's see if that works. Okay, that is fine. And I'm not sure if I don't mind the white, to be honest. And I'm going to do the exact same to the top here as well, which is where the roof is going to come in a second. Because we are lazy for the tutorial, I'm just going to type in fence, and I'm going to use some of the fences in here. I quite like this one, so we are just going to use this fence here. Just going to scale this down a tad bit, and we're going to place this just in between here. So I think that looks about good to me, so that both sides, there you have a little bit of an attachment point. That is nice. It can stay wide, why not? That's fully fine. And now let's move on to the roof, and we're going to tilt the roof. Yeah, that level is kind of okay. And now the question is, we want to build the roof, and now because I did this the way I did this, I am building more or less a little prefab over here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to scale the roof a little bigger, and I want to try to bring this almost like to the center of the train track, because we are going to do the following in a bit. We are going to use the whole thing, and we're going to copy this thing to the other side, bring this to the same height, and we're just going to bring this over to this side. And you can see they are almost in the middle, and we would then just need to copy the whole thing over, and it's gonna look freaking amazing. amazing. But therefore, this is exactly why I did this. I would need to move this piece a tiny bit more over. Maybe like so would be nice. But in fact, I could find the exact angle by pushing this thing over. And now I know that the perfect angle is exactly where those two meet in here. So that's the perfect angle. We're going to basically delete everything that is on this side because we will copy that over again. And now what we need to do is we need to align this perfectly on both sides so that when copying it over, it will actually look good. So I'm just going to do it like this. And maybe though, yeah, that is a bit of a problem. We then push it out so that we align it. It can actually be longer, it doesn't matter, as long as it's not shorter. So that is that. And to avoid the texture flickering, we're going to just first of all select another color for that one. I like the idea of having that somewhat not fully black and then have the background a little bit brighter gray. I think that's still a very cool and decent way of doing this. You can see this is somewhat matching this building. So that's nice. I like this. And now as this is done, we can obviously now go in and copy the piece to the other side. And if we did our job correctly, what we did, you can see it's aligning properly. Now, the fact why it is not aligning properly is because obviously this is offset and I made this overlap here a little. So what you could do now to make your life a bit more easy is align that again so that both sides look identical. And that's just how I like it. But you know what I actually would love to have is I want to have a bit of an overlap here anyways. So I am going to do it like this, okay? The reason for that is simple. I just want to have this a bit of an overhang because it looks good. And then you could also, to make things look nicer, we can adjust some of the kind of framings here if we were to have that, and then just bring this out as well, to have these things stick out a little, make it look nicer. And, you know, I also quite like to have a bit of a nice framework in between. I can't just bring this over because that would be the train crashing through, but we could obviously go for the same angle as the roof and then just have that align here nicely to the center of that. Just going to do this the same way on the other side. By the way, you can use the 2-axis as well to move it like this. Sometimes that is going to make your life a lot more simple, and you're just going to find the right area. Look that it doesn't stick to the top. That is nice. Just same height over here. And I'm quite happy with this piece. The only thing I want to do is I'm just going to align this a little nicer here to our main pieces. So I'm just going to have one sitting here in the middle, which is going to be then this middle part, and then we need to just push this one into the center, so that is going to look then good. Okay, well, we are done with this. We're just going to select the whole bit, and now things are becoming super simple. We're just going to keep on copying what we did over here, just like so. Because it's 8 long, we are having now the beautiful case of just plopping it down and being done with it. And now what we could do is we could obviously push the whole thing out here on this side, but you need to basically connect both, as this is going to be nicer. So here we have that, and our train station is already built. The train does fit in. Look at that, very nice indeed, and it does fit the style of the buildings we had over here. How cool is that? And we could then steal this style over here to do our buildings here. It's just not like you can't. I'm going to show you in a second how you can even copy things over and nicer. But yeah, the only issue obviously is we don't have the pathway enabled, so we're just going to delete whatever is in between here because we want to have our pathway guide through. So we are going to delete all the pieces in here, but what we got to keep is, whoops, let me just quickly delete all these pieces here. So you have that. What you're not going to delete is all the walls. So sometimes I do also this mistake, so we got to be a bit more careful. Okay, then, so I'm going to delete this, and then from over here we should actually move on more careful to, whoops, we're also not going to want to delete the upper parts. I'll get to that in a second. So make sure that you really only delete the pieces that are affected by being in the way of your entrances. So that is just like this part over here. Again, just try to not delete the upper parts, and then you have to delete the last manual part. It's still a lot quicker than you were to just individually build every single wall. Okay, so that is nice. And why I wanted to keep these, I'm going to show you in a second. So first things first, I'm going to use these resort wall pieces, or kind of wooden pieces, as a framework here to end this. I'm just going to see how big I can scale them. That is freaking awesome. That is freaking good. I'm going to bring this like so. on the other side as well, and I'm going to use them as well in here. Now you can see where this is going, and you could also then argue just to bring them up as well, and here we go. We could also, if we were to just scale them down a little, this is 300%, let's do 290. And the same goes for that piece, and we're also going to scale this to 290, so we have no texture flickering, and they're sitting still very nicely in the center of those things. So once that is done, we can select all these pieces and just use the advanced option of copying, which you're going to use, and bring this over to the other side until you have the kind of same effect going on the other side, which already looks a lot nicer. And in my specific case over here, if I would just be doing this, I would now just cover this up from the inside like so, you know, just going to make sure that this looks good, just trying to fiddle around as best as I can. And now, just to make things a lot more simple for myself, I would just need to copy quite a big chunk of it over here, and I'm just going to try to see if that already is enough to fit the side. Let's have a look if I selected enough of those, which I kind of didn't. So let's do that again, and let's see. Actually, you can actually see this is 2, so you were to select those. I think that is about it. And then sometimes you have like this white piece connected as well, so gotta push this out, make sure to delete this. The reason I'm pushing it out is just to select this simpler, and I also recommend to just copy these things now. And now you can see this is how you can then align these pieces nicely. That is doing a good job. And then we can copy this over, rotate this once around, and we're going to do the exact same on the other hand side. Nice and tidy. And the last bit I'm going to do is I'm going to use this piece to just follow on top of here. You know, that is nice. So like this and like this, and then we're going to just copy those things over to the other side to make it look a bit more clean. And here we go. You know, if I were to go even more into detail, I would now style the roof here as well. In my specific case, I'm going to make myself super simple now because I like to work with this quite a bit. So I'm going to type in plaster. I love plaster pieces. I love these plaster pieces here. They are so versatile. I'm going to use them quite a bit here, and I'm going to just have a bit of a darkish color, and this is what goes to be my ceiling. I'm going to make sure that this is sitting somewhere with the coaster train here, so let's do this, and then we're going to bring this over. I'm going to show you all the techniques in one now, just because I think this is going to be the most helpful for you to find out how that works. Just going to push this to both sides, and now it's very important to me that I am seeing that there is no gap or whatever in between. So I've got these two pieces now aligned. So what I would now do is, and if I go up, then I would actually be, the problem is I'll be in here and I don't want to destroy this look. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to use this thing instead, bring this down, push this in a little, so that will look good, and then I'm do the same on the other side. Now this is my 4 pieces I will use now. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Wait, actually 4 is wrong. I want this one. So why is it 5 pieces? 1, 2. Sometimes be careful with this. The game sometimes fools you. The outlines are not always super visible. Now it's 4 pieces, and now I'm just going to copy this over like this, and then this is going to be our ceiling. You know, it's very simple, and just so that it does match. Here we go. Awesome. So I'm going to do a ceiling here. And now whatever you do, in my specific case, I'm always using the gas statue. It doesn't matter which one you use, but this gives you an idea of the size. And you can see we have still plenty of space to the top level. So there's no issue to hide these things away with some other plaster stuff as well. So type in plaster, because there's some really cool pieces, just like that one, for example, the resort balcony wall trim. I quite like that because it also has this kind of 2 color shapes in here. And I'm just going to have this color, which is, again, I think it's aligned somewhat with this color. Yeah. Let's see if it's wide enough to cover up the wooden piece. So we're going to scale this as long as needed to basically cover this up, which somewhat like this works. Bring it down. Here we go. Now we push it inwards. So there can also be a bit of an inwards overhang, or like just like a bit of a gap to make the thing work with the depth here a little bit better. And then we do the same on the other side. Here we go. Now we've done that, we can obviously. Oh, you can see I made a mistake, but that's a good mistake because I can tell what happens if we are... Unfortunately, I went out of the building. You can see now this is the building, but the two pieces here are not in a group because this is where I use shift, but I can't select both. Well, in order to fix this, you press I, and then you've got these two pieces, and you can click the group. Now you can see this tells me that we've got one group, 434 pieces, but it also gives me the option to add the scenery pieces to building. These are the two loose pieces, can be added. I'm just going to do this over here. Now it's all back in one group. Double tap again. Now we've got access to the pieces. I'm just going to copy this over until it is nicely hidden. And, you know, because I think it looks nice, I'm going to bring this down to the side here as well as like a side trim because I feel like this would look nicer. All right, this is pretty cool. Pretty nicely done. Normally you also have some kind of booth in here. So what we could do is we could say window, and then we're going to go for a, no window, DDD. Window, here we go. And if we were to do something cool now, we could use any type of window in order to make this kind of booth where you could grab some, you know, kind of tickets or fast passes or even sunscreen or whatnot. You could literally even place this in here if you wanted. These windows over here come in very handy because they are already kind of stepped forward a little. So if you've got a wall design like I have, you can utilize these things pretty nicely. So you got to make sure that these are aligned to a height that is realistic to the people. As you can see, this might be a little bit too low, but this could be, as for a counter, seems to be a reasonable height. Okay, so we can now align this to our kind of color scape of whatever we are doing. You know, just align this to your colors that you're having over here. So this is pretty nice, and we could also try to find a bit more of our dark color of the wood. Yes, that's that. Nice. And we could also utilize this trick over here to just make a nice, whoops, hold on, this was my mistake. Just push that one in to make the lower part look a little bit more nicer, as if there was really a counter. We're going to sink this piece in, and if the counter looks a little bit odd to the sides, we can even make that a tad bit bigger, push that inwards a little more. There you go. That is nice. And you could even try to, if you don't mind, you can see if there's a handle of some sort. I quite like this thing. Funnily enough, this one is a kind of nice thing to be used for that. You can color that one black and make that a little smaller. It looks almost like these kind of window thingies to open that thing up. So we can put this thing in the middle, and this is already kind of a bit more of an expert tip over here. You know, you could use that, and let's rotate this so technically these two things could be open from each side, you know, and this is where you grab the tickets. And you know what, actually we're gonna say the editable, a very good piece, by the way. This is editable text in the game, which is a 2D surface, but you can say, for example, over here, tickets, you know, that's that. Gonna make this obviously white. We're gonna make this obviously white, or bright at least, confirm. And now you can scale this down until it fits exactly in where you need it. So this needs to be going even smaller, and unfortunately enough, these pieces can be kind of scaled down quite dramatically, actually to 10%, as you can see, which is pretty damn cool. You can see tickets, you could even put some opening hours next to it, and you can obviously also change the kind of font type as well, which comes in super handy for most. that's looking weird. But you can use also in various kind of areas, but I'm going to go for the typical kind of area, okay? Or kind of font, I should say. Now this is where the tickets are, kind of a nice little ticket booth, and we can then, because we're in the group, we can select all the pieces. If you have stuff like the smaller ones, I highly recommend start with selecting small pieces first. So in this specific case, the problem is that the hitbox of this window is overlapping most of the smaller hitboxes. Just like these handles, it's almost not possible to select them. So what you can do is you can basically delete this piece first, and then you do select the small pieces. Now you've got selected, as you can see, 3 items are selected. We can also select the lower piece as well. But now, as the main frame is missing, while you have them selected, press now the undo button, and then the one window is going to reappear, but your selection is also going to maintain. That is a cool trick in order to select pieces a bit more precise in areas where one piece is a bit tricky to work with, and that kind of often happens with these super nicely designed pieces, as these have a lot of vertices and stuff, so the group piece itself will become always a bit of a nasty thing. So you could also now have this multiple times kind of, put in here. And if you were to say, also you would have one to the outside as well, you could obviously copy that everywhere you want. And you can see over here, we kind of lost our little ticket sign. I'm not sure we selected that, or wait, actually, no, there is. What's that? Okay. It just kind of disappears at some point. Seems like one of these LOD issues, but okay. So this is that, we've got the building built, and in order to make the building look a little bit more interesting, we could actually add some windows to it, and this is like a simple build of windows. You could use these type of bigger ones over here if you think these are looking nice, or can use these ones. It is up to you, basically, which type of windows you're using for those ones. These ones also kind of these almost like small headlights. It's not a headlight, but like these like higher tier windows, like they look kind of good. So let's just use 2 of them here, as if we were to have some. It's like most likely on these backstage buildings you kind of see these kind of often. So we're going to put these in to just get a bit more interest to the building itself. And now this is our entrance, and what we're going to do is we put the entrance as a wording on top of it. So there is, as I said earlier, there's some categories over here, and if we go to scenery and we were to go to certain areas, and because we have certain areas, well, my hard drive was running full again. I'm sorry for the little cut here. We also do have signage and editable letters. We've got actual 3D letters, which are pretty cool, and we can use them as really cool font pieces. I do hope also that we'll get some more in the future, because at the moment we only have 2 different styles, and I wish they would give us them in, well, it would be nice to have it for all fonts, to be honest, but if a couple more fonts would do this, that would be really cool, because as you can see, we've got Noto and we've got the Coaster R. Both, I like the Coaster style and the Noto style. I obviously go for the Noto style because I like this quite a lot more. And now, to make it more simple for you, to make a nice kind of writing, you would not scale anything right now. Just use the bare fonts, and then also enable the move snap, okay? And then you go to a size or like difference that you like. So you could also go down to 0. Let's do this the smallest available, because then we can see which step would actually work. So we could press down the E, and obviously the next one would be the N. And now we can see if we want to have a wider or a smaller difference in between. I'm going to go with this one. I think this is fine. So we're going to say this, and then the T is next up. So you can see the T goes here. And I think this is a very good basic kind of distance in between, not difference, distance. My English is about to break after such a long recording here for that. For the tutorial, not being my main language is hard after 6 hours plus, I gotta tell you. But this is for the good. This is for you guys, and I hope you still enjoy this quite a bit. Okay, so we've got built this entrance sign. Look, that's pretty damn good. We are not in a building, as you can tell. I forgot that we're not. But we can select these individual pieces relatively easily. So we are going to create a building out of these. This is also something I didn't show you yet. You can also use solely individual pieces that are not grid pieces, and then create a group out of them as well. So create a new group, and now you could also say this group is called the entrance sign, so that we always know that this is the group. So now we're gonna get rid of the kind of entrance move snap, and now you could actually go and scale this entire group to the size you want to. You can make either like a huge entrance size or like a small one. A very small one indeed, as you can see. You could use that entrance here. Look at that. This could be a nice little entrance. There you have that. We don't make it even bigger than that. And all of a sudden, you can see we've already done a quite nice job. So, as we already have seen some of the pieces and we have stolen some of these techniques, we can also just steal some of the stuff over here. I'm just going to wait. Oh, is this framework? Oh, this framework is meant to be for everything. Okay, I'm just going to delete this then. And this as well. Is that one? Just a different group. Okay, so someone did just go rogue at some point. So I'm just going to delete some of the pieces here. I'm going to show you why. Because I want to use this piece as a nice differentiation from our building. So I'm going to select everything right now. I'm just going to rotate this on a free axis now. And I'm going to stick this into our main build so it looks like it's part of it, you know. So there we go. This is nice. I'm just going to try to find the exact right angle. Here we go. And then we're going to push this exactly in the middle between those two windows so they still make sense. And then I'm just going to bring this also to a height that makes sense with this one over here. Look at that. We've got that little building even with this one nicely connected. So let's see if that works with the height of a person. That works very, 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 very fine as well. And now the last thing I'm going to do is I'm going to type in a door, and I'm going to put a door here that hopefully makes sense. A townhouse door. Is that the right size? It's absolutely not. Why is this thing so freaking oversized? Hold on. This is a normal person. Did I scale down the person? I certainly didn't, right? No, I did not. Oh my god. Why is this door so freaking oversized? Is that a mistake? Because now the size door makes a lot more sense. You know, this is where the kind of the backstage access should also be sitting. And what I wanted to do is quickly just draw a bit of stuff over here so that it seems almost like as if it's connected, you know, just like this and this and this. And we got this little bit here. And we, you know, just double tap here to align this corner nicer so it's hidden below. There you have it. And I assume this is because of no foundation, maybe? What's the big deal? Does this wait, hold on, there's the styling. This is add curbs, add foundation off, so I guess now this is gonna fix the problem. Yes, okay, so I've seen, I just fixed that and made this align, so that looks nice. As we have this piece left over, sticking around over here, I figured this is a kind of nice fence. So let's print this from the group, and we can use this piece now as a bit of a fence, and we're going to use this fence in here to showcase a bit of another technique. And this is just copying buildings, and once you copied once, okay, so copy once, the second time around it's gonna stick to your cursor and you can keep on clicking, which is kind of cool. And you can see sometimes it is following the ground. It depends a little bit on what setting you were before. So if you had your game set to align to surface, then it will basically do this. If you didn't, it'll always stay on the same height and kind of glitch into the other buildings, just as a little reminder. We can also have that wall just connect over here. And then we could also have the wall just like, I'm not going to do this in the whole park, by the way. It's just like we are just going to cover a bit of building here, and we're going to do some special building techniques in a bit. But that was just for the showcase, okay? So this is a very nice entrance building we've done over here. But as I said, you can also steal buildings, you know? And stealing is something very good in the game, so don't you mind. So what we're going to do is, we're going to see if this is a entire building here. Let's see what happens if we move. Oh, it's not. It's just that. It's just a roof. So what we're going to do is we're selecting all the pieces, and let's see if we can connect all these pieces. If we copy, oh my god. Okay, so sometimes creators like me do this kind of stuff as well, and it's just gonna look odd. What I'm going to do is I'm ripping it apart like this. I want to see what is individual piece and whatnot. So that is a wall, that is a framing, is that correct? Yes. Okay. So you know what? I don't need the framing. I don't need anything else. I'm just going to copy the roof. That is my job then. And I'm going to use the roof on basically this building over here. That is my only job I have right now. And I'm just going to bring this all the way down, so it kind of adjusts nicely. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to plop this roof on top of here so that it does fit on these sides. We do need a couple of we do need a different roof for this side, but for here that looks pretty good. And I'm just going to bring this over and see if I can somehow, that still fits in, right? And now I'm gonna double tap and get rid of these. And you know what, because this is obviously the wooden beam, I'm not sure if this is a typical angle. It's not, but if I align this to here, it's actually the same angle. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to use this piece as a connection piece. As you can see, it's still below that wonderful train track, which is good. And now I'm going to try to find the exact alignment here. So there we go. And I'm hoping that this is working, which it is. And I'm going to copy those pieces over, so everything is aligned nicely with the other type of roof. I'm just gonna do the same again so that it looks good. Here we go. And one last piece as well, just be aligned somewhat over here. We don't need to be like 100% precise. And now I'm just going to bring these things over so both sides are connected. Look, and then we have already a pretty damn nice roof. Look at that. That is so cool. And as for the building, because I like the idea that this is just like pure white, and let's see what they used as for a material. This is just a rectangular piece. And you know what we got to do? We are doing exactly the same. We're going to be very nice about this. We are going to use the art shapes. Is that called art shape? Let's see if that is. No, it's not. I think it's the simple or primitive. I don't remember how they were called, but if we go to props, you can see there is a menu of the art shapes, and the art shape is, well, it's actually just an arch. Okay, it's not categorized as this. Okay, but now if you go in here, you can see this is just an art shape, and you can manipulate this in terms of color, but you can also scale this dramatically. And as this has no texture, you won't have a reduction in texture quality, which comes in very handy indeed. So in my specific case, I don't mind too much. The only thing I mind is I need to know where the freaking doors are. So this is why I'm just going to bring this thing up. And first of all, I'm going to say door as well. And I'm going to place a door here just so we have a cover up. For that one, we're going to use the same door again, scaled down dramatically because it's just way too big. So I'm going to put this one in here and in here and in here and obviously in this, oh my god, on the side as well. Just copy that one over, so bring it over and we have that one go in here. So all the different doors are open, and we could make like a double door for where the toilet is gonna sit. So that we just do understand where that one is as well, just like so. And that's fine. And now as this is done, we can utilize this piece. And obviously what we don't want is this sticking out. So we're going to use this here and all the way down. Now it's fine. And we're going to push this forward as long as we need to make that look good. Also, you can see sometimes it may actually be a little bit too inaccurate. There we have it. Okay, so this is exactly where we need to put it because I don't want this wall, kind of door to look odd. So we're just going to bring this one over. Nice. Look at that. We can use both pieces and move this all the way to the other side, but I want to make this building actually a tad bit wider. Why not? And now what you will be able to tell is that this thing obviously is too wide to fit the side over here. As you can see, I'm going to push this over. That is not going to work. However, what you can always do is rotate your piece if that is required. And as you can see over here, I will need to push the door because that is not going to work without. So let's see that we align properly. That is nice. Push this up again a little like this, like so. And we're going to grab the door and push this one forward so that you also do see the door properly again. And just going to push this over to the other side. By the way, if you're wondering, I'm always using copy from Origin, as we talked about earlier, because that is literally what I'm using all the time. I never, let's say I rarely use the copy duplicate because it's, yeah, for the most part, it's not really usable. So as we could also just kind of make this all look cleaner up here as well. Just quickly showing you how. You would use the same piece, but then you would try to find the correct angle, just like this. And then you would align this properly. As this obviously is too big, you got to scale this all the way down until that would fit as a piece, like so. And now you would bring this to the front so it aligns nicely. It's not going to overlap, but it aligns nicely. So I'm going to bring this in here and just turn it around until you're happy with the angle. With this thick piece on top, the thick roof, you don't need to be super precise. There are pieces though that need to be super precise because they are very thin and you can't really stick pieces in. But in order to have that now, as these two pieces will be averaged nicely, you can just push them over. And once you fiddle that out and you know exactly how to do these kind of things, look, you get this kind of lovely wall effect over here. Then you can just select all these, just like that, and then just copy this over to the other side, exactly where you need this. And your building is done. So this is a super simple way to rather quickly copy a style of a building. We also haven't done the connection pathways over here. So you see I wanted to have two kind of staircases over here, but now is rather important that we click into that building and then get rid of some of the fences in here. Sometimes it's very hard to click into the fences because there are pieces in the way. As I said earlier, now use the same trick. Select the piece, selected or undo your previous movement and you're good to go. So same goes over here, delete that piece, select your fence, undo the previous deletion, and then delete the piece you wanted to delete. Easy as that. So in this specific case, I want to quickly build the entrance and the exit. Now what I want to do is I want to style this thing first of all, and therefore we're going to use the pathing tool for the Q path, and we are going to say we're going to use the polished metal, we are going to have the foundation, curbs and supports activated, and we're going to have then I think we're going to use the classic brick path, and then the Q path area is going to be like a very dark rusty red, and the railing area is going to be very much silver gray. That should be good. And now let's see how our creation actually looks. Let's just do it this way in the sun. Yeah, that matches the style of the station quite nicely, I assume. Okay, so this is how that goes, and now I am willing to just bring this thing into a position that I like. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to curl this over. As you can see over here, I'm in the curl mode, I'm going to call this, and I'm going to hit shift, and now it's going to bring this down to the ground. And the closer we get to the ground, you will be able to just align this to the ground nicely. So if I were to do it here, this is just very nice indeed. And now we are able to just connect this, and you get this very nice kind of subtle incline here. We could also obviously always use the terrain to adjust to that one, which is going to look odd because of all the pathways in between. Now we have the chance to connect these pathways here as well, because that Flatride is not reachable at the moment. So what we are going to do is we're going to connect these through here. And I don't want to have it curvy. I want to have it this way. Now you can see all the supports are gone because I just built this path in between. You know what? We could actually, you know what we're going to do? We're going to say supports real quick, and we're going to do our own supports just rather quickly. Don't worry, as the tutorial is already incredibly long, I'm not going to do too much over here. And as I thought I am going to do the coaster station as well, we're just not going to do this. It's way too much. We're going to do some nature around this, and it's going to look good. So we can kind of use all kind of pieces. I think I'm going to use this one over here now, and I'm going to use with a dark gray. Is that almost blue? Well, let's do it dark. And now what I also want to do is I don't want to align to surface or stick to surface, so I press B, because now the piece is always just going to remain at the height I want it to be, because I want to adjust this ever so much. So it's going to stick inside of the foundation piece. So anyway, so we're going to do it this way, and now you can see it has some nice supports to it. Very simple, you know, there's no big deal around this. Now, as for this one over here, we obviously need to use the normal pathing tool, and in my specific case, I want to still use the same railing, and I want to use the foundation curbs and blah, 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 and we are going to use a similar style, the brick path over here, but we are going to use this in gray. That's fully fine, and railing area is also fine. So that is that, and I actually try to just bring this down here. Hopefully, just, yeah, there's the angle snap, and just very much straight. Here we go. There you go. Look at that. That's a very nice flat decline. I mean, you could, like, maybe this is a tad bit too steep, actually. Which is rather steep, isn't it? We just do that again. A double, oops, not double tap. We could double tap on here, and then we've got the same style. Well, actually, you know what? I should have gone for this brick style over here, and then enable the items again that I were to enable earlier, and we're going to go for a darker gray, as I said. And now, if that was a little bit too steep, actually, we're going to react to that. We're going to do this, bring it down a little here, just drag it all the way out, and then we're going to bring the whole thing, go around the corner. And now we're going to bring this down and also connect back to here. I think that should work fine. Yeah, that just looks better to me with the staircase going up. One thing I obviously do, and that is something I always recommend doing, is we're just going to bring this one all the way in here so it doesn't interfere with the building too much. I think that looks better if you do it this way. But what I want to do is I want to align these things properly here with the housing. So I'm just going to correct this one here, direct this one there, and then this one also needs to be ever so much adjusted. Yeah, that looks a lot nicer. And you could like do various things now. If you don't like, for example, what's going on with the edge over here? This is not a building tutorial, but I think pathing is actually a part of building anyways. So I also recommend to adjust your pathing accordingly, because a pathing, as it is now so much more versatile, has become a vital part of the design of your park. And I always recommend to see it as part of the design as well, and make sure that everything looks accordingly. Okay, so I think this is also a perfect timing to do a couple of cover-ups, I call them, you know. We go on with the tips of cover-ups because, yeah, they are very important. So this area here in the center looks already pretty damn nice, but there are a couple of things I really dislike. And in order to not completely go nuts, there are some really, really nice pieces in the game that you can utilize for cover-ups. First of all, I just figured that the height over here has to be adjusted, and you can see there is the train needs to have a little bit of a nice kind of styling down here, so that this thing is kind of closed off. I think the other side is also still open. Yes, it is. So let's copy this over so that this thing is closed. But some areas I dislike is this area here with that, obviously with that energy supply, this kind of open spot in here, and also the staircase over here. So what is pretty good is some of the Viking pieces are very handy for that. So in the Viking assets, you also have this hay ball. You can use that one in areas where it fits. You can also use this for thatch roof if you want to, because it is fully flexicolor, which is still odd. Oh no, actually it's just the rope on it. But there is obviously the Viking fence, and this one is one of the most versatile pieces when it comes to the game. You may wonder why, but let me just show you in a bit. They also have the very cool Viking stone wall pieces as individual pieces. There you have them. They also look freaking cool. And there is the Viking decoration wall. This is that one. So these three pieces, in my opinion, are amongst the best pieces in the game. I'm going to show you why. So this thing is super versatile as a ground cover as well. Because it is so like a very flat piece, you can use this specifically in areas like this one, which is exactly where I'm going to use this now. In order to make this look better, I'm going to just use this piece, copy that over here. The only thing that is the big downside of this piece is it has no seamless texture, which I still don't know why Frontier does it. And this is why I always like to adjust the colors. Unfortunately, this takes away a little bit of the greatness of the piece, because as you can see now, it's a lot better, but it's not the same color as always. But we can use this to just kind of use a bit of a more grayish color and just use all the same pieces and same color, and then the whole wall looks a bit nicer. But as I said earlier, this piece is the perfect piece to just do some cover-ups, and I'm going to show you how I approach that. I would now to try to fiddle that exactly in the middle, and from now on you can just use this piece as a side piece here for your staircase, and just bring it down multiple steps, maybe like so. Just try to align the texture as best as you can, and then just copy the whole thing over, and all of a sudden your staircases don't look so lost anymore. And it's not the typical kind of boring railing you've been using beforehand, and now this already just kind of makes this whole area look nicer. So as for our wonderful transformer over here, we are going to use this piece, and this piece is very versatile when you use it in different sizes. Just make that bigger, and you can make this even bigger, and then rotate this direction. So let's do it quickly like that, and then like so. And here we go. We just sync that into each other. Also, I got a drink for a bit, because otherwise I need to cough. Okay, I just saved my voice, but I needed to do a little cut over here. So you got the three pieces, and important bit, I also would take that into a group, so it makes multi-selection much more simple. So we have that in here, and I would then start with the biggest one. You know, you can use that big one to just first of all have a nice layer of hiding pieces, just like so. You know, we don't want to add this to any building. Maybe you can also just make that a little bit off like this, and then use the second bigger one in order to put that in the front. And then the smallest one can just fix some of the stuff in front of it. And if you have something like that, for example, that still would need to be somewhat approachable, you can approach that from behind, or you leave some space in the front. I still would cover up it like this. And now also fiddle something in here in the middle. And now you could select the whole thing and move it forward a little and sidewards. So to make it realistically approachable by a mechanic. And if you want to do realism, you can also put like a other piece down here. But the main fact is you don't want to see that immediately. And just so you could also use, let's say, a birch tree, because the birch tree has some really cool hanging leaves as well. And then just plop a birch tree somewhere in here. Where would it be able to grow? Maybe somewhere here, you know. That's just where it would be able to grow. And once you've put that one in, you can see the whole thing is almost hidden, and some of the looks over here too. But that's just a very simple way of doing it. And last but not least, this is my favorite piece in the game for do any kind of cover-ups, because it has one absolute flat side. We're going to align this here. And now you can see if we rotate the piece, this is the perfection. You've got a flat side to the top and a flat side to the back, and this looks like the perfect 3D wall. I don't know why we don't have more pieces like that in the game, but if you compare this piece to, let's say, that one, which looks good from a distance, but if you go closer, it's just like a flat texture. Compare that to this freaking three-dimensional texture, which is absolutely gorgeous. And more so, you can also color that one, and because it has already a nice little tint in itself, you can use that in various scenarios because it's not always the same tint. I am obsessed with this piece. I'm saying it the way it is. I am obsessed with this piece because it is frankly the best piece in the game when it comes to the looks, but also the ease of, you know, hiding things away. Because now we've got these two pieces, created a building real quick, and now, well, you guessed it, we just used your ability now to manipulate pieces, and you can use it. Now, in this specific case, you need to have that, like, this orientation, well, fine, do it, and now let's just copy that over to the other side. As you can see, the inside also looks fancy, but I want to have the flat side here, and then we go to the other side. Now, in this specific case, we could now go on and rotate that thing again, and we could do two things now. We could leave it as is and then use like a wood piece maybe to align with the tilt, which I think is what I want to do here just for the showcase. And you can bring this over here so that it looks nice, and then you can also have this on the other side if you wanted to. So just like this, and then push this in so it doesn't stick up to the top. And then you can also do, that's the other version, you can align this with the orientation of your stair, which is almost like this would work. So you could also go exactly to the orientation if that helps you, and then you can sink that in as long and as much as it needed to, and then bring this one all the way down like that. And as this has like this kind of wonderful 3D texture, you can sync these pieces into each other without losing the detail, which is so freaking cool. Yeah, last but not least, as I said, we can then type in wood, and also we can lower down the menu because it's annoyingly big. We can then use a flat wood piece, which, by the way, we have the resort wood piece. We can type in resort, and then there should be, there's the bamboo. This is the bamboo wall? Wait, I'm fooled. I didn't want to have the bamboo wall. I wanted to have the normal kind of wood wall. Where is the wood wall? This is a wooden wall. Oh, that one looks sick as well. Is that, can we? Yes, we can. Oh, let's actually use this one. Why not? But I'm going to use the smaller one of this one. That's kind of cool. So it has the correct orientation already. And now what we're going to do is we're going to throw that one in to basically align with our path over here. You know, just grab it, put it in just so that we have it on the curb, and then just put that thing where we need this. Here goes that, and oops, I forgot to grab it on just one side, go down like so. And now the beauty of it is we're going to select all the pieces, click, 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 and now we can align this to the color that we have over there, if we can. I'm not sure if it's doable with the different tint we have over here. We're just gonna try to find that. I think that's fine. It's close enough, you know. And then bring that over to the other side as well. Make sure it's sunken in as much as it needs to. And then, yeah, you know what? Actually, I think in order to make that look clean, I mean, these couple seconds won't hurt us. You would then need to sink that in so it's not sticking to your ground again. Boom, there we go. beautiful. And all of a sudden, you have a wonderful entrance build. And, you know, considering this is a tutorial, it still was relatively quick, to be honest. You've got a wonderful entrance area, nicely built, you know. And the last thing we are going to do now is a rotational building, or, if you will, any kind of pieces that have a repetitive pattern on a pivot point. Sounds more complicated than it is. Now let's go into the game, and this is the last thing. This is already that's pretty expert level now, because from over here it's going to be a lot simpler later on, because we then do some wonderful, you know, manipulating of nature, which is going to use these kind of brush and so on. We have two pieces in the game. That is called the pillar 1 and pillar 2. It doesn't matter which one you are going to use. Use either one of those. The beauty of this piece is that this sits in the midst of the grid, which are the only two pieces in the game that do it, as I think it is. Maybe they added some pieces with the 2 latest packs. That might be the case, but it doesn't matter. This is the piece you want to make the following with. Now, there are 2 ways of doing this. I'm going to show you the first one here and the second one rather quickly afterwards, because they both work kind of similarly, but then again, they do work pretty differently. So this is the original technique. So this is your pivot point in the center. Just imagine that really as a pivot point where you rotate things around. Or if you like hula hoop, this is basically you, where you try to keep the hula hoop rotating around yourself. So that one is pretty simple, okay? So we are going to put this in the center of where we want to pivot around. I am going to place this exactly in the center of our little restaurant over here, because this is where I want to have my round area basically working with. So I'm going to put this in the middle. And this is about the height I want to have my pavilion go. Maybe a tad bit higher, but we'll get to that eventually. So what is going to be the pavilion be made of? We're going to say metal, first of all, because I want to have like a metal frame. And we're going to start with this piece as a frame. The important bit now is you can't just plop it in anywhere. You need to use the snap to position. And the snap to position is going to guarantee that this piece is exactly, completely perfect, aligned to the center pivot point. This is mega important, because otherwise this technique is not gonna work, because of the way how the game calculates the gizmo, as I said earlier, because it always tries to find the average between pieces, and it is absolutely necessary that your piece is on the dead center of the axis we are working with. You can scale it afterwards, that is not the problem. You can do whatever you want with the piece afterwards, but it's mega important that at the beginning you are aligned, which we are because we used the position snap over here. And that goes for the first piece, because afterwards you can just copy from the origin of this piece and you'll most likely be correct. So this is kind of nice. Oh boy, I did not see this one. Let's fix that first of all. What the heck is this? I am devastated. Can I just align this? There you go. That was a relatively easy fix, wasn't it? Okay, now, as for the pavilion, I doubt that this is the angle I want to go with. Let's see. Okay, so this is where we go. And I'm going to put a guest in, but the guest should not be part of the building. Put the guest here. So yeah, that is definitely too low. So what we got to do is we're going to raise. So this is the height we want to work with, and this is where we are just going to plop the piece, and we're going to just bring this all the way here to the center, okay? And this is very important now that we are going to just connect this piece. Also, let me grab a little drink, and this time around I'm not going to make a cut because we have already done way too many cuts, and you can live with me drinking for a second. Actually, my throat is going to be very dry over here because of hours and hours of recording. But, you know, we are getting to the end, so that's fine. Now, this is as I said, very important that we started off like this. Okay, so I'm going to show you the basic strategy we are going for real quick, and then we're going to style the whole thing. So you can see this is the build, and now if I copy this thing around on the grid like 2 times, you can see what happens. We create the perfect cross of these things. Now in the middle, there are 4 of these pivot points now. We can also delete 3 of them. Now the last one I would leave in here, not delete that one. And now select everything in here and then deselect the middle cone. So what happens now is you've got all these pieces, and if you hit Control X, which is the advanced copy or advanced move, I explained earlier, it's gonna put everything into the dead center of your selection, which is, as you can see, the dead center of your pivot point, because we've built this on the align to surface with the attach point. And if we were now to rotate this thing, you can see there is going to be the perfect rotational, and you can now create all kind of angles. You could now go for the perfect circle. I'm just going to do this real quick. You can see it's actually creating a circle, or you can start to do your own pizza slices, as you can see over here. And this is why I am just doing this right now, because this is our basic element we are going to start work with. And now I'm going to fill in one of these pizza slices with a couple of things, and then you can easily copy that around as well. There are many ways of doing it, but I think the most simple way of doing this is just copy one piece and another one that has the original orientation, and then it's rather simple to just copy the build, go up twice, so you can easily select that, split it from the group, go back into the group, and now we can bring this thing all the way down into the exact center. Now, obviously, the exact center is going to be becoming a problem. This is where I would then kind of use the other group and sink that one down a tiny bit until you have your own pieces changed. And I don't even know what kind of piece we are using. So let's see if we can find a fabric piece that could work. I'm not sure if there is any. I mean, we could use some of these market caps if that works. Or actually, you know what? The window curtain piece over here. Well, actually, this has the side over here. It's not looking too nice. Okay, I think I don't really know if we can use this piece. That is a bit of an unfortunate situation right now. So let's say base material. If we can use fabric, sometimes it brings up other pieces because the search is not always aligned with the material. Sometimes the main material of a piece is a different one. But I think it still doesn't offer me the pieces I want it to. And I frankly don't want to use anything else. You know what? I'm just going to still use the plaster piece. There is a very thin plaster piece we can use. We obviously need to get rid of the base material, and then we're going to use these plaster pieces because they are relatively, as you can see, they are relatively small and thin. Just going to use this one and that one, so it doesn't matter. These two are fine, and we're going to turn them all into one coherent color, which is this one, and then it's gonna look just fine. Okay, so these pieces are fine, and now we're going to delete this one, and this is the moment where you can bring up the main piece again to the height, which is about this height. Okay, so you can now tell why I was about to do this, and it's gonna be rather simple. So in order to build this perfectly fine, you have several methods of doing it. So the first method would be to just go and just kind of try to align all these pieces individually, find the middle ground, blah, blah, blah. It's rather complicated. We don't need that. So way simpler than that is basically to rotate this into the exact middle point of these things. And that only works if you have the certain angle available. If not, you can try to do this manually, or you just select two pieces like so, and you've got two pieces. Now you can rotate this nicely enough like this, which rather helpful, because you can see now this is perfectly aligned between the two pieces in here. And from here, you could then go on and try to fix exactly these pieces into the position you want to have them. So that is what we're going to quickly do. Again, I'm making this now, I'm doing this in a way that is actually rather shabby, but to be honest, again, I don't want to stress the time even more than I already did. So we're going to use bigger pieces as well, which is going to make our life even more simple. Now, being on the correct orientation already, you can use the pieces and just like align this properly. Sometimes you will have to realign certain areas like so. Then it doesn't kind of work out properly, but that is just sometimes happening. No, wait, that is not what I wanted. So here goes that. I'm just gonna align this to the other side. So as I said, sometimes just do a bit of realignment. It doesn't matter too much. So just using these bigger pieces. You also don't need to go to the center, because that's where the pieces will be lined later on anyways. So just do it that way. And then we can push them further down like so and like so. And maybe we are going to get rid of these pieces up here again. And let's see if... Well, actually, we would need them to be smaller in place to the upper part later on as well. But let's just do this. And then up here we can make them smaller and align. And the same goes for this one. Oh, you know what? Actually, I'm going to delete this. And I'm going to use that one because it has already the correct scaling. Yeah, I'm going to try to fiddle that in once we have it done. We bring this to the point where this is working, which is here. And the other one is also kind of here, and that should be nice. Is that... Yeah, it's going over the center, which is good. And now what I'm going to try is I'm going to just have the piece sit here and then just bring this in until it overlaps, you know. It can overlap on a little bit, it doesn't matter, but it should not overlap too much. So that is okay. Just making sure that it's on the same height. Awesome. And we can select this one and go all the way here too. And then as for the center, you could either do your own cone in the middle. I'm going to show what I'm doing with this later on. But this is the way how you can approach that. There's also another piece missing. Where's the other one? There's the other piece. Yeah, I think I'm going to pull this over a little more, just so it is definitely going to get this done. Let's see. And we're going to raise this up again so we have the exact height. Oh, you know what? Actually, what we got to do is we're going to align these pieces up here. Makes our life even more simple. And we're just going to rotate these up again. Doesn't matter. I want to make this a bit more cleaner, so not to have these pieces stick out, but whatever. Yeah, as I said, I would need to be a lot more cleaner about this. And now the only thing I need to do is I'm going to have the piece that averages out the lower end here. I am willing to just find the perfect connection. So here we go, and now just align that without the angle snaps. So we should be able to get this done almost inch perfect here. So yeah, they are somewhat slightly off here with the height, but it's about okay. You could also lower it down and just have the pieces to the outside, which may actually be what I'm going for here. So like that. And now we were to able to bring the pieces up just like so. And let's just do this until we need to scale them down, which is about now. Scale them down a little bit, bring them up so that they fit, and then just push them in just like so. Over here we would need to scale them down a little bit more and just again bring them up so it aligns nicely and blah. So okay, again, you could do this a lot more nice than I did over here, and then it's important to again copy this thing around the pivot point, as you can see over here. That's just what we did. And now it's rather important. Now the problem over here is going to be that we unfortunately have all the other pieces in, so I deleted all of them. It doesn't matter too much. We can now use all these pieces and use angle snap, and as you can see, bam, there is our pitch perfect huge kind of canopy. And honestly, it does look a lot better than I expected it to be looking, because it's just like quick and shabby. What doesn't do look good is the center, and there's a very simple fix for that. You can just go into the group with the center, and I do quite like to use an umbrella of some sort, or actually, how's that thing called? Let's go into the bench area and the parasol. I think it's going to be called parasol. Yeah, you've got various parasols at your fingertip at choice. You can have the picnic one, you've got the aquatic one, and this is the one we are going to use right now. And oh boy, is this the central pivot point? It is. I think I just found it. And then you could just make that one bigger and sink it in just like this. Let's see if that, yeah, that works, and just go a bit higher. And then we're gonna make that into the same kind of color as the rest of it goes. And you could even, like, if you are like creative, you can use various of these ones to make them go into each other, you know, to create some sort of, I don't know, some sort of fun look. Like, I don't know, like something like this. could be nice, and then you get a nice kind of huge canopy design. You know, that is just as it is. And you can, as I said, this is not the perfect circle. You could turn it into a circle by just rotating more and more and have a, well, as the theory of a circle goes, you know, to the kind of number p, as it's called, the lesser angle you have, the more round it becomes. So just imagine you set your angle snap to 0.000 point whatever degrees, you getting closer and closer to a perfect circle. Just like in a game that uses pixels, that's anyways how a circle is being displayed. But yeah, so this is our wonderful canopy over here, and this is also what brings us now to the well, last thing of the building tutorial, because we are already, well, already is kind of a weird phrasing over here that took over an hour. Last bit of building, but obviously the last bit of building has to be nature, and that's going to be its very own kind of part. So let's do this. All right, nature is going to be separated into 2 more parts, and then after nature, we're going to finish off the parks with last finishing details and management, because we have to set our staff in, which we haven't done. We've prepared everything, but we haven't put our staff in. So let's begin with nature part 1, and this is the one without the brush. The scenery brush will get its own part. But now as for nature, there are 2 different ways of approaching nature, and kudos to the wonderful Bro Nation, and especially Mike and so on, and Math Bandit, because they have done this tutorial way back in the Planet Coaster 1 time, and I was really impressed by that. As you may know, Mike, he's been part of the Quali crew as well. He is working actually in that field, so he knows quite his plans, and there is a difference between nature and Neature. It's relatively straightforward. Nature is what the nature does. It's looking natural because that's where the name comes from. This is what nature creates without the influence of a human. In terms of a theme park design, everything is human-made. However, you can make things look like nature by man-made stuff, and so you would kind of follow some patterns that nature would use. Neature, however, is how you create your kind of nice little areas in your park, mimicking kind of the nature, but, you know, bending the rules of it to make it look pretty in your park. So that's kind of the difference. And then obviously there's landscaping design, which is full on making use of stuff like that. But what we can use is obviously, as always, our pieces in the game. And we're going to start off with a pretty easy hatch. We are not going to use add to building and also not snap to position. And then we are easily putting a thing down here. As in building, this is going to be more simple. I'm going to use this piece because this is relatively nice and tall, and I'm going to put this in right at this position. As I said, to make things more easy, I'm going to show you a little trick. Use 2 pieces, and then you're going to select 2 pieces, and then you can place them, and now it's much more simple to align them actually. To make it even more simple, select the 2 pieces, create a building, and within the building make sure that you first of all select 1 piece and make sure that anything of this is selected. So not aligned to surface, not stick to surface, everything in here has to be off. Select this thing, and now once you copy that and you've 1 time aligned this, it's gonna be every time you can use it this way, and it's gonna stay to the orientation and height you've just set that to. This is gonna make your life a lot more simple in order to fill that in. Unfortunately, there's one thing that is a little broken in the game right now. Usually when you copy these things, it should stick to your hand and keep on copying pieces, as I said earlier. So this is a bit of a pain that it doesn't work inside of a building. However, if you split that from the building and you do the same thing now outside of a building, now I'm copying the entire group rather than inside of the group the pieces. Now it's gonna stick to my cursor, but the problem is now it's not going to stay to the same height. So yeah, you gotta die one of the 2 deaths, I guess, in here. Otherwise it's not gonna work. But you can obviously, if you want to follow the pattern I did over here, you can now also just kind of decide to copy the whole thing, which makes copying and building a lot quicker. And then you just do this like so, and we are done with the hatch. Why did I put down the hatch in here? Well, I'm gonna show you in a bit. This is the start of my little Neature area here, okay? So we've got to put this down. This is fun. And what we can use now is we are going to use a lot of bushes to the back here to hide away some sort of the look at the railway, because we don't want that. So what we're going to look at is some bushes that we can maybe make bigger. So I'm going to, first of all, that's also, by the way, a very nice technique. We're going to plop down some of the stuff I may use. Sometimes I just do that to find the correct piece, because the miniatures over here do not really help me in order to, you know, create the perfect pieces. And I'm just going to plop down a couple things so I know what to build. So some of the, look at that, we got some of the topiary stuff from the first game back. Yeah, as I said, I'm just going to look into what type of pieces I quite like in here. And so, yeah, some of these I like, some of them I don't. I also would love to go into that just whole category as a whole, and then we can go into bushes. Sometimes a bush, again, as I said, it's not sorted in the same way. Here it is, though. But we could also see if there's anything else maybe in here, in the trees, what we can use, because some of the trees have a way nicer texture. Oops, that is the ginormous one I want to. That could be used as a bush as well. And obviously the oak is not the case, but that one over here is nice. The olive tree is still a very nice piece, by the way. But yeah, there's some cool pieces in here. I quite like this. That's the one I was looking for, because the tamarind, hold on, there you go. The tamarind is a very nice piece indeed. As for bushes, it actually works pretty nice as bushes, and I like to go with the medium one and scale that one lower, and that one looks kind of cool as a bush, you know. That's what we do. So this is all in a building. I'm gonna split this from the hedge so to not get me annoyed by this. And now what you can do is I scaled that one down. It's 59%, so about 60% is what I like. If I copy this piece, there is now an option called random scale or random rotation. I'm gonna do the random scale, and I'm gonna say my base is 65, and we can go all the way down to 50 to 70, I guess. So you got to place this once, and then it's gonna kind of change its size in the range of 50 to 70% of size. So if you're gonna place it down here, you can see the next one is ever so much smaller, and you can place this one down, and you can always spam the rotational key. So that is going to then rotate your tree, and it's gonna make your tree not always look super repetitive. So this is what I'm gonna do here, and this looks like some bushes. So to get some variation in, as I said, we are in the Neature area of our gameplay right now. You can then sink this into the ground to make it look like a low bush over here as well. And as it changes the size all of the times, it just never will be looking repetitive, simply because the size changes. And if you keep on rotating the piece, as I just did earlier, there it wants to align to something. I don't want this to be aligning. You can just do it this way, and now you've already done a quite nice job over here. So we also do have a couple of other bushes. Obviously, if you use the same kind of size, kind of random size option with these things, they will eventually be smaller as well, as you can see. And as it goes for Neature, most likely they are like looking as if they've been tediously planted in a row or something like that. So this is why I did this. Over here, I guess what I want to have is a couple of topiaries, and again, if you use them, I'm going to use the biggest one in the center, because the next pieces will be smaller indeed. So there you go. The smaller ones will now be plopping in as well, simply because of the random scale. Same goes for that one, and I'm going to use this as a little testing piece over here, copy that twice, and now it's going to be smaller. And now what you could do is to just use this piece in between those to just get a bit more nature alignment in, you know, just kind of try to make your little areas look nicer. You know, you just like match this in where you think it matches. Again, I am not doing too much now because you get the idea of it, okay? So this is looking very neat indeed. There's like that tree. Actually, you know what? We can leave the tree over here. We're just gonna bring this over a little bit more like so that it actually looks nicer. So that is cool. Very cool indeed. But one thing you shall not forget is always, for nature, there's also terra painting. And for that, I always recommend to go with a lot less hardness and a lot less size and intensity. And now what you want to do is paint some areas here where you could also use soil or gravel or whatnot, just to make sure that not everything looks the same. Because in the real world, plants, also underneath plants, you have got leaves, you got less grassy areas, there's more soil because not that much sun gets there, or sometimes it's like very mossy over here, so you can use some of the meadow or moss area, short grass, because that's just like how real nature is acting. And for the eye, that makes a lot more sense. But even in nature areas, this happens because somehow things have to be planted, you know. Sometimes they have to just do stuff to bring this thing in. So it always is very helpful to these kind of things and just make this work as best as it goes for you. And then you can also use some sand or soil to the side of a pathway to make the transition more realistic, you know, as in there has been something done with the pathway and it's just over. And all of a sudden, your area looks just so much nicer all of a sudden. Another kind of typical theme park trick is to use kind of trees. And as I said, you can use some of these bigger ones. Be more brave in the usage of those. And I should say as well, I'm going to go for 80 or 75 to 100% over here. And the trees that you do like, you can really utilize throughout your park and then try to find suitable places where to put it. So, for example, this tree over here, kind of a while ago, I would have not been brave enough to do that, but this thing looks freaking amazing now. It sits very nicely in that corner, hugs this area very nicely, and gives your whole area a very nice context. So kind of create this effect of nature by very specifically placed nature, if that makes sense. So that helps you always quite a lot. And I like this tree. I also like another one. The ash tree is something I do always use. Specifically, the bigger one is also kind of nice. So this is also a very established way of making your park look better in no time. And again, when it comes to, as I said, nature, I like to do this exactly this way by just finding places where I want some trees to sit. In the scenery brush tutorial, we are going to approach this in a bit of a different way. So I'm just going to find places where I want to have a tree because I think like trees would kind of help me achieve my targets. So this corner over here would be stupid because of all the leaves falling in. That's going to be a lot of work for the park to handle, but I don't mind this for the sake of the tutorial. I don't mind this too much. I'm just going to still try to find spaces where I plop down some trees and stuff. You know, there you go. As for flowers and so on, I would definitely skip that because flowers are definitely going to be something we are going to do with the next tutorial, with the Neature tutorial. But as you can tell, this is already starting to look really, really, really damn good. But there is more to it. I want to show you a bit more of an advanced technique how to use nature. So this is all good and so on, but specifically around this little lake over here, or like it's lake, is that even a lake? I don't know. I'm going to show you a specific technique of making some shorelines better looking. So you can see this one is still floating. That was intentional earlier on. So what you're going to do in the nature tab, you also have some stones. And you could use like these individually recolorable ones, or you can use some in-game ones. We are going to use the in-game one, the Tiger Rock. I like the Tiger Rock. Actually, we could also go for the other one. This is the Temperate one. Let's go for the Temperate one instead. So the Temperate Rock is something really nice. It fits in very nice, and it does help you to achieve the goal of making things look more natural. So over here, we place this thing down. And we still use the random scale, but what I want to do is I want to have a very, 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 very short transition, and it's 70 to 75%. This is what I want to work with. I want to have a subtle difference in between, not so much, and then we go and click this thing in. Because of the difference in its alteration of the size, it is going to create a nice difference in its texture, but you can also keep rotating your piece, and then it creates this cool effect of a natural kind of border. And as you can see, right next to the normal texture, which is the same texture in a way, but this one from the pieces is just so much more elaborate and so much more nice looking, that you can really use this to make things look so much more realistic. As you can see, plopping these things in will help you to create a very nice looking shoreline over here, basically in no time, you know, making sure that you make the best use of the texture available. Sink these pieces in individually, as you can tell, and then just do it like so. And as always, it depends a little bit on how you are basically individually kind of formed or like educated in how you build the most efficient way. You can click this in individually, which is very repetitive, but at the same time can be very calming. Or what you can obviously do is select all the pieces, form a group, and once you're happy with a certain style, you can use the entire thing, and the same kind of random scale applies to that. So once you copy these things, there is a randomized scaling thing going on, which is kind of fun. Wait, hold on. Can I trick the game? Hold on, I have a certain feel. Did I find a little hack to the game right now? Wait. I think I hacked the game. No, I didn't. Okay, but okay, so this is something rather interesting. I thought it's gonna stay the same size, but as you can tell, it's always getting smaller and smaller. Just gonna undo this real quick. I thought I can play the game and make these pieces individually smaller than they can actually get, because you can see this is at 51%, and if I select the group again, and I have set the random rotation to 70 to 75, this should not work, because like 75% from 51 is less than 50, but it should only go back to 50. But if I copy this over again, and again, I think the result is that the pieces just go closer to each other. Or how much is this scaled now? That's 51, as I said. You can... Oh, no, you can scale them ever so much smaller. So never mind, I didn't say anything. Okay, fine. But what we got to do is we got to disable the random scale then in order to reuse this piece. I was confused for a bit, but now I'm back. I'm back operating. I thought for a second I kind of tricked the system. I didn't. But yeah, so this is the way how you can make things look a lot nicer with these wonderful rocks. But there's more to that. There's way more to this. We are in a building right now. What you can use a lot more nice. So we're going to make this area over here a nice little river scene. And how we're going to approach that is pretty simple. So we are going to look for some smaller rocks intentionally. And again, we go for the random scale, and we're going to do this 25% and 29%. Don't mind me. Okay, it's going to be 30. Like, let's plot down the first and then the second as well. And then do the same with a couple of stones until you're happy with the sizes. Okay, that one is too big. That one is another small one as well. And we could also utilize some from the other sets as well, just to have a bit of variation in. That's a nice small stone. That could also be becoming rather small. Oh, actually, I don't like this. I don't like the texture on that one. But this one is much better over here. Excuse me. There is that. Let's have a look if that works. Yes. Okay, so we're going to get rid of the bigger ones in a second, but just like use the smaller ones and bring them into a group, while the bigger ones then can be deleted. We don't need them anymore, because we wanted to do this with these pieces over here anyways, which is kind of cool. So this is all one group, and what we are going to do now, we are going to enable the random rotation mode, and we do need to stick to surface and align to surface. This is what we do. And now use one piece and start spamming this around. You cannot make a mistake. You cannot do anything wrong, or it's just like you spam a piece. It does not matter. Trust me. It's going to be a process that is so simple and enjoyable, and it's going to make your build stand out quite a lot. So you can plop these stones down wherever you want. Just click them around, and once you're happy with one stone, take the other and merge this into this. So until you're happy with basically old stones you've been clicking around here. So let's use the next one. Or actually, was that the one we used previously? Just like, let's say that one goes a bit more in. And again, as I said, you can't do anything wrong. It's not possible to do anything wrong over here. Sometimes put it once more outwards, and I think this one is another one we haven't done too often. Just like click this one in. Awesome. Look, we're almost done. We don't need to do much more than this. It already looks kind of nice, but it does look a bit weird, right? So the magic is happening in a second. We are having all these pieces, and now just hit X on your keyboard, and you will be applying the advanced move. And now sink the stones into the ground a little bit, not completely, but a little bit. And now, as you can see, they are all in here as if they were natural rocks. And now to fulfill the magic, we are basically going in with a bit of gravel and make sure that the intensity is super low, and just like kind of bring this in here, follow a little bit of the area where the rocks are, and then you could use some compact dirt over here to make it also in the water to just get some brightness behind these pieces. And all of a sudden, look how realistic this area looks. So much nicer. So much nicer. This is something I discovered and I found this so freaking good. And there's one more thing I would love to show you. You can get this even nicer if you type in moss and you use some of the moss pieces. This one is one of my favorite. Scale it all the way up, and the other one goes as well. Scale that one all the way up as well. And then you got to ensure that if you copy this thing, make sure that the random rotation is not activated and the random scale isn't activated either. Now in here, what you can do is you can have variant textures. You can align this to the colors of your build. So make sure that you find the green tone that matches your area the best. Sometimes you may need to adjust a little bit the green tones. That one is nice. And then you want to have the combating color, the accent color, and turn that into more sandy or more muddy or whatever suits you the best. I think in our case, we can go to a bit more yellowish sand with this piece. And then we do the same with the other moss piece. And again, use the same kind of green tone that aligns it perfectly. And I think for my other one, I want to go for a bit of a darker brown kind of vibe. There we go. And now these things can be used super nicely in some of these areas, specifically under supports. That works nice, but also in other areas as well. And if you give these a little bit of room to breathe, they will create such a very, very interesting color to your ground. And if you, it depends a little bit on where you're using it, you may actually need to adjust some of the colorations. But as we've done a bit of stuff here already, you can see how much more realistic this turns out looking. And the last little nice tip is to use bamboo as to frame in areas. You get these wonderful Bengal bamboo pieces over here, and that is something that, you know, zoos and theme parks alike do quite often. And again, you can now use stick to surface and align to surface, sink them into the ground, and then you can utilize these pieces. And what I also recommend in this case is, again, use the random scale and go anywhere between 90 and 115 maybe, and then we can just try to, you know, make sure that this works. Sometimes you align them, but you know, by having variant sizes, as I said earlier, you avoid getting repetitive, already a little bit nicer than just rotating pieces a little. Specifically when you want to build like a wall of bamboo over here, then you can't really rotate the piece all the time because it's going to be, well, exactly the same orientation afterwards anyway. So like just rotated 180s, but you know, at some point this is be over. And yeah, so yeah, this is how you can use bamboo, one of my favorite pieces in the game, because it's so simple to hide certain things away. And I mean, just look at how nature has translated this area into something nice looking immediately. Look at our park. It's really getting there, you know. There's not really that much more we need to do to call it a very nice looking park in a, well, reasonable amount of time, which I know it's not, but it's a tutorial, so that is why it takes a lot more time and I can't just delve into doing it. There is a last little tip I haven't shown you yet, which is going to be in that corner, and then we are done. Now we are getting back to my favorite items, which I said earlier is the Viking pieces, and we are going back to the Viking pieces. There are multiple pieces. There are actually these apples. I'm going to sink them down as well, but we are also going to use, where is our piece? Where is it? The Viking trim? No, it's not in here. Why is it changed? Where is it? Come on. There is it. There it is. The Viking Fence 3. So this one is a cool piece as well. We can scale it all up and then drop it down, and because it's such a nice three-dimensional object, you can see sinking that into the ground is going to create a nice little rocky area here. So you can again try to get for the colors whatever you want. So make it a bit more like mossy if you wanted to, because we are here with the mossy area, and make them fit to these stones. You can just do so, you know. And then if you do this and you use the random scale again and scale it all the way down like this, and you were to do this, you can see you get this piece in varying sizes. Now, obviously, rotating does help as well to make it not look repetitive. But if you are happy with a certain style of it, just sink these things in a little bit like so. Let's just move that one over because we need it. Once you're happy, you can just obviously select all of these pieces. Try to not select the other ones, other groups over here. There we have it. You know, create a group again. You know, I'm obsessed with groups. And then you can readjust the color of all the pieces if you were like to say, okay, you know what, actually, I need this all to be a bit more muddy and greenery and whatnot. You can easily obviously do that and then just search for some other pairing colors, and there you have that, and just like trying to match our kind of color there as well. There's like this brownish tint to it, which I like, so I guess like this is good. And once you've done that, you can copy this around again and then adjust this to the face of your wonderful rock over here, and then just move it in just as you wish and create a bit of a nice pattern. And as I've got the random scaling on, this means the piece gets smaller and smaller again, which is exactly what we were talking about earlier. And once you reach the smallest, basically everything is gonna happen is the pieces get closer to each other. But look how insanely detailed you can do that, as if there was like a lot of cobble going on. And again, you then could just use the paint to just make that look even better by as if, you know, you wanted to embed that here. And this piece, the marketplace decoration, this can act similar to what we did with the stones previously. You can have this piece and again use some of the random scale, but this time around make the alignment always work, and then again plop this thing down, rotate this, whatever fancy is good for you. And in this specific case, it may actually be good if the size difference is not as big as I have it over here, but it's rather okay. Select all the pieces, create a group, you get the idea, and I think you know where this is going. You know, plop these things down just like so. And in my specific case over here, by the way, I just want to keep them somewhere here. I think you're seeing where this is going, right? So let's select all of them and then adjust the color. In our specific case, we need a bright kind of beige color that goes alongside this. And obviously, as you can imagine, sink it down into the ground. And eventually, this is starting to look like a really cool kind of cobble effect, you know. You can just also adjust certain things. There you have it. And then once you have that done, you can obviously use the terrain paint again, use the gravel, make that smaller even, and then paint the gravel over here, and you get that three-dimensional effect of the cobble. And then you can always just go into the group and adjust the color if you were to like, okay, it needs to be brighter, but it does give you that nice little effect of cobble, which you can make more aggressive, you know, or you can actually make that more kind of not decent is not the correct word, but just like a little bit like subtle, depending on how you sink that in. But for certain areas, that looks a lot better. Done so far has been, as I said earlier, mostly nature work. So we have used nature pieces, you know, plants and so on, to create what you would call nature, a very planned area for our park. And as you can see, this looks kind of good, but it, you know, there is something missing. When we talk about nature, this is a bit more randomized, and you know, there is a way of doing this because the game offers a brand new tool that we did not have in one of the previous games, and that tool is called the scenery brush. First things first, we're going to clean off this area here in the front because we're going to utilize this area as a first little showcase. So if we go to the scenery brush, you can see first of all there are scenery pieces, presets from the game, and we do have quite a lot of those. You can see there are temperate rocks, there is temperate park trees, temperate autumnal trees. We also have the forest trees, we've got some small plants and so on. What I'm going to do is I'm going to use small plants as a little example over here, and you can change the brush size for example. And you can also change align to surface, avoid path, scenery, ignore, a couple of options. I'm going to show what they do. So first things first, we're going to make this thing a little smaller, 5 meter-ish should be fine. And then we're going to make the intensity quite a lot higher, so you can see the effect. So that is that. And once I place, you can see pieces are coming to the ground, and we're starting to have a little bit of a planter area. Look at that. So if I do brush over the path over here, you can see At a certain point, it stops doing it and then starts doing it again here to the sides. As you can see, it does mostly ignore the path. You might be wondering why it still is on the path though. This is because we are talking about the center of one piece, and the beauty of the brush is it doesn't create a fixed kind of set of items. These are individual items, so you can still go in and select these items individually if you want to. And then you can push them further in if that is a little bit too much to your pathing, if you don't like it. So you can actually brush over here and then just, you know, push them farther back. So the reason why they are plopping over the path, I'm just going to show you. If I hit now X, you can see the center of the piece is still outside of the path. So technically, the system could push it all the way up until here, basically. This is the furthest it will push it in, simply because, you know, that is how the game kind of actually tries to figure out where the piece is, and this is where it avoids then the path. It still isn't too problematic though, because people walking through could still look nice, you know, it's not really a deal breaker, but it is very helpful to have this option turned on, because otherwise, if you don't, I'm going to quickly show you, if you have this option turned off, then you brush it completely over, and then people would still walk through here. There is, though, an advantage to this, which I'm going to show you in a bit, because you can do some trickery with these things, which is kind of cool indeed. But yeah, so this is that. You have done a good job already in using the brush. It's really not too bad, you know. There are a new option, as you can see over here, and this is the scenery ignore or avoid. We're going to say avoid now, and you can see now, if we go in here, the same kind of happens with the building. It's not going to place inside of the building. Simply because you also say avoid scenery. If you click ignore, basically what happens is you brush everything into these buildings too, you know, and that is simply as it goes. There's really not much more to know about, but as you can see, there's one thing happening over here. This is why we have that wonderful hill. You can see things are floating a little in the air. Why do they do this? Well, because there is the option, you can see align to surface. So if you do this, you can see it actually does do not too much better, and there is a reason to this. It's getting a bit more complicated. If we edit the brush, and you can see here are all the plants that are in the brush, we can also edit the item. So now we can't do this because it's preset. We're going to create ourselves a new brush so I can explain what kind of happened. First of all, before we do this, I'm just gonna completely paint all the stuff in here, you know, just making sure that our little area here in the front looks kind of nice. So you're just gonna completely fill this in. Also interesting why it does not put all the bushes in now. It's just a bit randomized though. But yeah, so this is that. You can see this is how we just fill in all these gaps here, and that's kind of a nice area. And I want to have some trees in here, so some forest trees. Let me just make that smaller, and then we can see if that, wait, we have to just say ignore, and then we can place them in. Because also, if you do have this set on avoid, you can't brush over an existing brush, because technically that's scenery, and you have to click ignore, and then you will be able to put some trees in that region too. Okay, so this is how that worked. You know, I have some trees in here. Oh my god, that looks actually kind of cool. It's a bit bold, but yeah. Let's move on to another area, because we want to do some stuff over here. So let's say we want to make the beach look a bit nicer. We're going to create ourselves like a little brush, similar to what we did over here with the stones. We can also create a brush for that matter. So what we got to do, we go to scenery brush, and then we go to custom, and we're going to create a new brush down here. So we go to create new brush, and now you can select options from the scenery piece. So we're going to go to rocks, and we're going to select some of the smaller rocks over here in that color. The problem about the color ones, I'm going to show you in a bit. So that is that. First of all, we're going to then go in, and we say minimum scale is going to be 25, and the maximum scale is going to be 35, and object spacing is all the way just 1 meter. And now this is interesting. Align rotation to surface needs to be turned on. In the standard brushes, for whatever reason, this is turned off. But what that option does is basically it aligns the pieces also to slopes, which I would always turn on. Otherwise, this looks odd. The only thing where you don't do this is when we do some trickery. I'll show you in a bit. And the random rotation can be turned on, but I would always say turn this to jaw. What that means is it rotates about the origin of the piece, but it stays on a two-dimensional surface, which is the ground surface. For stones, we can actually use all. For many other pieces, like trees and so on, you always want to keep your jaw, because that is, if you imagine having your pivot point being the trunk, that is what happens. If you say all, it also tilts holds the trunk and turns around and can technically be upside down, which you don't want. But for the stone, we can actually keep this on all because it's a stone, you know. So we're gonna do all the same options in here, all, and then say this is gonna be relatively small, like this. And then minimum scale, it goes again like so. Come on, let's do this. And 1 and say all, and we're gonna do the same over here. We say all, minimum, go there and there. All right, fine. And let's say tutorial rocks is the one. And we're gonna. Great, I'm very sorry, but I think I can't show you this to you. It seems like the scenery brush at the moment is broken. I didn't know about that. Maybe I've seen this in the forums or maybe not. But for me, unfortunately, it is broken. I'm gonna quickly show you why. So I can't create a new brush. The game will always crash when I create a new brush, which is very sad because I wanted to show you something really cool. I need to show you some of my presets from the old tutorials, which is good. Hopefully for you, you don't have the crashes. As this game is very individual, it may be that you don't have the crashes. I unfortunately cannot use this, but I have a preset of small stones, and you can see this is still working pretty nice. I've done that in the past, and it just kind of is created like I wanted it. It's not the same, but as for the tutorial, at least I can show you exactly that it now works on slopes. As you can see over here, you can put it down very nicely indeed, and you can use the same kind of technique we've used over there on the other side pretty nicely. So if you kind of make this like so, just put a couple of stones in here, just as you wish. You can then easily say all filters off, and then you can, like, there's a trick. If you tell use nature, you can select these things. It's not scenery, it is basically nature. And so you can select all the pieces relatively easily. Make sure to not select the tree, and then you can create a group out of these pieces. And now, looky look, we have got these pieces, and we can sink them down a little more into the ground. And we have kind of the same effect as we had on the other side, which is kind of cool. But there are more to this. Unfortunately, again, I need to I need to use the existing brushes. I'm very happy that I did already do so many tutorials, so I can show you a couple of things. So I in the past created a snow brush before we had snow. The way I did this is, and you can see this because I need to say avoid path is off, and now we should be able to. Hold on. Why is it not doing anything? Hello? Is it? Why is it? I think these things are just completely broken right now. Let's see if I can place them down anywhere else. No, I cannot. That is so frustrating though. So technically what that is, it's like a couple of decals, and you can... Why is nothing happening over here, by the way? Hold on, I'm just gonna open that again. It seems like the scenery brush is totally broken. Oh, there you go, you have that over here. So let's see again if I can do this. It's not working. That is a pity. So technically for you, if you can do this, I'm gonna edit this thing. You can see this. There are some decals in here, and I set these pieces, as I said earlier, to random rotation jaw, align to surface on, minimum, maximum scale is rather big, and then these things would create like a nice kind of surface on the ground. Let's see if I can place them somewhere down here, maybe. It's just not working. Just gonna save the changes, and oh, look at that, I can't even. Okay, so let's see, align to surface on, if that does the trick, make it bigger. Okay, now, well, actually this brush seems not to work. It's a pity though, that seems like a couple of things are broken. Okay, hold on, I'm gonna show you with the custom brush 3, hopefully this one is gonna work. And that one is not gonna work as well, right? Avoid path. That's just not nice. That's just not fair. Okay, technically what that is, oh gosh, I am so sorry guys. I hope that this would work, but I'm trying my best now to explain without the brush itself. But we have scenery pieces and we have decals. So these decals over here, you can obviously plot to the ground, and there are some really cool ones specifically here for the pathway, you know, some scratches and stuff like that. So these things look good on path, and they make path look a little bit more weathered and old, you know. And once you plop them down, you can obviously also change the color of those, which comes in handy. Oops, I need to just apply all filters again. So here goes that. We're gonna select only Actually, let's avoid path for a second, and then we should be able to select these 4 pieces relatively easily. How many have we selected? 5? There's one more piece. 4. Okay, make a group out of these ones. Now we have the decals selected, and we can change the color and make it really look like as if they were part of the path over here. Look at that. This is really cool. So this is the color we wanted to work with, and then if we go in here, you can see this is kind of the color we have, okay? This is rather important because now if you were to create a new brush, and I'm not going to save the new brush, but I at least can show you, you go then back into the decals, and now you select the decals you've just used, for example, that one over here. And now this very piece, and if you select this to jaw and align to surface, I'm not sure if I can use it, maybe it works, no it doesn't. This piece will then have the same color as you set it to previously. You can also see this kind of in the preview. And the same happens for all the other pieces. You have to use, though, the exact pieces that you have actually used before. If I were to click save now, my game is going to crash. I tested this a lot of times, so I'm not going to do this again. But then you have a brush that is basically things... confirm. Okay. So things will be basically looking like this. If you align them to the surface and your path is on the surface, you can then brush over with some really cool scenery effects and like these kind of broken effects, which is kind of cool. But I also created like a couple of brushes myself, which, to be honest, I have no idea why the heck they are not working at all right now. It seems like a bigger problem here that the game does not work with the brushes, with custom brushes, I should say. It did work a week ago, so I'm not sure what exactly happened, if there's an update that has been pushed. That is very sad, because I would have loved to do this. Maybe this is also down to another thing, but I will have to test this. I'm not going to annoy you with this. At least I fixed that all my custom brushes are working. I can still not create any new brushes, which is very odd indeed. I will have to figure out what that is. But as you can see, some of my custom brushes work again. So you can see over here, this is what I meant with the decals. And we do disable avoid path. And now what you can do, as you can see, you have a decals concrete. We're going to create a smaller one. And now if I place them on the ground, you can see they are starting to appear, which is kind of cool. You could also go and make this, for example, is easier to just reduce the size relatively and then increase that one and say align to surface. Also, that is important. Now you can brush them over like so, you know, you can do it this way. And as I said earlier, it's relatively simple then to just select all the pieces here. Make sure to, well, first of all, disable all, and then just say in our case, we just need to have, what is that? Scenery props, that is, and apply the filter, and we should just be able to select these pieces. Or actually this is, I think it's building pieces as well. So let's do it this way. And let's just select all these pieces again, apply, and you can see there's one thing. We just kind of selected one building. I'm not sure where that is. Hold on, let's do that again and see. I think the building we have, by the way, is the stones over here, right? Is that the one? No, it's not. Okay, you got to be a bit more careful than I am, but you selected now the pieces. Just do this one now, and then click on these, and then you know, we can just change the color if we were to. If we were able to select the pieces, damn it. Here we go. And then you can select the color. The game crashed, by the way, for another test. So this is why my color is gone. But it was something like this. And then align the color pretty nicely, and you get all the stuff in here. So that's a kind of cool technique. Some of them will be floating around because I placed them before aligning to surface. But yeah, so this is the idea to abuse, I should say, the scenery brush. You can create multiple versions of it. You can also do the same with, for example, say, what did I do also? You can just have some custom brushes where you put some stuff on the ground. Like if you want to have like a crash side where you want to have some crates or so, you can just use this, you know, just plop any kind of scenery pieces in, and you can then just have like some crates flying around. It would have been lovely. I planned actually to give you like a nice tour and showcase how you can do this with various things, because there's another trick. If I'm placing down the flowers over here, you can see the flowers are all in a pinkish kind of you know, we're gonna just make a huge flower bed over here. Just try to avoid some of the supports to make it look a bit nicer. You can also put it here. So also we can say avoid path off, and then just make this smaller, and then it should be easier to place certain things around here. Hold on, I'm not gonna brush over the path indeed. So just gonna make sure everything sits here and looks nicely. So the reason why this happens is because you know, when you have a set that like a scenery set that is flexicolor, I'm just going to show you with the flowers, for example. Flowers will actually be, as I said, flexi color. This one over here has exactly the color that you just saw in the brush. Now, when you place this down and you change the color now into blue, let's say you're gonna turn everything else in blue, maybe like a lighter blue here to make this flower look cool. So this one over here, and this is the flower bed circle large, and you were to create a new brush now, and this is then using the flower circle large, which is this one over here, the flower bed circle large. This one is then having a blue kind of color. I cannot place it, I cannot show you, unfortunately, because as soon as I hit save changes, the game will crash. But trust me, this is gonna have this one. You could then name this thing flowers blue, because it's actually remaining the color that you recently had in your game to set the brush, and then the brush will maintain this color. Unfortunately, I have done a set of these kind of brushes, but I'm not sure where this is gone. Maybe this has to do with why my brush doesn't work. It's a bit of a pity, because honestly, that's a very cool way to super quickly paint stuff in your park to make it look nicer. You can see, for example, I did do myself so many custom brushes in the past. Like, for example, over here, we've got a lot of greenery stuff. Always like to have like 100% like bushes and so on. It just kind of creates like a nice backdrop for all these kind of things, you know. That is very nice indeed. I created some other lower tropical ones if you needed them. I also have bracken. This is just solely bracken, which I am still pretty much loving. This is just creating a nice little foresty ground. If you need that somewhere, you can just basically paint this everywhere in. It's gonna ignore most of the areas, obviously, because oh wait, actually it's not ignoring this one. So scenery ignore, avoid. That should then, well, actually they're too small. They will not avoid the coaster itself or the ride. So yeah, you can paint this everywhere in, as you can see, and I also made this so that they are aligning nicely to the surface. So what we had previously is not an issue over here. They do align also when you go up the mountain. Sometimes it has a bit of a delay in placing, so you have to just keep brushing, you know, until this is done. But you can see it really nicely aligns to the mountain, and it just kind of climbs up here and gives you that little ground effect, like almost like you know, grass or whatnot. It makes the whole thing just look so much more realistic. I also have ash trees because I like them quite a lot. Align to surface is very important too. Actually, or maybe not, because then it would sometimes say, but I don't have the kind of, how's it called? The jaw is enabled, so this is why no matter if you align this to the surface or not, it's not going to be tilted. As I said, I like my little ash tree. This one is one of the most beautiful trees in the game, so we're going to use this also to create like a bit of a backdrop. But you can see now how quickly you can now create a bit of a nice park looking area. This one over here was meant to be a bit more of a meadow, so we're going to use this to kind of try this. I have also done in the past, as you can see, I did kind of a lot of you know, tutorials with this. These shrubs over here are specifically designed for foresty areas. You know, it comes with a couple of nice trees and bushes and like little things that you can paint below forests, or also below like a train line like this. You can really go nuts with these things. You can create also kind of nice meadows, nice areas. There are some stones in between as well if you want to kind of get a bit more of this in. And very important is that you use then also the scenery brush and the terrain brush to kind of fill in the area with a bit of different texture as well. That will always help. What else do we have in here? Oh, I can show you the snow I was talking about earlier. This one is working now too. So you can see I had this one done, and you can see this just kind of created like a little bit of a fake snow effect, which obviously we don't need anymore. But you can do this like with the same way if you want to do some muddy effects, what we did earlier with these wonderful things over here. You could just, like as we've done this one over here, we could now use the Moss Decal 5, add this to a brush. It will remain in exactly this color, and you would have like a nice little brush that you can put on the ground to create this fake kind of texture that you were going for. What else do we have in here? That was a tutorial brush I created in the past where it still worked with a couple of other little bushes. This one is really cool because it's a super small one. If we go to edit the brush, you can see these pieces are lowered down to the maximum they can for those specific pieces, and then because they're so small, you have a good precision to place them into smaller kind of gaps, which is exactly what I wanted to achieve with this brush, because some other brushes can't go so closely to other things. So I created this brush over here that is giving me a bit more control to fill in also gaps like this over here, because sometimes that is just needed, you know, to just have pieces that allow you to build these kind of little gaps in here. This is just how you do that, and honestly, sometimes you have to be careful, because then, you put things into the water, which you don't want. So you've got to be a bit more careful, or into the slide. So in some areas it doesn't work. You can reduce the size, and sometimes that helps. Yeah, over here it does give us enough control to at least put a couple in. Same for over here maybe, and over here. So this is how you can really quickly then make your entire park look just so much better. As you can tell, this is really good, looking good, and you can paint this everywhere in. Just spare out some spaces, make sure that it also goes aligned with other things you've done before, and then it just starts to look really nice indeed. Again, I've got so many presets. Fortunately enough for me, I have all these presets, because otherwise I would have an issue right now. I'm really not sure why this is broken. In here you can see there's one difference I did. I'm very thankful to myself that I have done this. You can see the trees now are kind of floating because they are tilted the wrong way. If we go into the edit option, you can see this one over here is aligned to surface and has not the random rotation all. If we, I can't change this now, then it would align properly and still be tilted. So if you want to have the tree always stand up, you basically have to disable the align to surface option in this piece, because otherwise you have a double option, because the game itself comes with the align to surface option. So once, that is the stone one. Let's go to this one, tutorial 2. Now you can see the tree is not happening to be placed because it has a double input which it cannot deal with. So if you turn that off, it should actually place the... What the heck is going on with the game right now? There you have the tree again. Now it's been placed, and if you turn that on again, it will then have its right orientation. I think I just had the wrong brush for a second, even though that was selected. That again was my bad. And why the heck did it create a group? What the heck? Okay, I think the brush at the moment has some awkward issues. So never mind. At least you understood the way how the brush works, because I'm very confused. So was that the temperate rock large section, right? This is what we had over here. Okay, this is nice. You can still create like a nice rocky area, but I'm confused to why is this... Why was it a group all of a sudden? I've never seen this before. Wonderful tutorial. You see the master at work, and I have no idea what's happening. I have no clue what's happening. Anyways, you can see this looks like a proper park right now. You could use some... the other cool bit is, and I'm very sad that it doesn't do it, but my initial idea of my custom mossy brush I had, which is... Oh, hold on, where is it? It is here. The mossy brush I had, I wanted to create this to the surface of our lakes. Unfortunately, this doesn't work. It brings it all the way down into the ground. So you can see this still looks kind of fun, but it's not aligned to where it should be. So if we get rid of this option, so you can now, it should be aligning to the surface. There you have it. But as it's so kind of wrong green, that's definitely the wrong green tone, you can't really use it nicely, because it would be very hard to just select these pieces. I mean, now as we have created a group out of the stones, you technically could do it this way. And also, can we just increase this all to make it even more dense? So I'm just going to show you the trick that I was trying to attempt with it. To make like the shoreline look as if it's a bit wet in the front. So let's just try to see if we can select these pieces. The only thing we are going to have now is nature. And oh wait, I believe that's not a nature piece, is it? I think it is a building piece. Hold on, is this a building piece? Yes, it is. Oh, that's super easy. Then we can actually do this. So it should be just the building pieces. Yeah, 666. That seems about right. And now if this is a group, you can select this group and obviously change the color of the group. And now you can see we can adjust this properly to the looks of our sand, which is exactly this one over here. And now we can turn this a little darker if we want to, and we can also use the highlight color, as you can see over here, to make it also look as if there's a bit more of a different sand color in here. Look at that. So this actually worked. I'm pretty happy about this. You could also then use the sync option to make it lesser of an effect or more, and also just like use it this way. So this gives a little bit of a nice effect here. It's not like super duper, but I guess it's enough to have a bit of the illusion, you know. And last but not least, you can then always use the brushes, for example, the temperate rocks large, to put them into the lake. This obviously helps to just sell the idea that there is a bit of texture in the lake. I would be careful with this to not overdo it, but sometimes that just works pretty nicely to just get a bit of context down below. Otherwise, it just looks like plain water, and that is honestly very boring to look at. What you could do then is also create like an island over here and put like another tree in if you fancy hiding these things a little bit, which I do. So the last bit we are going to do over here is we are going to just grab ourselves a good tree. In my opinion, I think we could go with an oak. It's like it looks okay enough, I guess. Wait, did they improve the model of the oak? Did something happen with the oak? Huh. That's interesting. But we are going to use a planter of some sort, and I'm going to use this big old planter over here. It's not super big, but we're going to make it big. So there you go. And we're going to make this like brownish colored over here, like so. So that realistically, that will be a thing that can be placed over here, so like that. And we're going to push the tree a little bit more into it. So that should then be it for the nature tutorial. Again, it's not like super like realistic. We would need to just drop it down so you get the illusion that this is deeper. That is fine. We've got that oak tree in the middle. But yeah, our park really looks nice now. It really looks nice, but it doesn't operate. So the last bit of the tutorial is going to be making the park operational. So let's do this. And also a little bit of an, a big story from my side. I wish to have been more precise and nice on the scenery brush tutorial. I tested it before, everything worked, and now doing the tutorial, everything was broken. I really do hope it's on my side and it's not a general problem with the scenery brush, because if it was, that's a bit of an issue. But it seems like it's not. So let's make our park operational as last bit. Management operational, that is what we need, and then we have a bit of an outro. Okay, so the good thing is the game has been running for a while we were doing the tutorial. That means we have a couple of issues. As you can see, there is a lot of problem. Water pump 1 has experienced service badge and its condition is degrading, and so on and so forth. The reason for that is we don't have any staff members. So let's first of all do this. We need to employ a couple of staff members. You know, we've got our staff center here in the front, so we're going to employ, let's say, 3 mechanics. That should be fine for the size of our park. Then we also do need to employ quite a couple of vendors, to be honest. Because that is something we will need across the park quite a lot. And you see that some of our buildings are not open. We will also employ 2 wonderful mascots, but will be good for the people. We will have a couple of security people, because we didn't really talk about security as of yet. We are going to do this in a bit. We also need a ride attendant of some sort. We're just going to plop a couple of scenery members down, staff members down, and obviously we'll also need some janitors in our park as well. So let's say 4 of those, okay? Now, in this game, obviously, you have a couple of options to make this a little bit more organized than what it is. Now, what I want to have is I want to have the 2 mascots be on 2 separate sides of the park. I want to have 1 mascot down here in the ground area, and I want to have 1 on the top layer. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go and select one of my wonderful guys over here. So this is Gulpy Rex, and you can see Gulpy Rex is not even scheduled or is not in a area for itself. So if you go on the staff schedule, you can see this is what we have. And now you can see Gulpy Rex is not in any kind of staff zone or anything like that. Advanced settings, you can see there is no staff zone created. So this game unfortunately has a very complicated way of doing this, yeah. So if you go to staff, there is staff zones as an option. Now you can create a new staff zone, and this is odd, because it is actually pretty simple. You just paint the zone, which I like. I prefer this option way above everything else in the previous games. And we're gonna say this is just like done, and we can then name this zone. I'm gonna call this South area, okay? Now, South area has no assigned staff members, and it would be fun to have an option to add them over here. No. That is not just how it's gonna work. First of all, we are going to create a couple of areas before we do anything else, because I don't want to just go into that option again. So we're gonna create a north area next. So this is gonna be the north area, you know, it's gonna be it. And we're gonna call this one the north area, like so. And then we're going to create just a new one, which is going to be, and we're going to call this is yellow. This is just going to be our restaurant area, okay? So this is going to be the restaurant, and that is pretty cool indeed. Can we? Oh. I think we have an issue. Oh my goodness me. Okay, I think these areas will, well, I think they're not going to work as I intended them to work. So we are not going to fill the people into the staff zones. I'm going to show you how theoretically it works. Oh boy, this is crap. This is not aligned to the surface. This is aligned to the basic game. Okay, you would need to make this painting then from exactly above to be precisely in the same area as our virtual like floating device over here. Okay, well, never mind then. We're going to create one more area real quick, guys, so you just get the idea. We're going to create one new area. This one is going to be green, so it's going to be for our restaurant indeed. So this is, I'll make this a little bigger, you know, and I'm going to do a little bit of a pathway leading up to our stuff area, which is somewhere over here, right? Yeah, so you can also delete areas, obviously, but yeah, it's just in this specific case. You can also give it like a different icon. So if you were to give it a restaurant icon, let's say, do we have like a proper restaurant icon in here? No. There's just food was on the other side, right? Let's have a look if there's another food icon. It's not a restaurant per se, but we can put it on a burger over here. Done. So this is zone 4, and we're going to call this the restaurant. There you go. And now, as this is an existing region, we're going to say, okay, we want to have one of our vendors, this specific guy over here, to be in this region. Now, you can see there is also no option to add them to the zone, which still is a massive issue, but you can go to staff schedule. And now you can actually see then if you click on here to the right hand side to the staff zone view, you can see there are no staff zone. Now you can click on it and finally you can freaking select the zone. And we're going to say this one, and in the advanced settings you can say apply all day. There you go, confirm. Now they're applied all day to them, except the one where they do a little staff break over here. This is the break section, so this is why they're not in the staff zone in this specific. This is where they're on break. However, if they go on break, you need to have them go to a staff zone, like a building, and then they need to go to the closest building. I do think in the game they will automatically go to the closest buildings. You don't even need to include the building in the zone. But yeah, so this is how that works, okay? Now, for a park of this size, you don't really need that many zones. The only thing you could do is like obviously plop these people in your zone. However, one thing that we should actually check out on is the security. Let's have a look if that is in here. So security-wise, we have new camera poles, and you can see they come with a security outline. So if you were to place these things down, they improve the security rating of your park, and you can then plop them everywhere. You can see the outline defines basically where that goes. We also have a security post. This is where a security member is then standing. And you can actually, from over here, it can go after pickpockets. So this is how you create basically security in your park. And I also gotta say, I earlier thought that this is gonna be a bit of an annoying thing simply because the area of influence is rather small with these pieces. They also all require energy, so that's also important to note. But realistically, for like a realistic park, this is about the amount of security cameras you would actually need. So it's not really like a super weird. It's actually pretty realistic if you ask me. So plop these cameras down, and you'll be able to have like a bit of security going on. I'm not going to plop this everywhere, but this is going to improve the security rating quite dramatically. One thing you haven't done at all in the park, and this is also to make the park operational, is you didn't really care for the guest yet, because all of these buildings aren't opened. Do I want to go to all the buildings and open them myself? Obviously I won't. So this is where we go to the park management, and we go to basically our attractions and shops. And now we can go to shops, and you can see over here you've got all the shops, and you could, I think theoretically you can't power them all, but you can just click them on everywhere in here. That makes things a lot more easy to handle. I wish this wasn't full screen. I made a video about this which where I said that I do hate this, but you can also see the mechanic workshop can be enabled as well. Utilities these are all enabled. Pools, we have some closed, which is good, but we can also put all the flumes on test, so we can then obviously open them at a time. And you can see over here, the only thing that we don't have opened is our steam train. We can open that one too. We've got our Flatrides. We can test them also both, so we can open them as soon as guests come in. And this is that. Why can we not open this one? What is the test? Did the test actually figure out that there is an issue? Hold on, what is gonna happen? The ride isn't accessible. Oh, we can't connect the path, obviously. This is something we have to do. So we're gonna create like a bit of a, also, let's say the train style is gonna be ground. So it automatically creates a bit of a ground area for us here. So there you go. It just kind of creates a nice area. And I'm going to bring this all the way around here into the mountain. I'm going to build like a nice kettle pan here into the tree. We're going to get rid of the tree in a second, so just going to connect this here. I don't want to make this too big, so we're going to move this tree over. That looks okay to me. So now we should be able to open it. Yes, we are able to open it. So we've got all these things opened. This is the moment where we need to get people in. The park isn't open yet. Park options, you can see it is closed. We're going to open the park, and now this is where guests should be spawning in a bit. Our slides should all be good as well. So we are going to open the slides again, go back into this area, and then we can open all the other rides we haven't yet. These two, obviously, I think they both don't have a queue of some sort. We're going to check out why we can't open these. Pools, we're going to open all the flumes as well now. And hope that people spawn. Yeah, now people spawn. So why can we not open you? Is that because move, exit, move? What's the problem? Why can we not open? Testing incomplete. Okay, well then keep on testing. I think maybe this is the reason why this one is still testing. That one has no energy. Is this because it's something broken, or is it because there's no transformer? Actually, this transformer is way more than enough. Do I need to select this to another one? Because we should have enough energy, don't we? Well, oh, this one has no path, is it telling me? It really is that the issue? Okay, this is all about fixing the park, guys. This is why I included this, because many people wished for the inclusion of this in the past. You know what, actually what I'm going to do is I'm going to move this thing then. If that is the main issue, we're going to have this one here and here. And now we're going to connect all these things now with new stuff. Let's go back to the facilities and create a custom energy. And now let's connect these things with each other. And also, for example, with this one, so we have more energy. You know, all these kind of things, now we should have enough energy. And this one still looks kind of odd. You know, this is one of the few areas where I would love to do a bit of a scenery build now. So what I'm going to do is, and that's going to be super simple, we are basically going to go scenery. We're going to type in wall. And we're going to use a weird wall, whatever wall we come up with. Sometimes like these kind of aquatic corrugated look nice. And then what you want to do is actually add to building on. So this is going to then add to the scenery group, and it's hopefully going to align to this building. Yes, it is, as you can see. And now we could make this look a lot nicer. We're actually going to use the 4-meter wall, and then, whoops. We just keep on building this wall here just so that people don't see it from many angles. And then you can see over here we don't have the same kind of angle. We're just gonna change the grid size so it still looks nice to us. Whoops, that one isn't placed correctly. I figured this is still part of the making the park operational kind of bit of this tutorial, because now you can see how you can, you know, just kind of hide certain things. And I'm also confused to why it always gives me the option to add this piece, but it doesn't matter. So that's nicely hidden now in the middle from somewhere over here. It's not really too nice to see then. So that's that, you know. This is also how we got it mostly set up. Okay, so is this all, I may ask, but this is not yet all, because there is one thing missing to the park entirely, and that is a kind of stuff for our guests. We don't have any bins and benches, so this is going to look like crap in a bit, because people will throw their stuff on. So putting down these things cannot be more simple. You just select them from the menu, and you just plop them automatically to the edges of your path, or you can also put them in the middle if you want to do something nice looking, like a little of a seating area. You can do it, and if you plop them next to each other, they will automatically snap to each other, which is a kind of nice little thing they did for this game. And then the same goes for bins and other stuff as well. So we can use this kind of bin over here if we wanted to. There you can see it snaps nicely next to these buildings. So I'm going to plop one here and one there, which is kind of nice. And now if it was for me, I would then go through the entire park and put all the stuff, like go around. I mean, this park isn't too big. we can easily do this, you know, just kind of do it like this. And the cool bit is there is a way of doing this a little bit more simple. I spared that out earlier simply because I figured this is something else to be looking at in the last part. Now, when you build path, there is an option in here where you can use the path extras. So if you turn that on, and you can't do this obviously with Customize Brush, unfortunately, that would be nice if you can do this, but you can do by building the line builder. And now you can actually use the path extras. You can then say, I want to have this rustic bin as an extra, and I also want to have a bench, or like a bench, for example. Placement is both sides or alternating, and the spacing is like, let's say 6, for example. And now if we were to build, and I'm not sure if this is now working with the upgrade tool too. Let's have a look. Yes, it's on. And I believe if we upgrade this, oops, hold on. We should be able to see this placing, I guess, maybe. Let's do this and see if it does. No, it doesn't. Okay, so it is only for new path. If we build a new path, then instead, we're just going to do this somewhere here in the back. We're just going to build like a little path over here. There you can see automatically there will be bins placed for your path. So you could do this earlier and then just have some bins placed, and you can also do the same with benches. So you've got all these options on there, which is kind of cool, and honestly helps to kind of create this. I personally don't like this because I want to place all my stuff myself, because I have a certain idea to where benches, bins and stuff should go. You can place stuff also on staff areas, so I don't know why, because staff members technically don't use them, which to be honest I would love to see, because they also deserve a little break here and there. But yeah, this is just how you place these items down very simply, very nicely, and then you get the people access to a little bit of a recreational area. Last but not least, if we were to go back to the options, you can see there are also picnic benches. Technically, they're all for the restaurants, but they also work as normal picnic benches for the people, so you can place them anywhere on your areas where you feel like they make sense. So, for example, in the back over here, which is just like a weird area, you know, to work with, you can place them down. You can even place them down in pool areas, and they would just use them. So that is kind of nice indeed. So this is pretty nice. And now what if you were to, and this is something I wanted to do earlier, but like for me personally, this is something just for the last bit. You could also make this beach kind of functional. So if we were to go to path again, I'm going to show this as like finishing off the area. It's like a couple of last little tricks I give you here. If we were to say we are going to use the invisible path, and we're going to also say none of these things are activated, everything disabled. And then what we're going to use is the terrain style. We're going to use conforming. Now I'm going to use the draw tool, and I'm just going to draw a bit of a plaza in here with the hope of it working. Let's have a look if I can. Yes, it worked. Awesome. And I'm going to use the line builder to connect this to the path, which worked. So the only bit is there's that little tiny edge you were to, you know, just hide. But now you can just use some of the loungers over here. Not the person. I want to click on the lounger. There you have it. And now, obviously, because there is a path area now, we can use this to place down the loungers. And, well, that should work over here. And so like that as well. And like this as well. So we have all these loungers in here. And to give the people access to this area, you could then also create like a nice little connection here. So that's that. And then people could walk over to use these lounges too. I'm not sure if they will just use it, if that is just what I created for them. Let's see if they do. After a while, they may actually go here and use them. You could also just like put sand down. Whoops, there's the area, and we're going to use the compact dirt. Let's just increase the intensity. This is where we put the sand down, you know, to make them walk there. So eventually, if there's a need for loungers, they can see people will go here and put themselves on the loungers, which is kind of cool, because then it is kind of connected to our pool area. And the last thing we're going to do, because sun obviously is a problem for the people, we can then also use some of the parasols. And if we were to have some nicer colors, I'm not sure which color I would love to have over here. Maybe this color is nice. We can place these to give people a bit of shade. Oh, I have the random the random size on, which I didn't want to. So I'm gonna place a couple of parasols over here. Are they floating? No, they're just all okay. Also giving them a bit of shade here and there, you know, and then we have it done nicely and so on. because people hopefully will be enjoying a bit of shade here and there. Okay, so as this is done, also let's not just speed up too much because I want to give you a bit of a nice overview now for the heat maps. Now that the whole park is done, we can now finally go through the heat maps and have a look how they function. So first of all, power, everything is powered, everything looks nice. Let's go to the water area and you can see, oops, there is one bit over here not covered. That means we need to do another substation, which I am gladly doing. I'm just going to place this here in the back. And now what we got to do is, oh, actually, this is not a good positioning because people cannot access it. So maybe we're going to place this here instead. And then we would go to the facilities again and connect this thing with the rest of our area. So there we have it. And now if we go back to the heat maps, it should be all blue again. Yes, it is. Look at that. There's a bit of a red area here. I'm not sure what that is, to be honest, but I don't mind. And then we go to the water cleanliness. Yes, this is also done. Let's start with the guest experience. The mood is good. The entertainment good. I mean, they're all pretty much in the beginning, so obviously everything is green. There is a certain tilt to the right-hand side of our park right now, I guess, so there's not really that much going on the left-hand side. But okay. Then we have the overall guest tolerance, which is okay. There's a panic is no problem. Nostalgia is no problem. Ride height is no problem. Ride speed is no problem. Over here, Q is starting to become a problem on there, and especially on this ride. G-forces, no problem at all, and so on. Then we go into the staff morale. It's not really too good on the staff members, and you know, if you were to check this, we can actually have a look why. This job is nice, my pay is about right, I have positive impact. Okay, so I'm not sure why. If we go to high pay, obviously that should obviously make them feel better. We could give them more breaks and then they would feel better too. This is how you can work with the staff morale, staff pay, and staff breaks. As you can see, this entertainer over here is absolutely overdue. This one needs a break. So you could plan in more breaks. How would you do this? Well, actually, you would click on this guy. Then you would go to wherever the staff schedule is. There you go. And now you go to the staff zone. And you can see this is where all the stuff is happening. And this is on break. But you can also say advanced settings, working, or break. So we give them another break over here. Block section. This is a break. So they have 2 breaks planned into their day, which you know, is helping our wonderful guy to wait, hold on. Can we just not have 2 breaks? Block setting, break. Task specific, not specific staff building. We could, okay. No, cancel, confirm. Can we just put them on 1 break? I thought they could have 2 breaks. That is very interesting indeed. I thought this is actually going to be 2 breaks. Huh? Am I stupid right now? Because usually you should be able to put them on 2 breaks. So if I do say break, I can't. Okay, well, never mind them. Frontier, you have to fix your staff scheduling. Never mind me then. You can definitely tell that I'm not always playing with the management on. My solution always is throw money at them and just, you know, make them work less because we've got more staff, which is kind of a political kind of thing to do. Anyways, we're going to have this overview we've already seen. Profit, you can see profit is going good on these areas. It's not going good on toilets and restaurants. Not going to do good right now. And scenery score, as you can see, is absolutely amazing. But that one isn't because there is... there's not too much scenery around here. Look, that's the only little area in the park which is not looking good. Temperature, as you can see, is mostly good. This one may actually be a bit too hot because of the wave pool. Shade is interesting. So I think, there you go. If we zoom in, that's a bit more clearer. So this is where shade comes into play. Very good. So this is not good, but the rest is good. This is also not a good way to differentiate, but that obviously is a good area for shade over here. Some of the trees will apply shade, as you can see, and some of the parasols also do apply shade. It's also kind of fun because they do apply the wrong kind of shade. Honestly, this in terms of the sun, this is not how it should be. And thunderstorm risk, as you can see, the coaster has the highest risk, but we don't have a thunderstorm right now. Condition is good, pool safety is good, neat cleaning is good, security coverage is good, pickpocketing is not going to happen right now, and vandalism neither. So I think we are finally ready with this tutorial. Our park looks really decent. This is our tutorial park. I hope you guys enjoyed this quite a lot. I certainly did enjoy, even even though there were a couple of things, I am very sorry that they didn't work as intended, which I tested before. They did work, and apparently in the tutorial they didn't. Which is super sad. I hope you guys can forgive me for that little problem. But in a tutorial with that many hours, things happen. And hopefully you feel a lot more confident now to step into this wonderful game and create something like this as well. I hope you enjoyed this. And please, if you did enjoy and you found this helpful, consider subscribing to the channel. This is the main thing, first of all. But also, you can either become a member or use the super thanks if you just want to do an individual one-time thanks to me. Or you can just buy a game via instant gaming for as well. This is also helping me. So all these kind of things free me from the pressure of the algorithm and the need of people, you know, to grow and whatnot. So this is enabling me to do more cool content, and truthfully, making a tutorial in total of over 10 hours of work, more than that even, keeps me from doing other videos, which, you know, means that I need to focus on making good content, and hopefully I get the payoff for that. Otherwise, this is not possible anymore, which would be sad. So that said, I hope you enjoyed this as much as I did. It was a long time, it was a long tutorial, but I enjoyed this throughoutly, and I do hope you learned a lot. And if you still have questions, please let me know in the comments down below. Then I can figure out these questions, try to answer them, or link you to other tutorials I've done in the past. You will find them all in this playlist anyways. So if there is something you haven't figured yet, make sure to check this out. Until then, have a good time. Thank you for watching, and bye.